This is definitely the most thrilling apocalypse manhwa I've ever read. Typhoon floods, extreme cold, high temperatures, earthquakes, tsunamis, insect plagues, acid rain. In just 3 years, the orphaned female lead experienced all the above-mentioned natural disasters. However, she couldn't escape the betrayal of her scum boyfriend and best friend. After her rebirth 3 days before the apocalypse, she took revenge on them using her past life experiences. She stared incredulously at the familiar scenes before her, slightly dazed. She had actually returned to the apartment she lived in 3 years ago. 3 years ago, a super typhoon brought 3 months of heavy rain, submerging the entire city. After the typhoon, the various natural disasters took place one after another, wiping out the majority of humans. Just before the apocalypse, her scum boyfriend secretly gave a jade pendant she bought online to her best friend. Unexpectedly, the pendant contained a peculiar space. In order to monopolize this space, the two of them pushed her off a building. The continuous pings from her phone drew her back to reality. When she checked the time, it was 9:40 a.m. on September 4, 2023. With less than 3 days to the arrival of the super typhoon, Jiang Ning, who was not willing to surrender after returning, took a needle, pricked her finger and dropped the blood onto the pendant she bought online. The next second, the pendant burst into a red glow, teleporting her into a vacant room, which was similar to the layout of her apartment. 2 rooms and a living room, about 9 square meters. There's even a small plot of land about 10 square meters on the balcony. On the wall of the living room, there's a timer that exuded a strong sense of science fiction. Upon leaving the space, Jiang Ning acquired an additional set of memories of the room. As long as she concentrated, she could perform any operation in the room, such as storing and retrieving anything. The countdown timer only starts when someone enters, otherwise it remains in a suspended state. In this state, no matter how long the food is stored, it remains fresh as though newly stored when taken out. With the space pendant, Jiang Ning is confident of surviving all the natural disasters and seeks the opportunity to take revenge on those 2 scumbags. She pulls out a piece of paper and lists all the supplies she can think of. The section for medical supplies alone takes up 3 A4 papers, and some of the medications are not even available in pharmacies. Jiang Ning remembers that she has a primary schoolmate, Zhang Chao, who works as a pharmaceutical representative. She contacts Zhang Chao, placing an order of 50,000 renminbi worth of drugs under the pretext of customer needs, demanding that the goods must be received by tonight. After hanging up from the call with Zhang Chao, Jiang Ning rents a small truck and immediately heads to the renovation company. She orders 2 vault-grade steel doors to ensure that no one can break in. The installation cost from the workers alone costs 10,000 renminbi. She hands the keys to her home to the workers for them to install immediately. Jiang Ning then heads to the glass store across the street and orders the highest spec blast-proof glass, again leaving her address for direct installation. Afterwards, she drives to the city's largest clothing wholesale market. Thermal military coats, down jackets, thermal clothes, scarves, gloves, woolen socks, thermal boots, mountaineering boots, snow boots. The purchases add up to 20,000 renminbi. She instructs the boss to load all these items into the rented truck. Since diesel cannot be bought privately for the lifeboat, fortunately, the rental truck is diesel-powered. After filling up the truck with diesel, she drives to an isolated area and transfers the diesel into prepared barrels. Jiang Ning has visited all the gas stations in the city and managed to gather 20 barrels of diesel. With time running out, Jiang Ning forgoes rest and drives to the city's largest outdoor product wholesale market. Fortunately, a store was closing down and the owner was having a clearance sale. She buys inflatable boats, rubber boats, emergency kits, tense axes, climbing ropes, telescopes, radios, waterproof lamps, anti-low temperature clothing and anti-cold sleeping bags, as well as oversized solar chargers. She buys the most expensive of everything. After spending another 30,000 renminbi, Jiang Ning heads to the daily necessities wholesale market. Laundry detergent, body wash, shampoo, toothbrush, toothpaste, lighter, electric kettle, warm packs, duvet, alcohol stove, alcohol bricks, induction cooker, indispensable sanitary pads, everything imaginable. Jiang Ning doesn't miss anything. With daily commodities bagged, Jiang Ning turned towards a nearby fruit wholesaler, spending 10,000 on those fruits that could stay fresh in the locket for decades without rotting. All done, it was already dark. Reading the message from Zhang Chao on her cell, Jiang Ning drove to Zhang Chao's company. Half an hour later, with over 20 boxes of medicines in front of her, Jiang Ning was ecstatic. These are the most valuable possessions for the end times. Before leaving, she subtly reminded Zhang Chao about the approaching typhoon, urging him to stock up for it, wondering whether he would take it seriously. One of the most miserable things in life is knowing the apocalypse is coming, but unable to save others. Jiang Ning thought to herself, for if she revealed all, she would be labeled a madwoman. After keeping the medicines in the locket, Jiang Ning enjoyed a hearty meal at a university station, barbecue, beer, crayfish. This might be her last supper at a food joint. After finishing her meal, Jiang Ning ordered the contact information of a coal vendor, a coal ball vendor and a vendor of liquefied gas. With nighttime for cover, Jiang Ning drove towards these vendors, ordering 500 jin of charcoal, 20 bottles of liquefied gas, and 2,000 coal balls, which were a bit expensive. When she returned to her community, it was already 10 p.m. Entering her space, she looked proudly at the fully stocked supplies. Sighing that spending money was like running water, she'd spent half of her savings just that day. Suddenly everything went dark and Jiang Ning was kicked out of the space. She concentrated and tried to re-enter, but was stopped by an invisible barrier. Jiang Ning was full of disbelief, wondering if the space was corrupted with all her supplies. Scanning the space, she noticed that the countdown on the living room had reset to 0. Jiang Ning realized that one could only stay inside the space for 2 hours. Exceeding the time limit gets you kicked out. After contentedly taking a bath, the timer refreshed. Jiang Ning noted the speed was quite fast. After a short sleep, she reached the farmer's market at 5 in the morning. People who go to these markets know that the fruit and veggies are the freshest at this time. Radish, winter melon, tomato, eggplant, string beans, all-season fruit, onion, ginger, garlic, and chilies, soybeans, rice, cooking oil, eggs, flour, beef, lamb, pork, fish, poultry, the most important of all, spices. She also bought a few knives for self-defense. Recalling the 10 square feet of land on her balcony, Jiang Ning bought various fruit tree saplings and a lot of vegetable seeds. Afraid that she might miss something, she stayed until the end. Once back home, she sat exhausted on the couch, looking at the bank balance of 20,000. She ordered food delivery, big fish, big meat, kebabs, bread, dumplings, fried dough stick, pepper soup, a whole lot for 20,000. All of them were put into the space. After everything, Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, quietly observing the last hustle and bustle of the city. She felt she was missing something, but couldn't figure out what. In the early morning, Jiang Ning discovered that the timer in the space had increased to 2 hours and 10 minutes. It seemed that time in this space could be accumulated. Overjoyed, Jiang Ning realized that she could survive as long as she hid in the space when the catastrophe arrived. The next day, Jiang Ning was awakened by a call from the renovation worker. It took them half a morning to finally install the blast-proof door and glass. After bidding farewell to the workers, Jiang Ning received a call from her boyfriend, Yang Wei. "Ning, don't be late for my birthday party tonight," he suggested. Yang Wei lived on the 8th floor, Jiang Ning on the 18th. Judging solely by his voice, Yang Wei sounded like a sunny boy next door, gentle, but Jiang Ning, having lived a lifetime, had already seen his true face. He clearly fancied Su Yao, yet continued to string her along like a spare tire. After bluffing Yang Wei, Jiang Ning immediately blacklisted him. Following that, Jiang Ning drove to the city library. Avoiding surveillance, she stealthily put the books she wanted into her space. Jiang Ning reasoned that if the day when the catastrophe ended ever came, these books could quickly help humanity establish a new civilization. She was no savior, but if she could incidentally rescue human civilization, that would definitely be a plus. After returning the car to the rental company, the owner refunded Jiang Ning's 3,000 yuan deposit. This 3,000 yuan was now her entire savings. On her way back, surprisingly, the typhoon had already started. The roaring gales blew pedestrians off their feet, and women in skirts clung desperately to lamp posts, disregarding their exposure. Jiang Ning kept refreshing her taxi-hailing app. Eventually, by adding a 500 yuan tip, she finally secured a black SUV. The driver was in his 20s, handsome and at least 185 meters tall. In the backseat sat a 4 to 5-year-old girl, incredibly adorable. With a sigh, Jiang Ning thought to herself that if it were not for the looming doomsday, she would definitely have sought him out. He drove at breakneck speed, arriving at her residential complex in just a few minutes. When she got out of the car, Jiang Ning advised the man about the severity of the typhoon, suggesting that he should stock up on supplies while he could. After saying this, she quickly rushed into the elevator. When Jiang Ning exited the elevator, she saw Yang Wei and Su Yao standing at her door. Seeing Jiang Ning, Yang Wei's face instantly became cold. "Why didn't you come to my birthday?" he queried. Jiang Ning fixed him with a cold stare, retorting disdainfully, "Are we close? Why should I go to your birthday?" At this, Su Yao, with a green tea bitch face, tried to mediate. "Today is his birthday, we all have been waiting for you for a long time," she said. Hearing this, Jiang Ning mockingly replied, "Are you deaf? Didn't you understand what I just said?" At this, Yang Wei's face clearly couldn't bear it any longer. Grabbing Su Yao, he prepared to leave. However, Su Yao's gaze fell onto the pendant around Jiang Ning's neck. "Jiang Ning, your pendant is so beautiful, can I purchase it from you?" I could pay any price, she offered. Hearing this, Jiang Ning was taken aback. It seemed they knew the secret of the space pendant, otherwise they wouldn't have tricked her into parting with the pendant in her past life. Jiang Ning couldn't figure out how they had found out. She looked at Su Yao and asked, "Do you want it?" Su Yao had just wanted to say something when she saw Jiang Ning grab the pendant and forcefully throw it on the ground. The pendant instantly shattered into pieces and turned into rubbish. After binding with the space, the pendant was no longer useful. Now, only Jiang Ning could open the space. Yang Wei, with a dark face, dragged Su Yao and angrily walked into the elevator. After they left, Jiang Ning quickly entered the room and locked the blast-proof door. He didn't rest the whole night, as the storm raged on. The city would soon run out of water and electricity. Jiang Ning tried his best to cook the food and put it into the space. This way, when the doomsday arrived, he would only need to take it out from the space to eat hot food the next day. Jiang Ning slept until noon and was awakened by the sound of an electric drill. The dark clouds covered the sky, the storm raged, and the whole world became pitch black. It was impossible to tell that it was daytime. People in the building started to panic. Some were celebrating, while others were worrying. Short videos of the disaster-stricken city were all over the internet. Trees were uprooted, cars were swept into the river by the wind, and huge tornadoes sent sheets of metal from factories flying into the sky. The whole world was howling. After putting down the phone, the sound of the electric drill started again. Jiang Ning was surprised that the sound was coming from the next room. He clearly remembered that he was the only person living on the 18th floor. Vaguely, Jiang Ning could even hear the voice of a child. Unable to resist his curiosity, Jiang Ning opened the door and walked towards the neighboring room, apartment 1801. Avoiding the open door, Jiang Ning saw the man who drove him yesterday. He had actually installed 3 blast-proof doors in his house. When the man saw Jiang Ning, he smiled and gestured. Then he started using the electric drill again. Jiang Ning wisely went back to his room, feeling a bit lost. This life was obviously different from the previous one. The typhoon had come several hours early, and there was a handsome new neighbor. Could it be that he had been reborn and changed some things? Jiang Ning's mind was exceptionally clear. Even if the man was handsome, Jiang Ning had no intention of letting his guard down. In the previous life, he had seen countless people lose their humanity during the apocalypse. In the afternoon, the typhoon intensified. The heavy rain pounded on the blast-proof glass, making a crackling sound. In just one day, the streets had turned into rivers, and the dark clouds in the sky seemed to want to crush the whole city. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony and took out a telescope to look at the city. A huge tornado in the distance connected the sky and the earth, rapidly approaching the city. Everything in its path was crushed. This scene shocked Jiang Ning. In his memory, there were no tornadoes in the previous life. Had his rebirth changed many things and made the apocalypse even more brutal? Putting down the telescope, Jiang Ning faintly heard the sound of a child crying. Due to a moment of hesitation, he eventually knocked on the door of the neighboring room. After a long time, the child finally opened the 3 blast-proof doors. Jiang Ning saw that the girl's eyes were red from crying. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Jiang Ning asked, "Where is your brother?" The girl, with a crying voice, said, "Brother doesn't know where he went. Please don't tease me about it." Why would he say that? Was he abandoned before? Looking at the sturdy blast-proof doors, Jiang Ning was very certain that the man hadn't left. Who would install 3 blast-proof doors before abandoning a child? Jiang Ning temporarily took the little girl back to his own house and left a note on the neighbor's door, requesting him to keep an eye out. Looking at the end-of-the-world scene outside, Jiang Ning couldn't help but wonder why the man had left now. After finding a cartoon for Dodo to watch, Jiang Ning started playing with his phone. Unexpectedly, he received a message from Yang Wei. "Anning, I'm sorry. I overreacted yesterday because you didn't give me a birthday present. Please don't be angry." Jiang Ning coldly sneered at Yang Wei's message. How despicable and pitiful he was, with his hypocritical face. On second thought, Jiang Ning realized that there must be many people coming to celebrate their birthdays. It seems that they were all trapped in his house due to the typhoon. They usually acted high and mighty, never cooking at home. They probably didn't even have any food stored. It seemed that they had come to beg for food. After quickly blocking Yang Wei, Jiang Ning checked the internet. He even saw videos of people bragging about eating hot pot, seafood, and drinking wine. These people were the first ones to run out of food as soon as supplies were rationed. There were also many people asking for help. They said that when they rushed to the supermarket, all the food had already been taken. Some clever ones even proposed bartering with goods. Online, Jiang Ning was drawn to a rescue video. In the video, a car was swept away by the flood, and a group of firefighters risked their lives to rescue it. But in just a moment, the flood overwhelmed them, revealing the heartlessness of the natural disaster. Suddenly, Yang Wei's phone interrupted Jiang Ning's thoughts. She turned off her phone and looked at Dodo lying on the sofa. She saw him curled up together, feeling very scared. She didn't know what she had experienced at such a young age, so she ate something casually. Jiang Ning planted the fruit tree seedlings and vegetables she had bought before on the balcony of the space. As soon as she left the space, someone knocked on Jiang Ning's explosion-proof door. "Ma Ning, are you there? You've been cooking and eating at home, and you must have food at home. Can I offer you 3 times the price to buy it for you?" Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't pay attention to him, Yang Wei's voice became increasingly unpleasant through 2 layers of explosion-proof doors. In the end, he even started kicking the door with his foot. Jiang Ning was so angry that he took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen, suddenly opened the door, and shouted angrily, "Who kicked it?" The 3 men at the door were almost happy when they heard the sound of the door opening. After all, Yang Wei and Jiang Ningtian is a well-known thing in the whole school. They didn't believe that Jiang Ning would watch his male god go hungry, but after opening the door, they didn't have time to speak. A bright kitchen knife slashed towards them, and Yang Wei was instantly scared out of his soul. He shouted angrily, "Are you crazy?" Jiang Ning blocked the door with a kitchen knife and looked at them with a cold expression. "Hurry up and don't force me to use the knife to attack you." Jiang Ning is not just talking about his experience in the last 3 years. He doesn't care about human life anymore. Jiangning is not easy to talk about. The 3 of them flattered and said, "We are all alumni of the same school. Besides, we can give you 5 times the price to buy." "I haven't eaten anything. Even if I have it, I won't give it to you. Do you really think that I don't know what you're saying behind your back? You're so tall, how come you've become weak after 2 meals of hunger?" The 3 of them were trembling and their faces turned black when they bullied each other, but as they watched the knife in Jiang Ning's hand emit a cold light, they could only run away in a disheveled manner. Closing the door, Jiang Ning turned around and found that Dodo had already been awakened, tears in her big eyes, and she didn't dare to flow out. She only dared to curl up on the sofa and shiver. Seeing this, Jiang Ning felt heartbroken. He guessed that the child should have suffered a lot of psychological harm. He put down the kitchen knife and quickly walked over to hold Dodo in his arms, constantly comforting her. "After sleeping for so long, I guess I should be hungry." Jiang Ning quietly took out hot buns from the space and placed them in Dodo's hand. Dodo took the buns and carefully looked at Jiang Ning while eating them. His gaze was as if he was afraid that Jiang Ning might get angry at any time. He gently stroked Dodo's head and Jiang Ning told him to slow down, not enough for his sister. Then he opened his phone and checked the information in the owner group. Yang Wei was currently in the owner group, begging people everywhere to buy food. This guy looks handsome like Yang Gu and is good at disguising himself. There are many female college students living in the community, but he soon fooled them into becoming a junior. On the 12th floor, Yuqin kindly said that I have a self-serving pot here. "Do you need it, senior? There are also some instant noodles. Senior brother, I will bring them to you." Looking at the information in the group, Jiang Ning exclaimed at the justice in his words. "That's absolutely right. In such a big storm outside, these new students even sent food to this scumbag. It's really a matter of willing to fight and willing to suffer." According to the group chat, the glass in the corridor of the neighboring unit building was blown out by the typhoon, and rainwater kept pouring into the hallway through the windows. In the end, even the stairwells were filled with water. Now everyone began to panic, and only then did they realize that this was truly a once-in-a-century super typhoon. Half an hour later, the man from 1801 next door returned and listened to the knocking on the door. It was only after confirming that it was him that Jiang Ning opened the door. The man was wearing a raincoat and asked anxiously if Dao was at your house. In classical Chinese, Jiang Ning nodded a bit forcefully. He had eaten steamed buns and had already fallen asleep. In the morning, he had a fever, but I had already been drugged. You could feed him again tonight. The man walked into the room, touched Daodu's forehead, and thanked Jiang Ning repeatedly. Jiang Ning smiled slightly, thinking that the man was going to pick Daodu up and go home. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly spoke up and said, "My name is the God of Fire. I only said today. Moving in, there is no food at home. It seems that the typhoon will not stop for a while. I want to purchase some supplies. Could you please help me take care of Daodu? I will pick him up at night." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was surprised by how you got out of such a big typhoon. After hesitating for a while, he agreed. He knew that the typhoon would not stop. If Huoshin didn't go out to purchase supplies, his siblings would starve to death sooner or later. Jiang Ning was very vigilant and had collected most of the household supplies into the space before Huoshin came in. Only some ordinary household food was left behind. Not long after Huoshin left, the power outage in the community occurred. After experiencing the darkness of human nature, Jiang Ning couldn't even trust Dodo on the sofa. At night, only one person made a bowl of noodles. Jiang Ning didn't expect Dodo to eat exceptionally well. He ate 2 large bowls in one breath before getting full. At 7 p.m., it was completely dark. The Jinxiu community where Jiang Ning was located was already very high in terrain, but only one day until night, the rain had flooded the entrance of the community. The homeowners complained about the typhoon, and in order to better disguise themselves, Jiang Ning deliberately shouted a few times in the group and bought at a high price. Food, a piece of bread, he was willing to bid 30 yuan. After the power outage, the entire city was pitch black, creating a fearful atmosphere. It seems like we're going to eat up the entire city. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Victor returned and brought me a bag of food when he came to pick up the beans. Jiang Ning didn't refuse and accepted the things before thanking him. After the bartender left with the beans, Jiang Ning quickly closed the door and ran into the kitchen to work. He turned on the solar light he had bought from the market. Fortunately, the old campus had not yet connected to the gas pipeline, so as long as there was bottled gas, he was not afraid. Braised pork intestines with braised fish, sour and spicy pork intestines with abundant hair and blood, pan-fried fatty intestine big plate chicken, busy until midnight, finally packing all the prepared hot dishes and putting them into space. When Jiang Ning went out to throw garbage, he saw many footprints with water stains next door. He went out so late, with 3 explosion-proof doors, constantly hoarding supplies day and night. Not only did he remind him to stock up on water, but even the things he gave him included alcohol stoves and solid alcohol. How did this guy feel that the end of the world would come? The next day arrived, and by the time I woke up, it was already past 10 o'clock. The wind and rain outside were accompanied by lightning. It was hard to see the city clearly. Someone in the owner group sent a message that the first floor had been flooded. The residents on the first floor kept complaining in the group. What happened? How could the alarm phone never get through? Even no one answered the phone of the fire brigade. Some people even asked everyone in the group to take care of them. They promised to provide 10,000 yuan after the typhoon passed. The group was silent at once. No one knows when the typhoon will stop. As the saying goes, it's easy to invite the gods but difficult to send them away. What if you can't drive them away after moving in? Just then, someone knocked on Jiang Ning's door. Jiang Ning quickly looked through her cat's eye and saw that it was actually Huishin. After opening the door, Huishin looked tired and said, "I want to replace this old door at home and install it in the stairwell. Is that okay?" In classical Chinese, Jiang Ning was so happy that she burst out laughing, quickly following Huishin clumsily to help. Half an hour later, the door was finally installed. When the first floor owner found the 18th floor and saw the locked stairwell, his face turned green. Jiang Ning knew that this door could reduce a lot of trouble in a short time, but it would not be useful when these people went hungry. In the next few days, Jiang Ning will continue to process the food into delicious dishes. Heavy rain can take away all the smells. If we don't make it during this opportunity, we will definitely not be able to open fire in the future. After a simple meal, Jiang Ning went to bed and took a deep sleep. After waking up, he went into the space, constantly exploring and increasing the timer time. After leaving the space again, the city was completely cut off from water and electricity, and even the mobile phone network was intermittent. The first floor was completely flooded. The owner of the first floor has already moved into the hallway from the second to the fourth floor. At first, the owners of the second, third, and fourth floors did not say anything, but as time passed, some people could not bear it anymore. The garbage in the hallway increased, and there were occasional knocking on the door asking for a bathroom. After the water was cut off, it was impossible to flush the toilet. These people were definitely unwilling to let anyone else in. Slowly, the owner of the first floor began to solve the problem in the hallway. It sparked many conflicts at once, and the noise could even be heard in the stairwell on the 18th floor. Even among the homeowners, there was a lot of cursing, and there was no atmosphere like before in the neighborhood. During this period, Yang Wei kept changing his phone to send messages to Jiang Ning. It seemed that there were quite a few people trapped in his house, or perhaps the previous schoolgirl had regained consciousness and no longer provided them with food. It is now the 5th day since the typhoon made landfall, and the official has not released any rescue information. The information released by the Meteorological Bureau is that the typhoon will pass for at most 5 days, but looking out the window, the typhoon is getting stronger and stronger. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, using a telescope, and unexpectedly saw a body in the accumulated water. The group said it was the owner of Unit 3, who took the risk of rushing out because there was no food, but who knew that he had not yet swam out of the community. "I was electrocuted by the falling high-voltage electricity." At this moment, Jiang Ning received a message from Zhengli, a child from the orphanage, who also lived in this building. It was only the second floor of Unit 3, and the Anning River had already flooded the first floor. "If it flooded to the second floor, could you let me and Luyu borrow your house?" Lu Yu is his boyfriend, and the three of them, along with Zhang Chao, who sells medicine, grew up together in the orphanage. They have good relationships and occasionally refuse. Zhang Ning has not shut down the phone. I am waiting for information from Zhangli and Lu Yu. Zhangli, my landlord's belongings occupy a room and there is not enough room for 3 people to live in. However, 1803 next door is empty and there is no one to live in. You can move over with Lu Yu as soon as possible and don't be taken first. However, Zhangli only replied to help me pay attention and didn't say anything. It seems that she is still holding a lucky mentality, thinking that the rain won't flood the second floor. Zhang Ning was speechless for a while and didn't say anything more. After all, Zhang Ning couldn't openly tell him about things like the end of the world. However, Zhangli is from a sports school and is very capable of saving Zhang Ning many times in the previous life. She also gave him 2 pounds of noodles, and in the apocalypse, she could give away life-saving food. This shows that Zhang Li's character is definitely not a problem. If given the opportunity, Zhang Ning would be willing to choose Zhang Li as her partner. When we were cleaning up the garbage together in the afternoon, Zhang Ning told Huashan about this matter. He didn't object, but told Zhang Ning that there were only 2 keys to the stairwell. 2 days later, Zhang Ning saw several waves of adventurous people swimming out of the community on the balcony. It seems that we have run out of ammunition and food. Although the rainstorm is smaller, the first floor has been completely flooded. Zhangli sent a message to Jiangning, saying that she was going to move to the 18th floor immediately. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Ning saw a rubber boat drawn from Unit 3 and intentionally picked up the garbage to go to the second floor to pick them up. But when the 2 of them went down to the 12th floor, they met Su Yao. It had only been a week, and Su Yao's face was haggard. She was wearing clothes from someone she didn't know, and she had already lost her goddess aura. Zhang Ning didn't even look at her and continued walking towards the second floor. Unexpectedly, Su Yao kept talking incessantly behind her. Anning, please don't be angry with me. You must have misunderstood me. Yang Wei and I just had a good relationship, not as you thought. Zhang Ning couldn't bear it and threw the garbage at Su Yao. Seeing that Su Yao refused to leave, Zhang Ning directly took out the kitchen knife hidden in her arms. With a loud cry from Yao, she quickly took a few steps back, her face turned pale in fear, and then squatted on the ground crying. Zhang Ning didn't even look at her and continued to walk downstairs. Su Yao delayed her for a while, and the struggle for profit had already come over. Only 50 meters away, it almost cost Zhang Li and Lu Yu half their lives. The other couples were all strong men and weak women. Zhang Li and Lu Yu were completely opposite to others. Zhang Li was exceptionally capable of hitting due to physical effects, while Lu Yu was as weak as a porcelain doll. Therefore, Zhang Ning first pulled Lu Yu in through the window. Finally, it's Zhang Li who was soaking in the water. As soon as she came up, an old lady came up and wanted to requisition Zhang Li's rubber boat. Lu Yu was not foolish. In the current situation, rubber boats are life-saving things, so how can we see people? Seeing that Lu Yu disagreed, the 2 sons of the old lady came over and wanted to forcibly requisition them. However, before they could even take action, they were knocked down by Zhang Li 3 or 2 times and thrown into the water. Seeing her son thrown into the water, the aunt quickly sat on the ground and shouted loudly. The people around her saw the situation and gathered around, saying one sentence to the left and one sentence to the right. It was obvious that they also wanted a rubber boat. Zhang Li, who was hot-tempered, took the kitchen knife from Zhang Ning's hand and pointed it at them, shouting angrily, "Whoever dares to touch my things, I will kill him." When I saw the kitchen knife, a group of people scattered in a disheartened manner. After climbing to the 18th floor and looking at the stainless steel door in the hallway, Zhang Li was surprised and said, "Anning, you are really amazing." After arriving in 1803, a seemingly weak encounter caused the lock to be opened within a few seconds. Seeing this, Zhang Ning's heart instantly cooled. If she could unlock it so well, would her 2 explosion-proof doors be safe? Zhang Li smiled and said, afraid that she wouldn't be able to enter the door. However, Lu Yu had been playing around at home for 2 days in advance. After entering 1803, the room was equipped with all kinds of furniture and appliances. It is estimated that the homeowner had not had time to rent it out yet. When Zhang Li came, she brought a bag of rice and a bag of noodles. Therefore, Zhang Ning did not take out her own food for them. After helping them clean the room, Zhang Ning would go to her room and have a beautiful sleep. When she woke up at noon, the internet was completely cut off. Without the internet, Zhang Ning felt like she had lost contact with the whole world, and an inexplicable loneliness surged in her heart. In order to relieve this emotion, Zhang Ning customized many plans for herself, such as exercising for 2 hours a day and reading for 2 hours a day. In the afternoon, Zhang Li, who had rested well, knocked on Zhang Ning's door with a piece of solid alcohol. She saw the vegetables planted on Zhang Ning's balcony and the rabbits she had raised, and was speechless for a moment. No wonder Lu Yu was serious. The end of the day has arrived, and it belongs to you to live a long life. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning explained that she was also lucky. She helped a customer purchase goods from Zhang Chao before, and during the delivery, he also gave me a survival gift package, which was quite complete. While chatting in the living room, Zhang Li suddenly pointed to the balcony and shouted that a tornado was coming. Jiang Ning looked in the direction he pointed, and was instantly surprised. Zhang's mouth widened. Strictly speaking, it is a double tornado. At the same time and place, two tornadoes in opposite directions connect the heavens and the earth, crushing all obstacles encountered along the way and rolling them into the air. In just over 10 minutes, the city was destroyed by them into ruins. It is the first time Jiangning has seen a double tornado, and even the skyscrapers that were intact under the typhoon in the previous life only persisted for a moment under the tornado. It was destroyed. Zhang Li tightly grasped Jiang Ning's hand and trembled as she said, "Is this still a typhoon? How could a typhoon have such destructive power? Fortunately, they didn't rush towards us, otherwise we would have been taken away long ago." When we were shocked by the tornado, a burst of women's cries came from the opposite building, and Jiang Ning and her companions looked up. On the highest balcony, a woman holding a 4 or 5-year-old child jumped downstairs and soon sank into the water. Zhang Li was stunned by the scene before him. He didn't understand why this woman committed suicide and still had to bring her child to talk about it. It was just a big typhoon, and she didn't have to jump off a building. Unfortunately, the child's life had just begun. At this moment, Lu Yu ran over and explained to us that this woman, I know her husband is raising a woman and raising illegitimate children outside, and after giving all his wealth to his lover, he doesn't care about the woman and children, whether they live or die. Being able to force a woman and her child to despair and jump off a building is probably because the man didn't even come home from the typhoon. It can be imagined that a woman and her child, looking at the apocalyptic scene outside the window, how could he not go crazy? Unable to bear to continue watching, Zhang Li and Lu Yu returned to their room. In order to eliminate the impact of the sudden incident on their hearts just now, Jiang Ning took out a large plate of potatoes, beef brisket, and chicken, and found another one. Drama improves mood. At noon the next day, Dodo knocked on Jiang Ning's door. For some reason, Dodo always came at 12 o'clock on time these days, and every time he came in, he would squat next to two rabbits to watch for a long time. By chance, Jiang Ning saw many bruises on Dodo's body and heard that Dodo was beaten by his brother. Jiang Ning was so angry that he almost rushed to 1801. After asking clearly, he found out that Huoshin would teach Dodo how to fight every day, therefore, scratches and bruises cannot be avoided. Jiang Ning didn't understand why Huoshin was so ruthless in training a child to punch on Typhoon Day. In his previous life, Jiang Ning had never seen anyone live in 1801. Did Huoshin know that the end of the world would come, which is why he trained Dodo so harshly? Despite many doubts, Jiang Ning didn't inquire too much about Dodo. He just took out his father to drink and helped Dodo wipe off his bruises. The arguments and curses downstairs have been increasing these days. Even now it has escalated to physical conflict. Due to the continuous rise in water level, residents on the second floor have gradually moved into the corridor of the restaurant. In recent days, many of their door locks have been pried, and the people who pried the doors are all in groups, clearly from the corridor. The food that saved lives was stolen by someone, and no one could bear it. As a result, physical conflicts almost escalated into violence and gunfire. Some people also said they deserved it, but who let them not take out their food? The whole building was completely in chaos. You snatched mine, I snatched yours, all wanting to eat. The evil of human nature was rampant with the typhoon. 2 days later at midnight, Jiang Ning, who was exercising, suddenly heard a knock on the door. These days have been too chaotic. Jiang Ning took out his night vision device from the space and the pig-killing knife he had purchased before. He suddenly opened the door and stabbed the person outside the door with a few knives. There were a total of 4 people who pried the door, but in the end, one person was stabbed by Jiang Ning, and the other person was wiped by Jiang Ning's neck. The remaining 2 stood quite far away and quickly ran away. Jiang Ning didn't know that he was being passed around in the unit building, where there was a lot of food and the homeowner was a beautiful and tender female college student. These 4 people just wanted to take advantage of the darkness to steal his food, and also wanted to play with him. But they never expected that the white and tender female college student would be a demon who kills without blinking an eye. Just as Jiang Ning was repairing the knife for the 2 of them, Huoshin walked out without saying a word. He lifted the man on the ground and threw him down from the window. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't move, he lowered his voice and said, "You're right, keeping this kind of person is a threat sooner or later." Jiang Ning nodded and agreed with his statement. Huoshin fixed the door lock in the stairwell overnight. After returning to the room, Jiang Ning took a shower in the space and quickly fell asleep. The next day, the water level rose again. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony, looking at the garbage and corpses floating in the water. she lost her appetite for breakfast. Xiang Ling could see the places she was visiting every day to search for food, but she had never seen anyone come back. In recent days, the knocking on the door at the staircase had increased. At noon, Zhang Li ran over. She had been listening for a long time in the stairwell in the morning. Last night, a girl's door was pried open, and not only was all the food taken away, but even the girl was bullied by them in turn. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ning reminded us that this floor was probably not safe anymore. In the early morning, the person who should have come came was awakened by the bang of the battlefield. Zhang Ning opened the door and saw that Huo Shen and Lu Yu had come out. The two of them were still holding weapons in their hands. A few people who pried the lock angrily threatened to take out the food, otherwise you wouldn't want to survive until the typhoon stopped. Zhang Ning angrily returned to someone who said we had food in our hands. Isn't that nonsense? Installing the stairwell door was a sign of guilt. We were all starving, but you were concerned about the door eating alone. Zhang Ning was too lazy to talk and had the ability to grab it. Zhang Ning knew that although there were only a few people who pried open the door, there were definitely many hidden in the shadows. If he didn't kill a few today, he would only come up more. Seeing that Zhang Ning and others didn't take out the food, a few people downstairs waved fruit knives and rushed up. However, 5 minutes later, 3 of the 6 people who rushed forward were cut by me, and the remaining 3 were beaten to death by Zhang Li, who cut off her arms. Then, Zhang Ning stared at the stairwell with a blood-stained kitchen knife, desperately asking for food or risking his life. You choose one, and the man in charge covered his wound and howled, "You dare to kill? This is illegal." In classical Chinese, Zhang Ning spoke in a cold and violent voice. Don't think you are covering your face, but you don't know who stole the food from the restaurant girl and insulted her in turn. The few of them immediately felt guilty. Following closely, a few people joined forces, making them unable to even fight back. The man finally succumbed and knelt on the ground, begging Zhang Ning to let him go. When he arrived, he thought that the deterrent effect had already been achieved, so there was no need to kill again. After all, he was not a murderer. Witnessing that Li and Huoshen had no objections, he let them go. The fact has proven that the deterrent effect is good. In the next few days, no one dares to knock on the door of the stairwell. On the 15th day of the typhoon, Zhang Ning opened the curtains early in the morning, and the sky remained gray. The typhoon showed no signs of weakening or decreasing, and Zhang Ning's worries came true. The disaster is different from the previous life, and it depends on the situation that the natural disaster will not end. During this period, Zhang Ning trained himself as a meteorological expert, relying only on listening to sound every day. I knew if the wind outside had become stronger. On the 18th day, Zhang Ning heard that the sound of the wind was different from usual. Although it looked very strong, the wind clearly declined. But the rainstorm was real and getting bigger. The rain had already flooded the 3rd floor, and the contradictions in the corridor were still rising. At that moment, a roar of motors sounded. The rescue team, who were wearing red life jackets, had lost contact with the outside world for 18 days. At this moment, they finally saw hope. At the moment when they saw the rescue team, all people cried excitedly, and the official did not give up on us. Immediately after the sound of the horn, everyone gave up. Don't worry, we won't let anyone in need of assistance go. We will move the elderly and children one by one. As the main target of the rescue team this time is the owners who were submerged below the 3rd floor, but those on higher floors rushed up and surrounded the rescue team, notifying us that there is no food left. Yes, everyone has been hungry for 3 days. Why don't you bring food over? A group of people, every word you say, becomes increasingly unpleasant, gradually turning from gratitude to complaints. Zheng Li thought that her rice was almost finished, so she wanted to take Zhang Ning downstairs to see the situation. If possible, he really wanted to go to a shelter with them. Living here, his clothes couldn't dry every day, and he was covered in gynecological diseases. Zhang Ning's words shattered the illusion of political power. The location of Jinqiu community is so high that it has been flooded to the 3rd floor. The disaster situation in other areas will only be more severe. With such a high water level, food that can be eaten has long been soaked in water. Officially, it is estimated that only large office buildings can be requisitioned as shelters. With so many people crowded in the shelters, eating, drinking, and defecating are major issues. This has caused many people in the previous lives of the spirit machine to move to shelters, but they returned in a few days. There are too many people in the shelters, fighting, grabbing food, stealing things, and even having no place to sleep. At 5 p.m. The typhoon stopped, but the rainstorm became more and more serious. In addition to the sound of the rescue team driving the assault boat back and forth, the whole city was quiet and scary. Zhang Ning set the alarm clock to ring every hour until the rescue team picked up all the owners below the 3rd floor. Zhang Ning took out the imitation cambric clothes he had bought earlier, put on a raincoat, opened the door and walked downstairs. When he reached the third floor, Jiang Ning turned out the window, took out the rubber boat and slid away. The rainstorm and flood were like a yellow dragon, which destroyed the whole city beyond recognition. The whole city became a sea, with only the high floors still above the water level. It took Jiang Ning 2 hours to arrive at a large supermarket. Although the supermarket only has 2 floors, its geographical location is very high, higher than many residential buildings with 4 floors. The flood has not completely submerged the supermarket. After entering the supermarket, Jiang Ning walked towards the rooftop parking lot, where the densely packed luxury cars were abandoned like garbage. However, Jiang Ning's gaze was drawn to a motorhome that seemed to have been modified. The entire body and glass were explosion-proof and bulletproof, and there were even foldable solar panels on the roof. Watching the motorhome descend, Jiang Ning was overjoyed. The motorhome seemed to be tailor-made, taking out electronic interference purchased on the black market and placing it on the body. Soon after, the doors opened. After checking, Jiang Ning put the RV into the space, then took out his tools and oil bucket, and drained all the gasoline and diesel from other vehicles into the space. This was a material that money couldn't buy in the bedroom. When he arrived at the clothing area, Jiang Ning also picked up some clothes, followed closely by the promotion area, melon seeds, potato chips, shower gel, tissues, soda, instant noodles, everything. Moving forward, there was the daily chemical area, where various high-end skincare products and cosmetics were available. Eye cream, facial mask, essence liquid, make Jiang Ning dazzling. On the left side of the disorderly daily chemical area is the tobacco and wine area. Countless red wine, baijiu, cocktails, beer, and cigarettes. In the end of the world, these are all hard currency that can be compared to real things. If space is not limited, Jiang Ning's shopping desire really wants to receive all the materials in the whole supermarket. When the space was almost full of supplies, Jiang Ning was surprised to find that there were other people in the supermarket. He quickly hid behind the shelf carefully. After all, he was a girl, and he didn't know how many people there were. If the secret of the space was discovered again, he would be completely ruined. Taking out the diving device from the space, Jiang Ning quietly dived into the water and swam towards the fire escape. Then, he bypassed the second floor and arrived at the parking lot on the previous rooftop. Before leaving, he looked at these luxury cars, and Jiang Ning's heart was dripping with blood. He had never sat such a good beggar in such a big car before. However, soon after, these luxury cars will be submerged by floods. It's really a pity. When he returned, the water level had risen a lot. Jiang Ning took out his assault boat and arrived at an electrical commercial network 3 kilometers away. He broke the window and crawled into the 4th floor of the building, heading straight to the solar energy technology store upstairs. The remaining space was filled with batteries and solar generators by Jiang Ning. At around 5 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Ning returned to the Jinsho community and took out a rubber boat to slowly slide into the community. However, at the entrance of the unit building, he saw 2 assault boats. A man was constantly putting things into the window. The man turned around and met Jiang Ning with 4 eyes, and surprisingly one. No wonder this guy went out every night. It turned out that he had searched all the supermarkets around him, all of whom were acquaintances. Jiang Ning didn't feel embarrassed and leaned in to help. The 2 of them tacitly didn't make a sound, throwing each other's supplies in. After returning to the 18th floor, the 2 nodded to each other tacitly again, and brother returned home. At dawn, Jiang Ning knocked on Zhang Li's door, took out her remaining 2,000 yuan and handed it to her. The typhoon had stopped outside, so you took the money and quietly went to the 4th floor supermarket across from the university city to buy supplies. When he returned, Jiang Ning saw that there was still light on the top floor of the supermarket and several assault boats parked outside. The disaster came too suddenly, and the authorities did not expect it. Many official grain storage bases were also flooded, and now almost all the supplies are soaking underwater, so there will be no so-called rescue coming. I vividly remember that in the previous life, this supermarket was expropriated by the authorities and became one of the few places for selling goods. However, the typhoon came suddenly, and most people had no traps. In the end, hunger overcame reason, and they could only rush into the supermarket to grab goods. Although the police had guns, they dared not shoot at the citizens because they didn't have money, they just couldn't take them out. When Jiang Ning heard that a supermarket was opening, Zueli was still a bit skeptical, but trying it out was better than eating more mountain air. He wanted to take Jiang Ning with him, but Jiang Ning found reasons to refuse. Jiang Ning told him to buy all the money as supplies and share a portion with him when he returned. After seeing Zhang Li off, Jiang Ning didn't want to go to bed. He hurried into the space and removed the packing boxes of the materials received last night. After a long struggle, he finally sorted out dozens of cubic meters of space. He didn't know how long he could live, but these materials should be enough for him to eat for decades. At more than 9 o'clock in the morning, the downstairs was busy. because the typhoon completely stopped. Although the rainstorm was getting heavier, the threat of typhoon was less. Many people try their best to go out and search for supplies, some holding water basins, some wearing swimming rings, and even some holding wooden boards. Jiang Ning stood on the balcony. About half an hour later, Zhang Li and Lu Yu returned with the purchased supplies. Jiang Ning was about to go downstairs to pick them up when several men from the neighboring unit suddenly jumped into the water and swam towards them. Seeing this, Jiang Ning quickly pulled out a knife and prepared to rescue them. At this moment, Huoxin also walked out and said to Jiang Ning, "Let's go with you." When they arrived at the fourth floor, a group of people were gloating as they watched Zhang Li being robbed. Human nature is like this. They were hungry and of course they didn't want to see others eat. Jiang Ning and Huoxin, holding two knives, drove away all the people by the left and right windows. Some older people wanted to come forward and lean on the old man, asking them to share the supplies with everyone. However, as soon as they stepped forward, they were pointed and scolded back by Jiang Ning. The 18th floor was notorious for daring to kill. The whole building has seen it before, and now they all believe that the 18th floor is a villain for everyone. Even when the rescue team arrived, these people quietly told the rescue team about their chopping. Unexpectedly, the rescue team said they were only responsible for rescue and not for catching criminals. They asked them to go to the police station to report to the police when the flood receded. So, Jiang Ning stared at the people in the hallway with a knife, and Huoxin helped Zhang Li and the others move supplies, 2 bags of flour, 1 bag of rice, a big bag of noodles, and some rice sauce. For these things, Zhang Li and Lu Yu's arms were cut several times with wounds. Someone wanted to spend money renting a rubber boat to go out and search for supplies, but the 4 of them decisively refused. They rented it out and never wanted to retrieve it again. The 4 of them picked up all the things and walked towards the 18th floor with a fierce expression. Behind them came noisy curses, angrily accusing these 4 people on the 18th floor of being cold-blooded and inhumane. After returning to the room, Jiang Ning took out iodine and bandaged the wounds for the 2 of them. Zhang Li thought that the building was already in chaos, and who knew that the people outside didn't talk about human nature at all. When they saw you had food, they took it and rushed over with a knife to compete. Only after this trip did they realize the madness of human nature in the apocalypse. The supermarket was snatched away, and the security personnel took out their guns, but they were unable to stop the robbers. The 2 of them didn't pay, so they picked up these supplies and ran out of the supermarket. If it weren't for the rubber boats, the 2 of them might not have been able to come back. While chatting, the door to the stairwell was knocked on, and dozens of people crowded the 17th floor hallway in a bustling manner. Upon seeing this, the 4 of them picked up their weapons and looked at each other with a murderous expression on their faces. Dozens of them did not retreat. At this moment, a man walked out of the crowd. "Hello, my name is Hian. I am a temporary building leader recommended by the neighbors. We would like to cooperate with you. We need to form a group to search for supplies, but there is currently no official rescue. It is also dangerous for 1 or 2 people to go out each time, isn't it? Since you have a ship and we have people, we can cooperate." Jiang Ning remained silent for a moment, then turned his head to look at Huoxin and Zhang Li. He whispered, "There are many of them, and if we really fight, we will definitely be at a disadvantage. I think it's better to lend them our rubber boats and let them go out to look for boats. When they find other rubber boats or assault boats, they won't be staring at us anymore. Besides, even if they don't return them, Huoxin and I still have rubber boats and assault boats. Seeing the 2 of them, we have no objections." Jiang Ning stepped forward and said to Hian, "Let's just cooperate. We can't trust you, but for the sake of being neighbors, we can lend you the rubber boat for 1 day. Also, I remind you not to look for supplies yet. You should first look for more boats." Hian knew the notorious names of these 4 villains on the 18th floor, and he didn't expect to really negotiate a cooperation. Now that he could receive the rubber boat, he was very satisfied. After receiving the rubber boat, Hian quickly apologized to Jiang Ning. Before Hian left, Jiang Ning coldly reminded Director He of the building, "The rubber boat was borrowed by you. If there is any problem, I will only look for you. I remember you live in 1303, have a wife, children, and an elderly mother with weak legs, right?" Hearing this, Hian's face instantly turned pale. He quickly said to Jiang Ning, "Don't worry, there will definitely be no problem with such a small boat. The supplies that can be retrieved cannot be distributed among dozens of households, so this group of people will definitely have to fight in the dark." The supplies brought back by Zhang Li and Lu Yujiang were given to Huoxin and Jiang Ning respectively. The 2 of them truly formed an alliance, but Jiang Ning claimed that he had eaten less and that his family had enough food to eat, and there was no life or death. At this point, Huoxin asked Jiang Ning if he knew where to find gas cylinders. There were gas cylinders in Jiang Ning's space, but they must not be exposed to others. However, he remembered that there were several snack shops outside the community, and they must have gas cylinders, but it should be soaking underwater now. We can find a way to get it up. Leave Zhangli and Dodo to watch the house, while the other three take advantage of everyone else's efforts to grab food. They go to salvage the gas tank, and the sound of the winning stormboat's motor brings a wave of envy from other building owners. After arriving at the location of the snack shop, Jiang Ning took out a diving device and let Huoxin go down to salvage it. After Huoxin went down, Liu and Jiang Ning took out weapons and looked around vigilantly, afraid that someone would shoot a black gun. Suddenly, Liu pointed to Jiang Ning not far away and was surprised. Look what that was, took out a telescope, and Jiang Ning saw several attendants floating towards them. At first, they looked a bit nauseous, but after seeing it, they didn't feel it anymore. For minutes later, before Huoxin could come up, Jiang Ning was a bit worried and pulled the rope tied to Huoxin's waist. Just then, Huoxin clattered out of the water. Several shops were all vacated by others first. In classical Chinese, there was a fierce encounter on the road, and the snack shop was flooded the next day. Who started so quickly? Since there isn't one here, why don't we try our luck at the liquefied gas station? In classical Chinese, Jiang Ning took out his phone, opened the pre-downloaded offline map, and found the location of the liquefied gas station. There was a power outage for more than 10 days, and now only he can use his phone. After clarifying their location, the three of them drove their assault boats towards the liquefied gas warrior area in the suburbs, 7 kilometers away. Along the way, all the bungalows in the suburbs were submerged by floods, appearing particularly spacious. The whole world turned into a vast ocean. Along the way, they encountered a rescue team trying to rescue trapped victims and wanted to requisition assault boats. The three of them ignored them and roared past in front of everyone's eyes. After reaching the location on their mobile phones, Huoxin dived again. 2 minutes later, Huoxin crawled out of the water and said he had found it, but the liquefied gas station was blocked by rolling shutter doors and sliding doors. It was not easy to pry open in the water, and as Jiang Ning took out the pliers from his bag, Liu was speechless for a moment. Why do these two people have all kinds of equipment? Jiang Ning took out a diving mask and rope from Huoxin's bag and followed him down. When Jiang Ning dived underwater, Huoxin was forcefully lifting the roller shutter door upwards. However, the resistance of the flood was too strong, and Huoxin tried several times but failed. Jiang Ning quickly swam over, and both of them exerted force. Finally, they lifted the roller shutter door open, revealing the sliding iron door behind them. Huoxin used calipers to cut the chains on the iron door. As soon as he opened the door, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from inside. Jiang Ning dodged and dodged. After seeing it clearly, it was discovered that it was a liquefied gas tank. Judging from the speed of ascent, liquefied gas should be empty. Jiang Ning took out a waterproof flashlight and shone it around. In the pitch-black corner, there were several tanks filled with gas. Seeing this, Huoxin quickly went over and forcefully pulled out the jar, tied the rope, and then the two of them rushed up to the top of the boat. Together with Liu, they pulled up the gas jar and breathed a sigh of relief. Huoxin dived into the water again to salvage the remaining cans. When Liu looked around with a telescope, he found a boat rushing towards them quickly, with at least 4 or 5 people sitting on the boat. For a moment, Liu quickly pulled the rope to remind Huoxin, while Jiang Ning took out his weapon. Huoxin quickly surfaced and climbed onto the assault boat, still holding a liquefied gas pipe in his hand. At this point, the assault boat had already approached. 6 strong men held sharp steel pipes in their hands, and at first glance they were members of society. The tattooed man, who was the leader, fiercely said that this liquefied gas belonged to us. If they didn't want to die, they would salvage it and give it to us. Meanwhile, they would give us the diving mask and submachine boat. We could consider letting you go and seeing the 3 of them proud, as if these things were already theirs. Jiang Ning put his hands in his pocket and pretended to be gentle, saying, "Big brother, come and take it." Suddenly, the few of them let out lewd laughter and looked at Jiang Ning's eyes, as if they had never seen a woman in their lifetime. "All right, sister and brothers come together, they are not far away." At the height of 3 meters, Jiang Ning was about to take out his weapon when Huoxin took out his modified nail gun and fired it at the submachine boat. The leaking submachine boat quickly deflated and a few people fell into the water instantly. 2 of them were even washed away by the water flow. The remaining 4 people swam towards Jiang Ning and were hit in the head by Jiang Ning's steel pipe. Huoxin picked up the nail gun again and fired dozens of shots at several people in a row. These scumbags who fought everywhere, robbed houses, and extinguished humanity, killed earlier and safer. The leading man struggled and wanted to climb onto Jiang Ning's charge, but was mercilessly slashed by Jiang Ning's knife. After the few people were washed away, the world was covered in rain, and in just a few seconds, all traces were washed away by the flood. At this moment, Liu stared blankly at Jiang Ning. He knew Jiang Ning was very capable of fighting, but he didn't expect that as a girl, he could be so ruthless that he could chop people and vegetables at will. Huoxin looked indifferent and dived into the water again to salvage liquefied gas. An hour later, the three of them found a total of 12 bottles of liquefied gas, which was enough for a few people to use for a long time. Fortunately, Huoxin also salvaged 3 gas stoves. In order to hold so much liquefied gas, Zhang Ning took out a rubber boat charger from his backpack and tied it to the assault boat. Along the way, he met many people and looked at them with red eyes, carrying so much liquefied gas. However, Xiang Chang couldn't catch up with the speed of the assault boat at all. When she returned to the Jinsho community, Zhang Li was already waiting. The commotion of the 4 people moving liquefied gas into the hallway alarmed many people to open the door and look over. However, due to the ruthlessness of each of the 4 people, the group could only be envious and dared not have any other thoughts. They all moved to the 18th floor, and each of the 3 families divided the 12 cans of liquefied gas into 4 cans. To save money, it would be enough for a few people to use for a year. After returning to their respective rooms, Zhang Ning changed to dry clothes. I made myself a cup of ginger tea to warm my body. In the evening, he knocked on the door in the stairwell to return the rubber boat. He heard that due to Zhang Ning's reminder, they were lucky enough to find a few rubber boats. Zhang Ning took the rubber boat and was about to leave. He smiled and asked, I heard you have found a lot of liquefied gas. Can you please tell me where to find it? The liquefied gas station. After Zhang Ning finished speaking, he didn't go back to his room. After he had left, Zhang Ning found Huoxin and Zhang Li, and together they installed his extra door in the stairwell, which would be safer. The next day, there was a lot of excitement outside. There were obviously more people driving assault boats and rubber boats to search for supplies. Some were seriously searching for supplies, while others were killing and profiteering. There was no moral constraint, and many people completely released their dark side. The most terrifying thing was that Jiang Ning heard gunshots, and the people who came back downstairs cried out that there were soldiers who had shot and killed. Due to the increasing number of incidents of killing and profiteering recently, there have even been incidents of female college students taking turns, and the authorities have decided to deploy troops to prevent the situation from worsening. Soldiers and police are different, as they have a controversial nature. After their superiors agree to shoot, they will not be lenient towards those scumbags who take advantage of the chaos and commit evil. In the previous life, Zhang Ning had experienced the oppression of the army. With the suppression of the army, the whole city became much quieter in the afternoon. Zhang Ning also cooked a few dishes with Zhang Li and Lu Yu, and enjoyed a good meal. During this time, Zhang Li constantly expressed gratitude to Zhang Ning. If it weren't for Zhang Ning, they might not have been able to hold on until now. In the evening, officials held loudspeakers and went around to announce that they would go to the department store tomorrow at 8 o'clock to collect supplies by head. Huoxin doesn't plan to go there, he's just in charge of keeping an eye on the house. Zhang Ning has set an alarm for 6 o'clock, and the 3 of them are preparing to rush over early. The next day, when the 3 of them arrived at the department store at 6:30, it was already densely packed with people. Floods flooded the 4th floor, and live ammunition soldiers around were maintaining order. Zhang Ning and the 3 of them quickly got off the ship, climbed up to the 4th floor, and formed a long queue. The distribution policy was to open the door at 8 o'clock, with 50 people entering each time, each weighing 2 pounds of food. The original items in the supermarket needed to be purchased, and each person had 5 minutes to come out on time. When the 3 of them entered, they were almost dumbfounded by the price tag: 100 pounds of rice, 200 bottles of Old Godmother. Zhang Li wanted to buy another rubber boat, but she wanted 10,000 yuan each. She spent 2,000 yuan and the 3 of them didn't buy much. When they left the department store, it was still very early. Zhang Li suggested that the 3 of them go find Zhang Chao. Zhang Ning thought for a moment but didn't say much. As colleagues, the 4 of them from the orphanage still had some feelings, but Zhang Chao had been longing for maternal love since childhood. Every time he found a girlfriend, he was more than 10 years older than himself. He even heard that a while ago, he found a young woman with 2 children. Based on their memories, the 3 of them spent an hour finding the residential area where Zhang Chao used to live. They climbed to the 8th floor and knocked on the door, only to hear the voice of a woman inside. Who would knock on the door in such weather? They were so angry that we were looking for Zhang Chao, but the woman inside said she had found the wrong place and didn't have this person. Later, no matter how the 3 of them knocked on the door, the woman inside stopped talking. The old lady next to them heard the sound and opened the door, asking, "Are you looking for that polite young man? That young man is good, but his brain is too stupid. He let a wolf into the house and was kicked out by someone." The old lady sighed as she spoke. When the typhoon came, the woman, along with her 2 children and parents, found Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao took great risks and brought them into the community. However, within a few days, Zhang Chao was actually kicked out. In the end, he was probably taken to the shelter by the rescue team. Listening to Zhang Chao's experience, the three of them were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Zhang Li angrily took out a pry bar, and the door made a sizzling sound. When the three of them took turns to fight, a group of elderly couples walked behind, carrying a little girl. The old man was still holding a rubber boat, which Jiang Ning recognized at a glance. It was given to Zhang Chao when he was buying medicine. Jiang Ning walked over, grabbed the girl's collar, and then dragged her to the door. He drew a knife and shouted inside, "If you don't come out again, I'll cut off your daughter and your parents." The girl and the elderly couple were scared and cried loudly, and Xiang Ning had reason to believe it. It is impossible for a woman to drive Zhang Chao out. This family, including the young and the girls, are not good people. Children in the apocalyptic world can laugh at you and also kill you. Don't ask Jiang Ning how he knew, because he was tricked. A few minutes later, the woman opened the door and shouted at the three of them. "What are you three? Why did you run into my house? I don't even know Zhang Chao." In classical Chinese, Zhang Li punched the woman directly in the face, and the boy in the room picked up a water glass and rushed towards her. He was kicked back by Zhang Li and didn't get up for a long time. The 100-style clothes in the room were all Zhang Chao's, but the woman said she didn't know Zhang Chao. They all survived thanks to Zhang Chao. This family of ruthless people even kicked Zhang Chao out, and the woman covered her mouth and kept cursing at Zhang Li. The two old guys were bouncing and jumping, as if cursing the street, but the people in the hallway couldn't manage them themselves, so there was no time to deal with them. Moreover, they all knew that this family had kicked Zhang Chao out, and they had long been angry with them. Zhang Li punched the woman again, hitting her like a dog, lying motionless on the ground, and then looked at the two old guys with a fierce expression. "Ant didn't hit the old man, but if anything happened to Zhang Chao, I asked your whole family to take a shower." After entering the room, the three of them packed Zhang Chao's supplies and clothes and took them away. The old woman, relying on her age and being a scoundrel, rushed towards the center and was kicked by Jiang Ning on the wall. "He didn't hit the old man, but I searched for their keys and drove them all out of Zhang Chao's room." Before leaving, Jiang Ning became more and more angry at the woman, grabbed her collar, and threw it down from the window. When the three of them rode away, Jiang Ning discovered that the woman could swim, but she was still a duckling. Jiang Ning thought to herself that she should leave it to Zhang Chao to handle. The three of them rode rubber boats and rushed all the way to the temporary shelter established by the government. This used to be a big hotel, but upon entering, three people realized that there were at least a few thousand people living here, filled with trash lovers and a pungent stench. It took a lot of effort for Lu Yu to figure out that Zhang Chao should be on the 14th floor. The hotel was large, with at least dozens of rooms on each floor, each with more than 10 people living in it. The sheets and blankets were dirty and black. During the search, Zhang Li almost vomited it. Countless eyes around him greedily looked at the three of them. Had it not been for the soldiers holding guns downstairs to keep the peace, I was afraid that these people would have rushed up and robbed them. After looking for more than a dozen rooms, Jiang Ning finally found Zhang Chao. At this time, Zhang Chao was standing by the window, his eyes were empty, looking at the rainstorm outside. Lu Yu shouted 3 times. Zhang Chao turned around and looked at them blankly. He saw that it was Jiang Ning, the three of them, and Zhang Chao stood for a long time. Just then he burst into tears, his face dirty and ugly, not even a beggar. Lu Yu rushed up and said to Zhang Chao, "We are living with Jiang Ning now, in the Jinqiu community, moving in with us. We'll talk about the rest later." Jiang Ning pulled Zhang Li aside and whispered, "Do you think the same way? Zhang Li actually doesn't want anyone to disturb their world. After all, they only have the fun of the night to pass the time." But in this situation, she couldn't bear to leave Zhang Chao alone. The food at home was enough to eat for 3 months, so she couldn't take a step by step. Anyway, if she left Zhang Chao now, neither he nor Lu Yu could do it. At this moment, Lu Yu walked out with Zhang Chao. After going downstairs, 4 people sat on the rubber boat. Jiang Ning took out a piece of bread from her bag and handed it to Zhang Chao. Zhang Chao was moved and cried while eating. After returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning gave all the supplies she had purchased in the morning to Zhang Chao, which moved him to tears. After doing so much these past few days, the few of them were indeed exhausted, so no one went out again for the next few days. Jiang Ning only read and cooked every day, but also kept organizing the supplies in the space. During the conversation, Jiang Ning vaguely reminded Zhang Chao that the rain was getting heavier and might one day flood the 18th floor. Zhang Chao has been hiding in his room, either sleeping or crying. That morning, Zhang Li ran over to Jiang Ning and said that Zhang Chao suddenly woke up. Not only did he change his clothes and shave his beard, but he was also more energetic than before. He also said he wanted to discuss some things with Jiang Ning. At Zhang Li's house, Zhang Chao looked at these people seriously, and I felt that the end of the world was coming. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was suddenly surprised. Zhang Chao adjusted his expression and then said, "Don't you think it's strange? First of all, it's a typhoon that never happens in 100 years. Then came the rainstorm that has not stopped. Although it is hard for him to live in the shelter, he heard a lot of news that the authorities are salvaging various materials in the water regardless of the cost. The food they eat in the shelter is made of the salvaged materials. The official hoard of food is clearly enough for the whole people to eat for 2 years. But why do they still go to the water to salvage food for refugees to eat? And each person can only eat 3 cents full. It's okay to make sure that we can't die. The other thing is to find a way to dry and store them. Liu said whether it might be the rainstorm that made it impossible for food to be transported. Zhang Chao shook his head, and then said that you underestimate our official power. Referring to the experience of previous years, if only the South was hit by disaster, the official would have already helped, so this should be a national or even global disaster. This is not the end of the world. Even if the floods recede in the future, the world will not be able to recover in a short period of time. Normally, this is the main reason why the authorities are eager to salvage and store supplies. After listening to Zhang Chao's analysis, Zhang Li and Lu Yu have goosebumps all over their bodies. Otherwise, we should also go along to salvage something. In case of classical Chinese, Jiang Ning directly refused, and the floods have flooded to the 4th floor. Such deep water, let alone us, even professional divers, not necessarily certain. It's better to think of water solutions, such as finding some special items to exchange with others for food. Zhang Chao is not at a loss, and when he heard Jiang Ning's words, Zhang Chao immediately understood that besides food, the most valuable thing in the bedroom is medicine. Our company is located in a remote area, and it's difficult to row rubber boats. Even if someone wants to drive a submachine boat, the oil is not enough, so there must be a lot of drugs in our company's drug exhibition area, and there's not just one pharmaceutical company there. If we can really find drugs, it will be a significant gain for them. Do whatever you say. Jiang Ning ran to knock on Huoxin's door and heard that he was looking for Yao. Huoxin agreed without saying a word. It was still the old rule to let Zheng Li watch over Dodo at home. Before leaving, several people discussed the rules. The main goal of this trip was survival supplies and medicine. As for what other individuals needed, team resources should not be occupied. All the supplies and medicines found should be shared equally among everyone. The basis for maintaining team cooperation in the bedroom is fairness. Carrying all their rubber boats, the 4 of them boarded a storm boat and headed towards Zhang Chao's company in heavy rain. Along the way, they headed towards the suburbs, where the water flow became faster and the wind even blew. Fortunately, the cargo driver's driving skills were good. As they approached the company building, Zhang Chao saw that although the office on the 5th floor was flooded, it looked neat and tidy. He took out a hammer, smashed the glass, and a few people crawled in. After entering, Zhang Chao saw that no one had entered. The person quickly climbed towards the 12th floor where Zhang Chao's company was located, used calipers to cut off the chains, and Zhang Chao quickly walked to his office. There were more than 10 pharmaceutical representatives in the company, and in each manual position, to some extent, there were some medicines that could not be delivered to customers in time. After dismantling the packaging, he even packed 2 large boxes. Jiang Ning's goal is to put snacks, coffee cookies, pastries, flower tea, and even self-serving pots on the workstation. Although they are few, they are always stronger than none. Jiang Ning even didn't let go of the express delivery at the front desk and secretly put all these things into the space. There are 3 pharmaceutical companies in this building, and a few people searched for them all. They packed a rubber boat full of them. After searching for pharmaceutical companies, Zhang Chao and a few others searched for several internet celebrity companies. The first cosmetics company looked straight at Jiang Ning, the second was women's clothing sales, and Jiang Ning didn't lack these. A group of men didn't lack them. After entering the third food sales company, the 4 of them were ecstatic and packed several packages of snacks. To save time and depth, it is recommended that each person be responsible for finding 4 separate layers separately. Jiang Ning was responsible for the 12th to 15th floors. While they were away, Jiang Ning collected all the vaccines that he had just thought he couldn't use into the space. The time and the space was still, and the vaccines would never go bad. Along the way, he also found 2 boxes of small raincoats, thinking that he might need them in the future, so he collected them all into the space. What surprised Jiang Ning the most was that in the office of a CEO, he found a sharp tang knife and a set of top-level diving equipment. There are also dozens of boxes of Maotian antique vases, and a variety of high-end foods are available, all sealed and not afraid of spoilage. In his heart, he silently said, thanking the chairman, Jiang Ning has collected all of these. When it was dark, Jiang Ning took out a stormtrooper boat and a bucket from the space before they came down, and said that the gasoline was found here. When a few people came down, they looked at the charging boat and Tang Dao dumbfounded, all sighing at Jiang Ning's good luck. Due to the abundance of items, the 4 of them had to first bring back the medicine and food. and then take the remaining items with them. By the time they sent the first wave of supplies back to the Jinsho community, it was already past 9 o'clock. In order to avoid being resentful, they dared not make any noise while moving them. There was no entertainment or enough food in the apocalypse, so the people in the clock tower had already gone to bed at 9 o'clock. When they went to collect the remaining supplies for the second time, they asked Jiang Ning and Zhang Li to stay and watch over the house. They also sorted out and classified the supplies and medicines, dividing them into 4 parts. After winning 3 consecutive trips, they finally brought back all the useful things. When they returned to the Jinsho community, it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. After distributing the supplies overnight, the few of them were extremely satisfied. They didn't need to go out for the next 6 months at least. The next day, they slept until noon, and Jiang Ning woke up with a thought. Taking out a few large meals from the space, Jiang Ning prepared to treat herself well. After eating and drinking enough, she walked into the space and was stunned by the scene before her. The space was more than twice as large as before, with the small 2 rooms turning into the large 4 rooms, and even the garden on the balcony doubling in size. Surprise comes from surprise. Jiang Ning never understood why the space had grown. Perhaps it was because there were too many things to support it. The countdown in the living room has also increased to 36 hours, which means he can stay in this space for 36 hours without going out. Jiang Ning rolled up his sleeves and tidied up again. After finishing, he found that all the antiques collected in the chairman's office last night were missing. Could it be antiques and high-quality materials that can increase the space and leave the space? Jiang Ning lay on the sofa, thinking about the reason for the expansion of the space. Zhang Chao knocked on the door at this moment and woke up to see that the water level had risen again. He was more certain that the mode had arrived and walked into the living room. He told Jiang Ning that there were 2 buildings next to their company building, and he wanted to take the opportunity to take them down. There were more than 100 ordinary buildings in the space. Jiang Ning was overjoyed when he heard this. Although there was no shortage of food, he couldn't keep the space empty all the time. Perhaps he could find some old objects to upgrade the space. In other words, when a few people gathered together and saw that everyone had no objections, they immediately packed up their things and set off. After going out this time, they did not turn on the motor of the assault boat, but slowly rowed out of the city through the water flow. However, they were still targeted by someone. As they passed through the middle of Building 8 and Building 9, a rope suddenly pulled up. Fortunately, Huoshin reacted and used the oar to block the rope. If the motor of the assault boat was turned on, the few people would have been thrown into the water long ago. Seeing that the rope was ineffective, several men with weapons suddenly rushed out of the 2 buildings. Jiang Ning was eager and pulled out a tang knife, cutting off a man's arm. Undoubtedly, it's a precious sword. It's so sharp. With another wave of the tang sword, Jiang Ning slashed directly at the man's neck. Killing the strange people was definitely not enough to deter them. These days, the owners of other units in the community have long regarded them as fat sheep on the 18th floor. Although there aren't many people rushing out, there must be many people watching in the dark. As long as Jiang Ning and his team show any mercy, they will be dismembered by this group of evil wolves. Several of them took out their weapons and instantly cut 5 or 6 of them. Looking at the remaining fleeing people, Jiang Ning completely killed them with red eyes. Chase after them and kill them all, otherwise they will still ambush us sooner or later. In classical Chinese, Zhang Chao rode desperately to win, shooting 1 nail gun at a time, and in a few moments, all of them sank to the bottom of the water. Lu Yu was worried that Zhang Li couldn't see the house alone and wanted to turn back, but was stopped by Jiang Ning. Now rescuing him is to tell them that we are afraid. After I go out again, they will definitely rush up to the 18th floor without any fear. They turned around and patted Lu Yu's shoulder, comforting him that Jiang Ning was right. With a restless heart, the person rode out of the city and started the motor. When they reached the usual distance, Jiang Ning used a telescope to see Yang Wei and 7 or 8 people driving a full load of submarines back. As the 2 sides faced each other, Yang Wei showed a proud smile. Jiang Ning ignored him and felt a little uneasy. Sure enough, by the time they arrived, the remaining 2 buildings had already been searched and cleaned up. Judging from the damage, it was likely that more than one group of people had arrived. Zhang Chao expressed disappointment and said he was 1 step late. Jiang Ning comforted him, saying that may not be the case. What we need most now is not food. Jiang Ning knows that their food has been enough to eat for half a year. At that time, the flood had already turned into extreme cold, with a low temperature of -70 degrees Celsius. Keeping warm is the most important thing. Jiang Ning vaguely stated that since he had arrived, he couldn't go back empty-handed. At least he could pull some wood back to dry his clothes. Moreover, the weather was so abnormal, and winter would be even more difficult. Upon hearing this, several people unanimously agreed to search for wood and collect some useful things. During this time, Jiang Ling found a bathroom company and took all the bathrooms in. When I returned to Jinsho community this time, it was only after 9 o'clock. After the daytime killing, no one dared to pay attention to the 18th floor anymore. I moved the wood behind the 18th floor openly and honestly. Jiang Ning eagerly crawled into the space, but with so many jade artifacts, only an additional 10 square meters were added. It seemed that the quality of the products from the Jade Room Company was not average. Before the end of the world, such companies were not lacking in deceit. After planting vegetables in the extra space, Jiang Ning retreated out and slept. The next day, just as he woke up, Lu Yu knocked on the door and opened it. Lu Yu, who had a blue nose and a swollen face, startled Jiang Ning. Lu Yu looked embarrassed. "Isn't this too much for me and Zhang Chao? We can't always rely on women in the end of the world, can we? That's why Zhang Li started training us last night." Jiang Ning was speechless and compared to normal men for a while. "You really need to practice. Don't laugh at us. Let's tell you something serious. Last night, Yang Wei and Su Yao were robbed. Half of them, 7 or 8 men, divided and occupied the girls' search house where they were given food earlier. That group of people first snatched the house of 1202 junior girls, and when Yang Wei went to support them, they also snatched the 802 room where Yang Wei lived. Even Su Yao was almost taken care of by a group of people, and now only the assault boat and rubber boat were left. There was one more thing. 2 people from other units came this morning to worship the dock on the 18th floor, but were blown away by Zhang Li." In classical Chinese, Jiang Ning gave a bitter smile and said, "When will we become a triad and still worship the dock?" At this moment, Zhang Chao walked in and asked if he was still out today. Jiang Ning said that there was nothing else outside. "If you wanted to go out, I would come and take care of the house." After the 3 of them left, 3 more people came to pay respects to the dock in the afternoon. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh and cry, so she could only stick a non-aligned note on the door. The most terrifying thing in indifference was that people's hearts were righteous, and Jiang Ning wouldn't fully trust them. Besides, these so-called eyelashes, when the 3 were not around, Jiang Ning opened the mode of eating food. Duck intestines, duck heads, duck necks, beef, mutton, chicken paws. Taking advantage of the rainstorm outside the window, they enjoyed the food while chasing the drama. It was really cool. When the 3 came back in the afternoon, after bringing back a lot of wood, Zhang Li surprisingly moved back 2 large iron doors, one installed in her own house and the other installed in the stairwell. Now, if outsiders want to come up, they need to go through 3 doors before waking up. The next day, Zhang Li and the 3 of them have already gone out. Jiang Ning thought all night about the reason for the space to become larger, and finally determined that the more spiritual things there are, the faster the space upgrades. Speaking of spiritual things, I'm afraid the most popular one is the museum, but it has already been flooded and finally arrived. Thinking about the global furniture exhibition being held in the whole city before the end of the day, there should be many old objects or spiritual wood and olive furniture, especially Chinese-style furniture. The materials used are all top-quality wood, and those things cannot be eaten or used in the bedroom, so no one will search and prepare to cut them. Jiang Ning asked Hua Sheng to take care of the house. "Go to the expo center by yourself." When going downstairs, she unexpectedly met Su Yao and her 12th floor classmate Yu Qing again. As soon as they met, Su Yao tearfully grabbed Jiang Ning's clothes and asked her to save the classmate who was cut last night. Because Jiang Ning had experience as a nurse, Su Yao placed all her hopes on Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning rudely pulled out his tang sword and slashed it. Su Yao was so scared that she lay on the stairs. Jiang Ning stepped on Su Yao's chest and threatened that if she came to me again, I would definitely send you to reincarnation. Yu Qing looked at Jiang Ning and explained that Su Yao was just asking you to save someone. Our assault boat ran out of electricity, so we couldn't send him to the shelter for treatment. Jiang Ning's eyes were cold as she looked at this person who had eaten her own food, the foolish girl who gave it to someone else. He has a mental illness, and you are not normal either. It's none of my business if your people are going to die. If I don't find a way to send them to the hospital, I'm a 1-year intern. You're the Holy Mother, I'm not. You deserve to follow them and not have a full meal. After hearing Jiang Ning's words, Yu Qingru was struck by lightning and quickly caught up with Jiang Ning, shouting, "You know they're bad people, why didn't you remind me?" Jiang Ning can't laugh or cry. "What's my relationship with you? Why should I remind you that if you are really kind, why do you only give impotent food to the whole building? A group of people eat your food in your house and occupy your house. Are you really unaware of their superstar? Or do you just want to win his favor and fantasize about being his girlfriend? This girl is just like Jiang Ning in his last life. Yang Wei's sweet words can make him fly with joy. In his previous life, when others advised him, he would also jump up and curse others for being crazy. Driving his storm boat and putting on a life jacket, Jiang Ning sailed towards the expo center. The water flow was fast along the way, and several vortices almost swept Jiang Ning in. An hour later, Jiangning finally arrived safely at the expo center. This was originally an industrial park in the city, but now only the expo center area is left, and the rest has become a vast ocean. After entering the expo center, Jiangning headed straight to the nearest top-level furniture museum. Due to the lack of lighting, Jiangning could only turn on his flashlight and slowly walk up. Along the way, he stumbled and finally entered the museum. As soon as he entered the door, a piece of ebony, which was over 4 meters long, came into Jiangning's sight. Legend has it that ebony is known as the spirit of 10,000 trees and can only be formed after being buried underground for tens of thousands of years. Before the end of the world, such a large ebony was priceless. For survivors now, it is indeed worthless. Jiangning took out a chainsaw from the space and put in a lot of effort to destroy the glass display cabinet outside the wooden house. Then, agarwood, small coconut, sandalwood, and yellow flower pear were all collected in the space, regardless of their spirituality. Even the furniture made of these precious woods was not spared by Jiangning. If it had been before the end of the day, these things would have been enough for Jiangning to pick a sewing machine for a lifetime. After moving the things in the museum, the space became much larger. This time, the 3-bedroom apartment turned into a 2-story villa, and each room grew much larger. Even the garden changed from 20 square meters to 300 square meters. Jiangning prayed to thank ebony and rosewood, and finally made the right bet. After leaving the museum, Jiangning walked into the Chinese furniture exhibition area. There were too many furniture, and Jiangning could only pick the most expensive hand. Looking at the increasingly large space, Jiangning's heart became more and more confident. When she arrived at the restaurant area on the 8th floor, she found tens of thousands of pounds and hundreds of barrels of oil inside. Although these things may seem like a lot, they are still global exhibitions. If it weren't for the end of the world, these things would probably be used up in 3 days. She even found a warehouse of top Western food ingredients in a Western restaurant and collected them all in the space. Jiangning ran through the exhibition center and discovered 2 large generators and 12 tons of diesel fuel. When returning, Jiangning searched for a lot of sand, cement, and other decoration materials on an unfinished commercial building. He thought that even if the end of the world came, these things would not be produced in a short time, and it would be good to have more spare space. Thinking of several chairman's safes in the space, Jiangning quickly pried them open. 3 of them were probably antiques and were completely absorbed by the space. In the last safe, Jiangning opened a pistol and bullets, as well as 1 million cash. Unfortunately, the cash is now useless. When passing by the Science and Technology Museum, Jiangning found an escape capsule that could resist earthquakes and tsunamis. The space inside could accommodate 6 people. He had seen this thing in a video before, and it could save lives in natural disasters. After decisively taking in the space, Jiangning returned to the Jinqiu community. Just as she was about to enter, she noticed a group of people at the entrance making noise. She took out a telescope and looked around. I saw several men and women standing on 2 rubber boats, wielding weapons and smashing towards the windowsill on the 5th floor. On the windowsill stood a dog, roaring at them. The man in charge was excited and said to kill him quickly. Tonight, we will have dog meat hot pot. Jiangning originally didn't want to care about it, but after seeing the appearance of the dog clearly, he stood up as a whole. He knew the dog, which was a stray dog abandoned by its owner nearby before. At that time, Jiangning often bought things to feed him and even gave him the name Wangkai, so he was usually very close to it. In the previous life of Jiangning, I don't know how I lived to the extreme cold era. In order to save Jiangning, I was beaten to death by a group of people with sticks. After being reborn, Jiangning searched for Wang Kai several times, but never found him. Suddenly, Wang Kai let out a scream, pulling Jiangning back from his memories. 2 of them were bitten into the water by Wang Kai on the rubber boat. Wang Kai jumped directly onto the rubber boat and bit towards the man in charge. The man in charge pulled out a knife and was about to stab Wang Kai. Jiangning made a sharp turn in his assault boat and knocked over a rubber dinghy. He shouted out to Wang Kai and saw him jump 3 or 4 meters high before landing steadily on Jiangning's assault boat. Then, Jiangning drove the assault boat away quickly. When a few people climbed out of the water, they didn't even see Jiangning's shadow. When he stopped at the bottom of the unit, Jiangning wanted to hug him, but who knew that Wang Kai retreated and looked at him with a wary expression. Looking at the injuries on his body, it was imaginable how he survived the repeated human encirclements. For more than a dozen ham sausages, Wang Kai relaxed his vigilance towards Jiangning. After eating and drinking enough, Jiangning successfully brought him back to the unit building. As soon as he entered the hallway, a group of people greedily stared at Wang Kai. What a beast! We are all starving to death, and he still has the mood to keep a dog. Some people are unwilling to accept it and stand up and say, "Little girl, this dog is not yours. Can you be so unreasonable?" After the man finished speaking, a group of people started to coax and beat him to death. Everyone shared the dog meat, and Jiang Ning pulled out his tang sword and chopped it at the man who was teasing. Your meat should be much better than dog meat. The man's arm was hacked and he sat down on the ground in fear, trembling and trembling. Just as he finished chopping, the man walked towards him with impotence and cursed. Jiang Ning, you are so heartless. It was because of you that Jian died. The people in the hallway looked at Yang Wei with gloating and approached him with a proud expression. Before Jiang Ning could speak, Wang Kai bit into Yang Wei's leg, causing him to scream in agony. He picked up his stick and threw it at Wang Kai, but he completely avoided him. Jiang Ning lifted his knife and mercilessly attacked Yang Wei. Fortunately, he hid fast enough, otherwise he would have been lying here, avoiding Jiang Ning's knife. Yang Wei roared at Jiang Ning, you actually wanted to kill me for a dog. You didn't harm Ajian enough, but you wanted to kill me. Jiang Ning was laughing at him angrily. How come I didn't realize before that his brain circuits were so magical? If you were a man, you should go and fight against the person who injured Ajian. But as a result, you useless people dare not take risks to go to the hospital on your own, and even pin him on someone else. You know how to bully women all day long. A group of useless people. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he stabbed me in his impotent thigh. If I hear you yelling at me again in the future, I will insert the knife into your heart. After finishing speaking, he pulled out his knife and took Wang Kai up the 18th floor. When he arrived at the staircase, Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. The 3 doors at the staircase were all welded with nails facing outwards. Now, not only were people, but even mice couldn't get in. When they saw Jiang Ning coming back, they were proud of what our masterpiece looked like. It turned out that when the 3 of them went out, they happened to find something for welding machines and brought in many iron nails. They couldn't put them anywhere, so they accidentally welded them to the door. Now there was no need to worry about sleeping at night anymore. Jiang Ning gave a big thumbs up to several people, and his thumb was indeed 3 stinky leather craftsmen who could withstand Zhuge Liang. Ordinary people really couldn't think of this idea. When Jiang Ning brought back a dog, Zhang Chao excitedly said that he had meat to eat at night. As a result, he was scared by Wang Cai's grinning, which was considered honest. Jiang Ning explained to them the origin and development of Wang Kai, and said that the dog had saved him. No one can have any plans for him. The summer food in the end of the world is so precious, but Jiang Ning is used to feed dogs. The 3 of them really can't understand. After returning to the house with Wang Kai, Jiang Ning brewed a large basin of dog food with milk and gave it to him. After eating and drinking enough, Wang Kai watched as Jiang Ning burst into tears. In an instant, he moved Jiang Ning and cried. Thinking of the scene in the previous life where Wang Kai was killed to save him, Jiang Ning felt heartbroken for a while. After calming down, Jiang Ning helped Wang Kai take a bath, treated all the wounds, and then took out a lazy sofa from the space as a dog's nest. After Wang Kai fell asleep, Jiang Ning called everyone to Zhang Li's house and took out 1 million yuan from their bag in front of them. In a peaceful society, everyone pays with their phones, and few have seen 1 million yuan in cash. Now that prices are skyrocketing, 1 million yuan can only buy 500 kilograms of grain, which is still soaked in water. Jiang Ning meant to ask everyone to come up with a way to exchange this money for goods, otherwise it may become invalid one day. Zhang Li and the 3 of them unanimously believed that they would buy whatever they had after sweeping the department store, while Huoshan didn't say a word. For Huoshan, Jiang Ning always maintains vigilance because he is too cold and alert. When he left Zhang Li's house, Huoshan took the initiative to call out to Jiang Ning. I have experienced training dogs in the army before, and if you can give me the dog you brought back, I can train it to withstand a few adults. This is very strong for the 18th floor. Helping him introduce himself, Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised. Seeing his ruthless killing behavior, Jiang Ning thought he was a professional assassin, but unexpectedly, he was a special police officer. Following closely, Huoshan continued to say that the condition was for you to teach Dao Dudo to read. Jiang Ning was a bit foolish, and this requirement was too low. He casually said that there was no problem. When he opened the door, Wang Kai pounced directly on Jiang Ning. At dinner, Jiang Ning took out a large table of dishes and enjoyed them with Wang Kai. Steamed pork ribs, roasted duck, roasted chicken, and even beer. If the people downstairs knew that Jiang Ning was feeding these things to the dog, he would probably have to rush up with all his might. At 7 in the morning, at midnight, Jiang Ning was awakened by Wang Kai. It turned out that someone was knocking on the door at the staircase. Jiang Ning walked over and opened the door, only to find Yang Wei's classmate knocking on it. As soon as she saw Jiang Ning, she couldn't wait to shout, Jiang Ning, Yang Wei was stabbed by you yesterday and even bitten by your dog. Now that he has a fever, you must take responsibility. Silly, Jiang Ning closed the door and turned back to her room. After having breakfast, Liu came knocking on the door with 1 million cash. Today, they are responsible for taking care of this 1 million cash. In exchange for useful things, Zhengli continued to take care of the family and children as usual. Today, I also added another dog by the way. When we arrived at the department store, it was already crowded with people. At only 9 o'clock, the official staff shouted with their horns, "The food for today has been distributed, please come back tomorrow if you need it." Suddenly, there was a lot of discussion in the crowd. "I arrived here at 12 o'clock last night. Who did you send your food to? I came to the queue at 9 o'clock last night, but I still didn't receive it." The crowd was filled with grief and anger, and if it weren't for the soldiers around who were armed, there might have been a riot long ago. After the crowd dispersed, Jiang Ning and a few others walked into the sales area of the department store. Jiang Ning's goal was very direct, using all the money to prepare cold-resistant materials. He himself did not lack these things, but Zheng Li and the others had nothing. Fortunately, no one knew that the flood was followed by an extremely cold period, so the prices of clothes and blankets did not increase much. After just strolling around, Jiang Ning only bought 7 mink fur coats, which cost 350,000 yuan. Seeing Zhang Li's heart dripping with blood, Jiang Ning urged the three of them to quickly buy cotton jackets, down jackets, and socks, all of which were warm. Just as Jiang Ning was selecting supplies, a middle-aged man quietly approached. "Little sister, would you like some food?" Jiang Ning turned around and saw a man with a mischievous appearance. Of course, he couldn't help but think of what kind of food you have. The middle-aged man nodded and said, 2,500 pounds for soaking in water and 5,000 pounds for not soaking in water. Upon hearing this, I took you out of the spirit of buying groceries at the market. How do I know if someone who has been soaked in water will eat someone dead? 2,000 pounds, if possible, I would like 250 pounds. The despicable man hesitated, and Jiang Ning turned to walk towards Huixin and the other three. Not long after, the middle-aged man approached again, saying that the price was negotiable. After explaining everything to Ning and the three, Zhang Chao said he could take it, but to prevent them from eating black, he requested to divide it into 5 transactions, trading 50 pounds each time, and the trading address should be chosen at the entrance of the department store because there is a military here. If they eat black, report them. After listening to Zhang Chao's opinion, the middle-aged man said he couldn't make the decision and asked them to wait here for a while. He went to ask the boss and left 500,000 yuan in cash, buying all the remaining money into mink coats and compression bags. This behavior made the cashier lady look foolish. Thousands of people at the door couldn't afford to eat every day, and these 4 people spent 500,000 yuan to buy mink coats. You should know that although it has been raining for so long, it has just entered autumn. As soon as 4 people walked out of the department store, a middle-aged man greeted them and our boss agreed to your transaction method and address. Jiang Ning followed the direction pointed by the man and saw a man wearing a mask not far away, holding a bag of rice in his hand. The goods walked towards the man and confirmed that there was no problem. Jiang Ning handed the middle-aged man a paper bag containing 100,000 yuan in cash, and agreed on tomorrow's trading time. Jiang Ning and his 4 companions drove their assault boats and left the department store. When they returned, they stretched in and chose an open area. Because of the wide view, if someone approached, they could immediately notice it. After driving for more than 10 minutes, Lu Yu used a telescope to see a constantly floating black shadow on the water surface. When the 4 of them approached, they found that it was actually a live pig swimming in the water. Watching the water live, the few of them were ecstatic. Zhang Chao said that dog meat was not allowed to be eaten, and pork should be edible now. As the charging boat slowly approached, the pig might have been too tired and didn't dodge at all. A few people grabbed his front foot and used their nursing strength to pull the pig up. Although the pig couldn't become a fat pig, it still weighed at least 200 pounds. After pulling the pig up, Jiang Ning took out an electric baton from his backpack and electrocuted him. Lu Yu and Zhang Chao haven't realized what's going on yet. They spoke up and brought it back openly. It's sure to attract competition from others. Hurry up and find a place to kill it. Jiang Ning nodded. A few kilometers away, there were several buildings under construction soaking in water. In classical Chinese, the protagonist starts the charge boat and heads towards the building that Jiang Ning discovered before. After arriving at the building, Jiang Ning did not participate in the pig killing. After handing over the pig-killing knife to Wuxian, he walked upstairs. The more he went up, the more building materials were cement and steel bars. Thinking about the garden and the space, there were now a total of 2,000 cubic meters of available space. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning collected all of it into the space. Don't worry, these things are useless now. When there is an earthquake or natural disaster, they are precious reconstruction materials. After finishing all of this, the 3 of them have already divided the pig into 4 parts. When they returned to the Jinsho community, in order not to drive these people crazy, the 4 of them deliberately put pork in their backpacks, only revealing the cotton clothes they bought in the department store and a bag of grain. However, even so, the people in the entire unit still had red eyes. They couldn't understand why these villains on the 18th floor could bring back so many supplies every time they went out, but even if they were envious, they wouldn't be able to fight against these people, especially Huoxin and Jiang Ning, who were ruthless in their murders. A middle-aged man in the crowd whispered, "Don't underestimate that girl. She lives on the 8th and 12th floors, but her ex-boyfriend and classmates." As a result, when those people went to ask for food from the girl, they were either cut or their ribs were broken. As soon as the four of them carried the supplies to the 18th floor, Wang Kai rushed to Jiang Ning's side, and his mouth let out a whining dissatisfaction. "That's like saying, I promise not to give up or give up, you untrustworthy garbage collector." The next second, Daodu also pounced on Huoxin's arms, and in an instant, the entire corridor was filled with warmth. After learning that they had brought back the pork, Zhangli was so excited that she almost cried. Since the typhoon landed, he had not eaten meat for almost a month. But when she thought about it, so much pork storage had become the biggest problem, and she couldn't finish it for a while. She couldn't watch him break down, could she? Upon hearing this, Huoxin Yu was shocked. "My family has a car refrigerator that can hold my meat, but the solar panel can only barely maintain it due to insufficient light." Jiang Ning also remembered that she seemed to have stored a few dismantled ones in the space, with the car and the refrigerator. She quickly explained that there seemed to be one in the landlord's house, and seeing that their problem had been solved, Zhang Chao suggested that the two of them eat their food first. Jiang Ning suggested frying the fat into lard and then marinating the leftover lean meat with salt. At the current weather temperature, it should be okay to store it for a few days. Then she told the others that there were still several packages of hot pot seasoning at home. "You can have hot pot at night." When I heard that I could eat hot pot, I even licked my tongue all day long with a cold face all over my body. It's only morning now, and there are still a few hours left until evening. Zhang Chao used the excuse of going out to search for dog food for Wang Kai, but he felt uneasy and wanted to go together. However, Jiang Ning refused because Jiang Ning's real goal was to float the pigs in the direction they were coming. He clearly remembered that there was a large pig farm upstream of the pigs, and there were several mountains connected there. If the pigs hadn't drowned, they were likely to swim there for refuge. Although there is a lot of pork in Jiang Ning's space, now with Wang Kai, the king of stomachs, he wants to try his luck. In order to increase the probability of finding a pig, Jiang Ning brought Wang Kai and left the Jinqiu community. One man and one dog drive the charge wheat to the Mount Huangshan pig farm. After driving for half an hour, Jiang Ning landed on a relatively gentle piece of land. The former Imperial City Park was now in the water at the foot of Jiangning. After collecting the assault boat into the space, Jiangning walked up the mountain on foot. Half an hour later, looking at the pig manure washed down by the rain, Jiangning was overjoyed. Just then, Wang Kai suddenly screamed wildly. After calming down Wang Kai, Jiangning used a telescope to look in the pavilion ahead. "I saw a group of pigs sheltering from the rain. Pigs are omnivores, and although they can survive by eating grass, they have obviously lost a lot of weight." Long-term hunger made them see that Jiangning is close to the wild lazy demon cave camp. Due to the inability to store live animals in the space, Jiangning took out a high-power electric baton. The two closest pigs were electrocuted, and the other pigs were frightened. They tried their best to run a sports car and measure their bodies, but were cleverly blocked by Wang Kai. 20 minutes later, a total of 15 pigs were electrocuted and all of Jiangning was taken into the space. Then, one person and one dog, they searched for other pigs in the mountains. It wasn't until evening that Jiangning caught more than 70 pigs and electrocuted them all into the space. After confirming that there were no missing fish, Jiangning led Wang Kai down the mountain. Just a few steps away, Wang Kai suddenly rushed into the nearby jungle. Seeing this, Jiangning was startled and quickly chased after him, chasing several hundred meters in a row. When Jiangning saw Wang Kai, his eyes were fierce and he was desperately digging potatoes in front of him with his paws. Soon, a gray rabbit crawled out of the nearby hole. Wang Kai saw it and quickly attacked, biting the rabbit's neck. In just a few rounds, Wang Kai caught 3 wild rabbits. When Jiangning returned to the Jinqiu community, it was already completely dark. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Jiangning specially found a pile of firewood to hold in his arms. In the unit building, everyone saw Jiangning holding the firewood, and their mood immediately balanced a lot. It turned out that people on the 18th floor are not always so lucky. After returning home, Jiangning picked some green vegetables and mushrooms from the balcony. Huoxin, who was usually cold, also took out his precious beef and mutton, as well as hot pot balls. Zhang Chao also took out the maodai found in the company building. In the evening, the few of them happily ate a hot pot meal. If it weren't for the flood that flooded to the 5th floor outside, they seemed to have forgotten that they were in the end of the world now. After finishing their meal, they reluctantly threw away the hot pot soup base, and when they were hungry, they added noodles inside. It was another delicious meal, perhaps because the recent end of the world month had passed away too long. After drinking a little wine, the few of them relaxed in their leisure time. The next day, everyone slept until they woke up naturally. Even Zhang Chao and Lu Yu went to the department store to trade with middle-aged men. After waking up at noon, Zhang Ning brought Wang Kai and Dao to Zhang Li's house and made juice xiao water into braised soup. When Zhang Chao and Lu Yu returned in the afternoon, their mouths watered. After eating and drinking enough, Zhang Chao told Zhang Ning that the prices of things in the department store had increased again. However, the middle-aged man did not sit on the ground to raise the price. Moreover, the middle-aged man not only bought and sold food, but also purchased resources such as tea, tobacco, alcohol, and medicine. He seemed to disregard the behavior of merchants. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li happily said that we all have tea, tobacco, alcohol, and medicine. Why not we exchange more non-soaked food for them to come back? Zhang Ning directly rejected Zhang Li's idea. It's already very high profile for us to spend 500,000 yuan to buy grain. If we use these scarce resources again, it will burn our bodies. They are not as easy to deal with as the people in the unit building. After dinner, Zhang Ning sent Wang Kai to Huoshen, who looked at him with disdain. Huoshen not only had no evil energy, but also spoke big truths to him, regardless of whether the dog could understand or not. Zhang Ning took Dodo away and sat up as a kindergarten teacher. In the following days, everyone on the 18th floor was improving themselves. Even Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were trained by Justice to die every day. The rabbits on the balcony gave birth to 10 little rabbits, and all kinds of vegetables and mushrooms grew vigorously. Even the space garden was planted with fruit trees by Zhang Ning. That morning, as soon as Zhang Ning walked out of the space, he heard a knock on the door at the staircase. When he opened the door, a young man supported an old grandmother. Looking at the grandmother's painful expression, Zhang Ning had already guessed their purpose. Sure enough, the guy said hello politely. My name is Zhong Nan. I heard that you have studied medicine. My grandma has severe back pain. There is no medicine available in the hospital. I suggest you find Chinese medicine, acupuncture and moxibustion. Can you help my grandma treat it? In classical Chinese, Zhang Ning said coldly that I had learned acupuncture and moxibustion, but I was not skilled. Although I could help you with the treatment, I would charge for it, but I can't guarantee that it will be cured. After hearing Zhang Ning said that I would charge for it, Zhang Nan felt aggrieved that I can't draw any money now, so can I first credit it? I will double it when the flood returns. It's really no good. Can I give you my mountain bike? After hearing Zhong Nan said that there is a mountain bike, Zhang Ning quickly nodded his head. After more than 10 minutes, looking at the bicycle carried by Zhong Nan, Zhang Ning was satisfied and said, this bicycle can withstand 10 treatments. You cannot come in. After an hour and a half, I will pick up your grandmother and go downstairs. After helping Grandma Zhong into the hallway, Zhang Ning did not let him into the room. Instead, when he returned to the room, he took out medicinal wine and a silver needle, following what he had learned in school and what he had recently learned through reading and self-study. Zhang Ning carefully started acupuncture and moxibustion for Grandma Zhong. In fact, in Zhang Ning's space, there are drugs that can quickly treat Grandma Zhong. But if you take them out, let people downstairs know that Zhang Ning has drugs here. If anyone who is sick downstairs comes up to ask for drugs, it will be troublesome. An hour and a half later, when Zhong Nan picked up Grandma, Zhang Ning returned to the room to practice martial arts. Just when Huoshen sent Dao to class, his hands itched, the two of them began to spar, and Huoshen was a special police officer with a background in the 8 classics. He was considered a master in this area, and Zhang Ning didn't want to defeat him either. He just wanted to find a master to fight against. However, no matter how fast or fierce Zhang Ning's moves were, Huoshen would easily dodge them, and he would occasionally sneak attack Zhang Ning when evading. Having lived in the afterlife for 3 years, coupled with a natural indomitable personality, Zhang Ning became more and more ruthless in his attacks. Awakened, Wang Kai opened his eyes and saw the two of them fighting. He pounced from behind, summoning a monkey to escape for Huoshen. When Huoshen Qi wanted to go to Wudong in pain, he didn't expect that Zhang Ning's monkey had also escaped. Huoshen, who was caught by Zhang Ning's peach, struggled to speak after a long time. This move was good, but don't use it on me next time. I'll keep it useful. After speaking, he covered Dong Du and walked out of the room with a twisted expression. In the morning, Huoshen went out with Wang Kai. When they came back, Zhang Ning just did acupuncture and moxibustion for Grandma. After his grandmother left this week, Huoshen sent a fish to Zhang Ning, saying that Wang Kai caught it. Zhang Ning took the grass carp in embarrassment, asked Huoshen whether he liked to eat pickled Chinese cabbage fish or boiled fish, and said that he wanted to apologize for the morning. Zhang Ning regretted just after saying that. Huoshen was embarrassed and blushed like a monkey's buttocks. He said that beans should not be spicy, so he hurried back to his room. At noon, 5 people on the 18th floor gathered at Huishin's home. After a big meal, Zhang Li watched as Huishin and Zhang Ning were busy in the kitchen, laughing incessantly. After finishing their meal, a middle-aged couple downstairs came to see Zhang Ning with their son. Before leaving, the two gave Zhang Ning a gold ring as a reward. With a mentality of giving it a try, Zhang Ning threw the gold ring into the space. Unexpectedly, the ring was instantly absorbed by the space, and after finishing their meal, they could not bear it. I'm going to take Daodu out to experience, because Daodu is too white and tender. Zhang Ning took out her makeup and applied Daodu into a mud doll. After turning around and leaving, Zhang Li and the three of them also went out. The entire 18th floor was left with Zhang Ning and Wang Kai. In the afternoon, while Zhang Ning was pouring wine for Grandma Zhong, the door in the stairwell rang. A middle-aged woman in her 40s and 50s stood in the stairwell, shouting to the little girl on the 18th floor, "I'm here to see you for a doctor. Open the door quickly." Zhang Ning listened to the woman's full of anger, which didn't seem like she was sick. When she saw Zhang Ning guarding the door, the woman flattered and said, "Zhang Ning, my sister, I have a headache and fever. Can you please give me 2 pills?" Zhang Ning said she would charge me a fee, but the woman immediately refused. "It's just an ordinary headache and fever. You can just bring me some medicine. Why do you still charge me? It's really not acceptable. Just give me 2 injections." Zhang Ning doesn't really have a good impression of him. He opened his mouth and said that injections are okay, 5 pounds of grain. The classical Chinese woman jumped up straight up. "Little girl, you can't be like this. You have no cost of getting injections. Why do you want food? You went out and found so many things, and even if you don't share them with the neighbors, you still want our food. Your heart is too poisonous." Lazy to talk nonsense to him, Zhang Ning opened the door, pulled out his knife, and walked towards the woman. Seeing this, the woman panicked and took a few steps back, threatening that she had someone at the police station. If Zhang Ning dared to touch him, she would let him cut a sewing machine sword for the rest of his life. Zhang Ning didn't care at all and raised her long sword. The woman ran downstairs, shouting and running. The group of despondent villains on the 18th floor were killing people. In fact, this woman had a lot of food in her house. In the first few days of the typhoon, he pretended to be pitiful. "I borrowed a lot of food from door to door, and this time I heard that there was a plan on the 18th floor to hire prostitutes and insect corpses to come and get some." Unexpectedly, Zhang Ning saw through it at a glance. When he returned to the corridor, his grandmother said to Zhang Ning that the woman lived downstairs in his house, and that she usually spoke badly. She especially didn't like to take advantage of small things and told Zhang Ning not to take it personally. Then she told Zhang Ning that the girl who lived next to him often said bad things about Zhang Ning, and asked Zhang Ning if there was medicine in her hand. Grandma Zhong knew that she was afraid of causing trouble for Zhang Ning, and insisted that there was no medicine on the 18th floor. Zhang Ning made medicine for him with acupuncture and moxibustion, but the people downstairs were all corrupted by that little girl, and their jealousy towards the 18th floor grew stronger. Grandma Zhong lives on the 12th floor, and the little girl he mentioned should be Su Yao, who lives in the Qing family. Grandma Zhong continued to say that Grandma has lived her whole life without much experience of this disaster, which has turned people's hearts black. Grandma knows that Xiaoning is a capable person, but you must pay attention to them when going back and forth. In her previous life in this building, Zhang Ning had already witnessed the darkness of human nature. Therefore, whether it was against them, or against the depths of disasters and conflicts, Zhang Ning has always been prepared. Treating Grandma Zhong's illness was also because he was one of the few people in his past life who had not lost his true nature. Grandma Zhong continued, "The little girl not only talked about you having food everywhere, but also approached the young man next door. Once, he deliberately pretended to fall and sprain his foot in front of the young man, but the young man didn't even look at him and left." When Grandma Zhong said this, she wasn't referring to anyone. There are several little girls on the 12th floor who have to exchange their bodies for food because they don't have food. When Zhang Li and the others returned in the evening, they brought a lot of firewood, and Huishin even dragged a stainless steel otter, claiming to have found it in a villa area. The 3 men worked hard to suckle the otter before putting it on the balcony. Daoda sat in Zhang Ning's arms, constantly talking about the outside world. "Sister, it's so scary outside, with water everywhere, flooding the house." This time, a few people came back, and they also brought back a few wild animals, all caught by Wang Kai. Zhang Chao was surprised. "Zhang Ning, you're not bringing back a dog. He's just a hunting expert. In the future, everyone will have to rely on him for meat." After a full meal, the few of them each went back to their rooms to sleep. In the middle of the night, Zhang Ning seemed to hear a loud voice in a hazy way, but because he was too tired, he didn't pay attention. The next day, it was still Zhang Ning to watch the house, and others wanted to go to the villa area again to bring back some wooden furniture and otters. As Zhang Ning watched them leave upstairs, Hian and Yang Wei secretly followed them downstairs, and there were even many people from other unit buildings. It seems that because the 18th floor always returns with a full load, it has become a pioneer in the community, unable to fight and unable to join people's homes, so there is no other way but to follow. When pouring wine for Grandma Zhong at noon, he told Jiang Ning that the woman who came to provoke Jiang Ning yesterday had her house stolen and all the food had been taken away. Jiang Ning doesn't have much feeling. In the tomb, he only wants to live peacefully on his own. As for the lives of others, he doesn't have time or want to care about them. At around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the cries of several people came back. When Jiang Ning went downstairs to help lift the otter, he clearly felt something was wrong. The otter was particularly heavy, and their condition was not right. Except for Huishin, everyone else was looking haggard, but none of them spoke. There were countless pairs of eyes staring at them all the time in the whole building. Once they were found to be in a weak state, these people wanted to rush up immediately, tear them apart. As soon as she returned to the 18th floor, Zhang Li collapsed on the ground. It turned out that when a few people entered the mountain, they found a litter of wild boars. In order to catch the wild boars, Zhang Li's calves were covered in a blood hole by the wild boar's fangs. Zhang Li smiled bitterly, and now food is becoming increasingly difficult to find. Every day outside, people starved to death for him. When they came back, they saw other communities where someone threw their bodies down from upstairs, causing more and more bodies to float on the water surface. Fortunately, Huishin and Wang Kai cooperated well. Although several people were injured, they finally managed to retrieve 5 wild boars. Jiang Ning finally understood why the otter was so heavy. It turned out that a few people hid a wild boar meat in the otter to avoid attracting attention, and the rest were hidden in a hidden place in the villa area. After dressing Zhang Li's wounds, the few discussed how to preserve the pork. Without a refrigerator, it wouldn't last for a few days. Liu suggested using the charcoal he found before to bake the pork into jerky meat, but Jiang Ning refused. There were 5 pigs, and the entire community was probably filled with roasted meat flavor. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't resist the crazy attack of the entire community. After much thought, they finally decided to exchange the pork for food with the middle-aged man from before. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were injured relatively lightly. They first took a small piece and went to the department store to find the middle-aged man. An hour later, the two brought back news that the middle-aged man's boss had a temperament and offered a price of 1 kilogram of pork for 1 kilogram of new rice. After thinking about it, Jiang Ning agreed. Although they seemed to be at a disadvantage, upon closer examination, the pork could not be preserved personally, and most people in the tomb did not even have food. Who would buy pork? 5 wild boars weigh a full 1,000 kilograms, and apart from most of them that were exchanged for food, they also wanted to keep a portion to make spicy chili sauce. To prevent others from discovering them, Huishin suggested going to the villa area to prepare it and bring it back. Returning, coincidentally, they found 2 cans of liquefied gas and pork in the villa area. After discussing, the 3 men put the pork in their backpacks and went to exchange grain with Qin for 200 pounds of new rice. The 2 sides agreed to trade again tonight. In the evening, Jiang Ning brought something to make chili sauce and stay overnight, leaving Lu Yu to take care of Zhang Li. The few of them prepared to go to the villa area and walk downstairs. Hian was blocked at the staircase with a smile on his face. It seemed that he had been dumped by Huishin in the morning, and he was not convinced. In addition, every time he saw the 18th floor go out, he could bring back so many supplies, but they could only bring back a pitiful little each time. Hopefully, the people in the building became increasingly dissatisfied with him as the building leader. When Jiang Ning and a few people came down, Hian blocked the way and said, "It's so tiring that we don't have to help every day. We can all bring them back at once." It seems that he clearly wants to take advantage of it. Jiang Ning came forward and scolded him fiercely. A few sticks of firewood no longer needed your help, and the rubber boat was borrowed. Don't be shameless, even borrow firewood. Hian choked on Jiang Ning's words, his face turned green, and he prayed in his heart not to let this group of people fall into his hands. After more than an hour, a few people approached the villa area halfway up the mountain, and the flood submerged half of the mountainside, also half of the villa. If we ignore the towering flood at our feet, the scenery in front of us is really beautiful. After arriving at the tallest villa, it was filled with things collected by a few people before, including water towers, charcoal gas tanks, and many wooden furniture. Then Huisheng and Zhang Chao went to trade with Qin Lada with a wild boar. Jiang Ning asked Wang Kai to keep an eye on the door and took out a battery blender and a series of tools from the space. Before the two of them returned, Jiang Ning had already prepared 2 large pots of meat sauce and also braised a pot of meat. When Huishin and Zhang Chao entered the door, they were completely dumbfounded. "Jiang Ning, you were the ideal wife. You could fight, and cook, and your efficiency was so high." Zhang Chao couldn't wait to sit down and eat the meat in large bites. While eating, he also said that after exchanging the remaining 2 pigs tomorrow, Our food should be enough to eat for 1 or 2 years, which would solidify your expression and make you feel like you might have survived the extreme cold in the previous life. Wait for the flood to evaporate and recede before the authorities can establish a good base. If they are willing to go to the base, there will still be a chance for them to survive. After Zhang Chao ate and drank enough, he retorted, I don't know which wild man to give such a good woman a cheap price to in the future. Jiang Ningbai, like him, said disdainfully, anyway, it won't be you. He didn't see Huoxin beside him and instinctively glanced at himself. The next day, when Jiang Ning woke up, Huoxin and the others had already finished trading the pork. After returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning counted the harvest and boiled 900 kilograms of rice, 80 kilograms of jerky meat, and 50 kilograms of light chili sauce. After distributing the supplies, Jiang Ning stopped going out. Huoxin and Lu Yu were responsible for transporting the otter firewood from the villa. They worked tirelessly for 7 days before loading all 7 otters onto the rooftop. The 60th day of rainstorm. Under the training of Huoshang, Jiang Ning's combat effectiveness grew stronger and stronger. During this period, their relationship also improved a lot. However, when they were in the bedroom, neither of them broke through the window paper on this floor. When they were enjoying themselves on the 18th floor, the people downstairs began to blush again. The people on the 18th floor had been staying indoors for so long, so there must have been many mistakes. However, after all, no one dared to rush up alone. Until this day, under the instigation of his subordinates, he had led everyone to rush up. Jiang Ning and Huoxin had just finished practicing when they heard the sound of knocking on the door at the staircase. A person wrapped tightly around his body handed a note through the crack in the door and said, "Be careful, if you are in danger, hurry up and leave." Although the package was tightly wrapped, Jiang Ning still heard someone coming from Zhongnan. On the note, it was written that he had joined forces with everyone in the unit building to forcibly force Jiang Ning and the others to hand over their food. Zhang Li was hot-tempered and immediately lit the note. "We will fight as much as we come. The supplies are now my aunt's life, and no one can take them away." Huoxin solemnly said, although they only want a part of it, people's hearts are not satisfied. With this time, it is inevitable that there will not be another time, and everyone knows in their hearts, this kind of thing will only continue to happen more and more in the future. In the apocalypse, one's heart will soften, and in the end, it will only harm oneself. According to Zhongnan's note, they should only come up tomorrow. The few of them immediately went back to their respective rooms and prepared well. Jiang Ning even took out his anti-hacking suit and renovated it with Wang Kai. The next day, just after dawn, Jiang Ning heard a knock on the door. Listening to Hian's hypocritical polite words, Jiang Ning and his companions all chose to ignore them. Kuan shouted for a while, but when no one paid attention, he immediately decided to knock on the door. A group of people showed greedy eyes, as if opening the door on the 18th floor would provide endless food. They couldn't eat enough for 2 consecutive months, and a group of people had already been tortured crazy. No one could see anyone better than themselves. They were also in the end of the world. The 18th floor was full of food and drink every day, with plenty of fish and meat. They were hungry for 3 days and 2 days, using rainwater to satisfy their hunger. For a moment, everyone became more and more angry as they thought about it. They picked up tools and were about to knock on the door. Just as they were about to start, the sound of the door suddenly came from upstairs. The stainless steel door, which was filled with iron spikes, was slowly opened, followed by the sound of steady footsteps. For some reason, everyone's throats tightened and they unconsciously became nervous. They had seen someone kill on the 18th floor with their own eyes. After the door opened, Jiang Ning walked out with a sharp tang knife. Seeing this, everyone thought to themselves, the 18th floor was indeed fierce. Surprisingly, that little girl who kills without blinking an eye was sent to kill. Zhang Li, who was said to be a college student and the national champion of Sanda, ranked second in the leading lineup. She can knock someone's head off with just one punch. Next, there are Zhang Chaolu and 2 men, one holding a baseball bat and the other holding a wolf tooth club. The representative of height and appearance from the 18th floor appears on the screen, while Huoxin wears Zhang Lingjuan's handsome face and puts his hands in his pockets. It seems that he is not here to fight, but rather to relax. What's even more infuriating is that the man standing next to Wang Kai, these animals who claim to have no food, have only been raising stray dogs for so long, making them fat and strong. While filled with righteous indignation, everyone became even more greedy. They regretted it and didn't just want 1/3. Now they want all the supplies on the 18th floor, including this dog and woman. They all want them. The dog in the tomb should have been eaten by humans, but now he has eaten food that a group of people cannot eat. The people downstairs were rubbing their hands and drooling one by one, as if a house full of delicious food was waving to them. However, when Jian saw the equipment on the 18th floor, his heart couldn't help but thump. It seemed that the 18th floor was unwilling to give up food. At that moment, Jiang Ning spoke up. He, the leader of the building, said, "Are you knocking on our door with so many people to start a war? Jiang Ning, I advise you to seriously consider it." Opening the door and speaking, Hian's tone was full of threatening intent. Looking at the people of Wu Yangyang, Jiang Ning didn't say a word and took out his pistol to aim at Hian. Seeing that Jiang Ning had a gun, everyone was frightened and quickly retreated. Hian, who was standing at the front, said in a trembling voice, "Jiang Ning, don't be impulsive. We just came up to discuss with you." Looking at Hian's scared expression, Jiang Ning looked disgusted. "If you dare to come up and grab supplies like this," then he put the gun on Hian's head. Hian blushed like a monkey's butt. He was simply lifted up by this group of people. Now that Jiang Ning was pointing a gun at his head, it was all self-inflicted. Jiang Ning's hand slowly pulled onto the trigger. In an instant, everyone in the hallway looked nervously at Jiang Ning. Suddenly, a fierce scream came from behind the crowd, and then everyone began to desperately squeeze into the hallway. The crowd kept shouting for murder from behind. "Run and see what happened." Jiang Ning kicked over Hian and quickly closed the door, blocking people in the hallway. For a while, many people collided with the iron door full of nails, making heart-wrenching screams. Jiang Ning and his companions closed the miserable situation in the hallway through the small door on the iron door, only to see a middle-aged man wielding a vegetable knife and chopping wildly in the crowd. Blood and flesh flew everywhere for a while. After the middle-aged man swung his knife to kill one person, he shouted at "You scumbags" in his mouth. "Everyone went down to bury my daughter," and Zhang Chao recognized the man. When he went out, he heard people downstairs secretly discussing that the middle-aged man was single and only had one daughter. He could have persisted for a long time relying on the food at home. Suddenly, one night, a group of masked men rushed into their house, couldn't help but steal the food and insult his daughter. His daughter couldn't bear the blow and jumped off the window, and soon the man went crazy. After Zhang Chao finished speaking, the entire hallway had turned into a slaughterhouse for men. Those who had not been chopped to death were desperately lying in front of the iron gate, shouting for help at Jiang Ning and the others. Not to mention saving them, they looked at the crazy man. On the 18th floor, these so-called villains all looked frightened. The crazy man would chop anyone he saw, constantly shouting to me that "You, this group of garbage, should go and bury my daughter." Seeing that most of them had been chopped and killed, suddenly a gunshot rang out, accurately holding the man's head. Jiang Ning turned around and found out that Huishan had fired the gun. The middle-aged man fell straight down with a smile on his face. A few people in the town looked at the miserable situation in the hallway and couldn't bear to continue watching. They turned around and returned to their room. Jiang Ning and Huishan looked coldly at the injured people in the corridor. These people knew that Jiang Ning had studied medicine and kept calling for help from Jiang and Ning. They had forgotten that not long ago, they were still thinking about rushing to the 18th floor to grab supplies and women. Should Jiang Ning heal them and then rob themselves? Finally, they closed 3 iron doors with Huishan and each went back to their rooms. As for the bodies that were chopped to death by the middle-aged man, they were left in the corridor for several days. In the end, it was the owner of the 17th floor who cursed and threw it into the flood downstairs. From then on, no one in the entire community dared to provoke the 18th floor anymore, because they not only killed people without blinking their eyes, but 2 of them also had guns in their hands. The rainstorm has been falling all the time without any intention of stopping. The flood has flooded to the 7th floor. With the gradually cold air, Jiang Ning knows that the extreme cold is coming. Jiang Ning bought another mink coat, which transformed a children's version of Daodu, turned out thermostatic cloth in the space, and made 2 warm clothes for Wang Kai and the rabbits on the balcony. During this period, Huishan and others found a reservoir, located on the middle of the mountain, not yet connected to the flood, but due to the lack of fishing equipment, I suffered a lot and didn't catch a few. Fortunately, when Jiang Ning and Zhong Nanai poured wine, they learned that Zhong Nan and his parents were both researchers. With Zhong Nan's help, they finally created a simple variable frequency fishing device. Just put the device under the water, with a diameter of 30 meters, all the fish will be thrown out of the water by the shaking cloud. In the end, a few people, along with their parents from Zhongnan, harvested thousands of pounds of fish in one day. Because they couldn't preserve them, they exchanged the fish and Qin for food. The Zhongnan family also got through this and solved the problem of no food. They secretly moved the food back home, divided it into small portions, and hid it in a hidden area of the house, afraid of being discovered and taken away in the middle of the night. As time went by, the rainstorm had already lasted for 3 months. At noon that day, the rainstorm became smaller, and everyone could not help cheering. After 3 months of rainstorm, we did not know how many people had died. Now it was finally over. But at this moment, Jiang Ning frowned because he knew what it meant when the rain stopped. Sure enough, Jiang Ning was awakened by the freezing that night, and Huishan's anxious voice came from the walkie-talkie. "Are you there, Jiang Ning? The weather is getting cold. hurry up and get dressed. Are you there, Jiang Ning? From the walkie-talkie, the urgent voice of Huoxin could be heard time and time again. Huoxin had just been awakened by the freezing, so he could care about Jiang Ning as soon as possible. It can be seen that their relationship has heated up a lot during this period, but even though Huoxin is very sincere, Jiang Ning dare not reveal his secrets. In the previous life, he was pushed down by the most trusted Yang Wei and Su Yao. The painful experience made him wary of anyone, until Jiang Ning picked up the walkie-talkie and replied, and Huoxin stopped calling. The cold air rushed towards him like a knife. Jiang Ning quickly took out the constant temperature clothes he had bought for 200,000 yuan, put them on him, and then swept the living room's Wang Kai and two rabbits into the space. As soon as they entered the space, the tense bodies of Wang Kai and the rabbits relaxed. Jiang Ning quickly took out the warm clothes he had prepared before, put a mink coat on his body, and then followed by Wang Kai and two rabbits. After finishing all of this, Jiang Ning took them out of the space. As soon as they left, Huoxin's urgent knocking on the door came from the corner. Opening the door, Huoxin stood anxiously in a military coat at the door. Jiang Ning quickly explained that it was too cold just now. He was looking for clothes and didn't hear it. Seeing that Jiang Ning was fine, Huoxin took out a scarf and surrounded him. Then Huoxin went to wake Zhangli and the three of them. They looked at the mink coat in the wardrobe and realized how wise Jiang Ning was, especially Zhang Chao, who was sleeping alone. After putting on a mink coat and wrapping a cotton quilt around himself, it wasn't until Jiang Ning cooked a large pot of ginger tea that the middle-aged person drank it and it warmed up a bit. Zhang Chao locked himself in the quilt and trembled, saying, "Fortunately, I bought you mink, leather coat, and cotton quilt in advance. Otherwise, we would have been frozen to death in our sleep." Meanwhile, Huoxin, the strongest physical fitness, was lighting charcoal in several stoves. Watching the slowly rising charcoal fire, a few people quickly gathered together, and poor Daodu, like a hairy ball wrapped in goods and Jiang Ning's roots, was surrounded by the fireplace. Only then did they hear the commotion downstairs. It is estimated that many people did not prepare the winter supplies, and the downstairs has been completely chaotic. Zhang Li took out a thermometer and looked at the temperature on it. She was surprised and said, "No wonder it's so cold. The indoor temperature is now minus 19 degrees. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chao looked incredulous as it dropped from over 20 degrees above zero to minus 19 degrees below zero, which was too exaggerated. Besides, we don't even wear down jackets. When did cities in the south have such a low-level problem? This is a disaster even worse than the rainstorm of 3 months. Many old people and children are frozen to death in their sleep." After recovering from shock, the few of them went back to sleep with their respective stoves. After closing the door, Jiang Ning took out the battery and 2 electric blankets from the space, one for himself and the other for Wang Kai and 2 rabbits. The next morning, Jiang Ning was awakened by Huoxin's call through the walkie-talkie. He took the walkie-talkie and was speechless for a while. When did this man become so clingy? After rejecting Huoxin's idea of delivering breakfast, Jiang Ning slept until noon. Fortunately, the temperature remained at 19 degrees Celsius and did not continue to drop. During the meal, he brought someone again. After confirming that Jiang Ning and others were still lively, he happily left. At night, the temperature dropped to minus 21 degrees Celsius. After taking a hot bath in the space, Jiang Ning looked at the 145-hour countdown and felt satisfied. 145 hours represented that he could hide in the space for a full 6 days in case of life-threatening situations, which he had accumulated for almost 4 months. He took out the lamp from the space, ate a hot pot, and then went to bed. When he woke up again the next day, it was already snowing heavily. If it was before the end of the world, Jiang Ning, a southerner, would definitely have a close-up look. But at this time, Jiang Ning frowned. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, it was only cold, and there was no snow. The flood alone had already submerged half of the city. If there were a few months of rainstorm, the whole city would disappear. From sentient beings to now, he has encountered many things that are different from the previous life. Although he does not know the reasons and there are good and bad things, he knows that these things are definitely not changed for no reason, but he has not yet found the reasons. After breakfast, Zhang Chao shouted out to everyone. In their room, the water tower on the rooftop had all frozen over. They needed to find a way to solve the water problem and descend into the space. There was endless use of words. He didn't have to worry, but he also had to pretend to be anxious. Huoshenti now has a lot of snow outside. They can gather the snow and melt it into water, although not much, at least it can be maintained temporarily. A few people have no objections, wrapped up in zonzi and climbed onto the roof. Just as he opened the balcony door, a cold wind blew on his face, shivering with cold. Jiang Ning covered his face with a scarf and walked out first. The rooftop was particularly large, and the snowflakes had frozen into thin ice after yesterday's freezing. After several hours of hard work and collecting the ice, the few people finally temporarily solved the problem of water use. They closed the rooftop, and as soon as they arrived at the 18th floor, they heard a loud knocking on the door. Zhang Li's temper suddenly rose up again. In just a few days, this group of people had become dishonest again. It was only when they reached the staircase that they could hear clearly that the voice was coming from downstairs. Huoxin explained that many owners were frozen to death at home at night. In order not to waste resources, Heian must be taking people to check the number of survivors who survived, and then collect the survival materials of the frozen dead and distribute them to the survivors. I have to say that Heian did a lot. After all, the dead wanted to make way for the living. Liu shrugged and said that every household had nothing to eat after months of rainstorm. Now go pry open their door. What else can you find? In the following days, the temperature will drop every day, although not very obvious. It has unknowingly dropped to minus 28 degrees Celsius. On that day, Grandma Zhong knocked on the iron door in the stairwell to thank Jiang Ning. She brought a large jar of fish and meat pickled by her mother from Jiangnan. Grandma Zhong cried and explained to Jiang Ning as she spoke. It turned out that when the temperature suddenly dropped the day before yesterday, he remembered the blood-activating medicinal wine that Jiang Ning had given him. Jiang Ning had told him that wiping it on his body and covering it with a blanket would make him sweat. Unexpectedly, it was this jar of medicinal wine that allowed his middle-aged grandmother's family to survive. He said he has lived his whole life and has never seen the temperature in the south drop to minus 26 degrees Celsius. He really doesn't know what the world is like. Jiang Ning smiled and took the fish and expressed gratitude to Grandma Zhong. Grandma Zhong opened her conversation box in a torrent and continued, saying that although my son and grandson, daughter-in-law, and I survived, there were many little girls next door. In any room, someone had frozen to death. Yesterday, someone had a fever, and that little girl came to me to borrow medicine. But I don't have any medicine, and even if I have one, I won't lend it to him. In the current temperature, any cold will die. Jiang Ning was surprised that so many people had died, and Su Ya was still alive. Grandma Zhong continued to tell Jiang Ning that he felt something big was going on here recently because Heian, along with his people, pried open the frozen owner's house and collected a lot of supplies, including food, clothes, and wooden furniture. But when Heian distributes supplies, he treats them differently, with men sharing more and women deducting half directly. Many women have complaints about this, but they dare not say it out loud. The most terrifying thing is that Heian has already started to contact the building managers of other units and the black and evil organizations outside. This beast even took out several female college students in the community and publicly sold them half a pound of rice for an hour. The girl named Yuqing on the 12th floor almost died when she returned, and the 5 pounds of grain she finally exchanged did not give him any food to avoid. Jiang Ning is strange why she didn't take Su Yao out, Grandma Zhong firmly said. It must be because of his male classmates, but it's also a matter of time. Grandma Zhong also said that the black and evil organizations outside are going to collect protective food on the 18th and 19th floors. If they cannot obtain it, young men and women will be arrested for the enjoyment of the wealthy. Jiang Ning has also seen these people in his last life, and the authorities have surrounded them several times, but it has no effect. Finally, Grandma Zhong revealed the purpose of this visit. It turned out that there was a homeowner on the 17th floor who had frozen to death and they wanted to move up. There is no opposition to the arrival, but there is also no support. It just shows the extreme. The people on the 18th floor are not just from this building. With the arrival of the extremely cold moon and the freezing of the water surface, there are fewer and fewer supplies available outside, so strictly speaking, the 18th floor is a very dangerous place. Coastal areas are usually very humid, but now after experiencing floods, the temperature drops sharply, and the entire city is like a huge ice bank. Jinqiu community is an old community from earlier years. Except for some college students who are studying, most of them are elderly people. After being hit by typhoons, floods, hunger and cold, the entire community is probably only 20 to 30% alive. When Grandma Songjong went downstairs, Jiang Ning saw a letter for herself on the steps. It had been peaceful for so long, and what was supposed to come was finally coming. With a sneer, Jiang Ning had guessed the identity of the writer. After putting the letter into his pocket, Jiang Ning went to Zhang Li's room and told a few people everything Grandma Zhong reminded him of. Zhang Li was so angry that she threatened to solve this scumbag sooner or later. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning explained that if we were to deal with Heian in the tomb, there would be countless scumbags appearing. Our top priority should be to find ways to resist the black and evil organizations outside. These people have weapons and strength, but they are not as easy to deal with as Heian and others. Listening to what I said, Lu Yu and Zhang Chao were scared to the point where their faces turned green. They were experiencing the end of the world for the first time, and we didn't expect chaos outside to reach such a level. We quickly said, no, let's move to the villa on the mountaintop. After the two finished speaking, they were rejected by Jiang Ning. From a safety perspective, the villa cannot be compared to the 18th floor. Zhang Li gritted his teeth and said he would definitely not move. Our supplies are all here, and we will fight against anyone who comes. After speaking, everyone looked at Huoxin, who was silent. Huoxin's expression remained cold. If he wanted to go up to the 18th floor, he had to pass through the 17th floor. After Grandma Zhong moved to the 17th floor, we installed more doors in the 17th floor corridor. Even if those people wanted to rush in, it was not so easy. Zhang Ning quite agrees with Zhang Li's idea of winning. It is definitely not possible to just run away in the end of the world. Only by beating them to the point of complete fear can they live a peaceful life. At this moment, Zhang Ning, in the eyes of a few people, has a kind of discrimination like a female emperor. After returning to the room, Zhang Ning opened the letter, which stated that I already knew your secret. I will meet at 4 p.m. in the new city, otherwise I will reveal your secret to the public. It is now 2 p.m., and to ensure that I am not ambushed, Zhang Ning plans to become interested now. I didn't originally plan to bring Wang Kai with me when I went out, but the dog bit on Jiang Ning's pants leg and refused to agree. In the end, one person and one dog, wearing cold and protective clothing, walked out of the unit building. The new city is only 1 kilometer away from the Jinsho community. Before the end of the day, it was a famous commercial street, but now it has been frozen in water. Although it is very cold, there are more people searching for supplies outside than during the flood. Nowadays, people not only lack food and warmth supplies, but also heating firewood is the rarest material. In places with more people, there are conflicts, no legal constraints, and various crimes occur frequently. Some people have even begun to rush into various communities to seize them. Before leaving the community, a few people rushed out of Building 8 next door and rushed towards Jiangning. For the convenience of search and rescue, the colors of the polar cold clothing were designed to be bright, which led to Jiangning being noticed as soon as he left. When Zhang Ning walked out of the unit door, he changed into ice skates. By the time these people limped and slid to Zhang Ning's position, Zhang Ning had already disappeared on the ice skates and disappeared in place. Survivors searching for supplies along the way, watching Zhang Ning gallop past on ice skates, all showed envious glances. After slowly regaining his senses, Zhang Ning became more proficient holding onto Wang Kai and soon arrived at the new city commercial area. Looking at the commercial building with only 2 floors left, Zhang Ning took the lead in occupying a favorable position on the rooftop. At this point, the temperature had reached minus 30 degrees Celsius, and every breath was as if the heart would freeze. At 3:30 p.m., Zhang Ning took out a telescope and looked around, but did not find anyone. Until 4 o'clock, a figure appeared on the ice, tightly wrapped around himself, making it impossible to tell who it was from the outside. The figure carefully climbed to the top of the building and saw that Zhang Ning was not here, clearly stunned for a moment. Zhang Ning, who was hiding in the dark, had long discovered that it was Su Yao who had written a letter to invite him. He didn't want to pay attention to it, but couldn't help but wonder what Su Yao really wanted to do. The low temperature of minus 30 degrees Celsius, no matter how much things were wrapped around her body, couldn't resist the piercing chill. Soon, Su Yao was so cold that she almost fainted. However, considering the daily life of exchanging food with her body, she was unwilling to leave now. Thinking that Zhang Ning was living comfortably on the 18th floor, Su Yao's heart couldn't balance. Moreover, Yang Wei, that useless person, couldn't rely on him at all. He even pushed himself and Yu Qing out for food, exchanging his body for food. Yu Qing was even physically abused by that group of scumbags. If she had obtained Jiang Ning's pendant before, she wouldn't have fallen to this point. Su Yao wished it were all a dream. When she woke up, she could comfortably lie on the big bed and sleep, eat a hot pot barbecue roll, and shrink to the ground. Su Yao wanted to cry, but she never dared because the low temperature of 30 degrees Celsius would cause tears to flow onto her face, freezing her skin. When Jiang Ning saw her frozen to the point where she couldn't hold on, she slowly walked out. After seeing Jiang Ning, Su Yao confirmed her conjecture. He bet on Jiang Ning and didn't dare to let himself reveal the secrets of the space. Looking at Jiang Ning's brand new outfit and the comparison with her messy appearance, Su Yao's jealousy quickly erupted. If she had tricked Jiang Ning out of the pendant at that time, Jiang Ning's current life would be her own. This time, if she risked her life to come, she must snatch back the space from him. Jiang Ning came straight to the point and asked Su Yao how she knew about her pendant and how there was room for it. Su Yao, on the other hand, is answering questions and threatening Jiang Ning. If someone else finds out about the materials piled up in your space, guess if you can withstand everyone's attack. In classical Chinese, Jiang Ning remained silent, just staring coldly at him. Su Yao continued, saying that I have no other malice towards you. As long as you agree to let me live on the 18th floor, I will always keep this secret for you. You have so much material stored in the space, raising me as a weak and helpless girl is not excessive, is it? Su Yao knows Jiang Ning's personality, so he dare not ask too much. As long as he can ensure that he is full, he also has his own plans. With his beauty, he is confident that in the future, he will strive to win deep favor. It will not be too late to seize Jiang Ning's space. Huoshin is handsome and can fight, and with his own space in hand, they will definitely become the most comfortable people in the end of the world. If Jiang Ning knew Su Yao's thoughts, he would probably laugh himself to death. Just because he wanted to seduce Huoshin, he definitely didn't know how cold Huoshin was usually. After listening to Su Yao's request, Jiang Ning asked me what to do if I didn't agree. Don't tell me that you ambushed people from a black and evil organization nearby, and their fees may not be enough for you to sleep for a month. With your current situation, I can crush you with one hand. Why do you think I will agree to you staying on the 18th floor? Su Yao's beautiful dream shattered, and her heart suddenly sank. She followed closely with anger, shouting at Jiang Ning, "What do you think you are? You can look down on me. If it weren't for the space to cheat, with your appearance, there wouldn't be more than one piece of bread a night." Jiang Ning sneered and looked at him. "You still didn't understand who had the initiative. You didn't dare to tell anyone about space. Erectile dysfunction not only attacked you in public opinion, but also made you go out to exchange materials. There was no one around you to trust. If I kill you now, no one will know the secrets of space." After Jiang Ning finished speaking, Wang Kai suddenly rushed out from one side and bit Su Yao's thigh tightly. Before Su Yao could feel the pain in her legs, she immediately saw a long sword piercing through her chest from behind. Jiang Ning's voice came from behind. "Why do you think you can threaten me?" Su Yao's eyes were filled with shock. She was so naive that she never imagined that Jiang Ning would really dare to kill her. A few minutes later, watching Su Yao's body stiffen, Jiang Ning left the commercial building with Wang Kai. She didn't care how Su Yao knew the secret of the pendant, but it was just a time travel or rebirth like herself. But if she dared to hit his attention, she could only go to hell. When he returned, it was already dark. As Wang Kai was running ahead, the people along the way looked at him with greedy eyes. Finally, a group of people couldn't help but pick up weapons and surrounded Wang Kai. However, those who moved their legs on the ice were definitely no match for 4 legs, a few dodges, and a sudden turn. These people were then fooled by Wang Kai and fell a few times. Seeing that they couldn't catch Wang Kai, a few people turned their attention to Jiang Ning behind them. Jiang Ning quickly took out his golf club and accelerated towards them. With just one encounter, one of the men was hit in the head by Jiang Ning. Despite wearing a cotton hat, the man was still hit and couldn't breathe on the spot. Jiang Ning showed no mercy towards those who blocked and robbed the way. These people were either blocking and robbing the way or fighting and robbing houses in the tomb chamber. Killing them was considered as a way to eliminate harm for the people. He turned his head and changed his direction, charging towards a few people again. A few times back and forth, the other party had already been beaten to death by 4 or 5 people. They didn't expect that a thin and weak little girl not only had high combat power, but also had such a fierce attack. Watching her companions die on the ground and leave, they no longer cared about Jiang Ning, but quickly rushed up and stripped off all the clothes of their deceased companions, quickly putting them on themselves. Even 2 people stared at the body, showing different eyes. Seeing that they stopped fighting, Jiang Ning turned around and quickly returned to the Jinsho community with Wang Kai. When climbing to the 12th floor, Jiang Ning met Yu Qing. At this moment, Yu Qing's body was thin and pale, with no trace of popularity on her body. When she saw Jiang Ning, Yu Qing immediately knelt down. She was tortured for an hour for 5 pounds of food, and she couldn't even eat a few bites. She knew she couldn't survive like this anymore. She didn't want to be thrown out of the window by several people with erectile dysfunction after death. Now she could only beg Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning originally didn't want to talk to him, but seeing him made her feel like she had seen herself before. She was also tricked by Yang Wei and felt the same way. Then she took out a bag of strong sleeping pills from her pocket and handed them over. "All I could help you with was these. You had to decide the rest of the way." Yu Qing took the sleeping pills, covered her abdomen, and walked towards her own house, ignoring the cruelty. It was clearly her own house, but if he had a romantic mindset and allowed them to live with impotence, perhaps if he could do it again, he would definitely not hand over food for impotence. When they returned to the 18th floor, Zhang Li and Zhang Chao were practicing together. As Grandma Zhong had warned, there were external forces targeting the 18th floor, so they dared not relax at all. They were working hard every day, and even a few people, under Horshin's training, trained their crossbows and arrows to hit 100 shots. A few days later in the morning, Grandma Zhong and a few people knocked on the explosion-proof door of the stairs. After seeing it clearly, it was the owner of the 17th floor and the family of the little boy who last sought treatment for Jiang Ning's stomach. According to Grandma Zhong, there was a murder case at Yu Qing's house next door. The girl, unable to bear the torture, put sleeping pills in the water of several men. While the medicine was working, she killed 2 of them with a knife. However, she was also killed by the people who woke up and threw them downstairs. The surviving man seemed to be a bit abnormal, so Grandma Zhong's family moved to the 17th floor overnight. Not only that, they also dismantled their original stainless steel door and wanted to learn from Jiang Ning and the others by installing 3 protective doors in the stairwell. Therefore, this time they came up to borrow tools from Jiang Ning and the others. Jiang Ning turned her head to look at the fire god behind her. The bedroom was unpredictable, but installing a protective door on the 17th floor was also a good thing for the 18th floor. However, a few people didn't want to get too close to these people. Things could be borrowed, but you had to take collateral. After the 17th floor agreed, Huixin returned to the room and gave them tools. Zhangli also welded the remaining nails to the protective door for them. In addition, on the 17th floor, it was requested to share the water resources on the rooftop with Jiangning and the others. In order to cooperate, Jiangning ultimately agreed to them, but the requirement was that only at 4 p.m. in the afternoon, Zhongnan could come up alone, and the others could come up to kill without mercy. From then on, the Hui family had to go through 6 levels before they could come up. The next morning, Zhangli and the others prepared to go out in groups with Zhongping's family to chop firewood. In extremely cold weather, the firewood was used too quickly. With a mentality of being prepared for danger, the few of them walked out of the unit building fully armed. Just as I left, I was surrounded by people who had ambushed in Building 8 in advance. Jiang Ning didn't worry at all as he watched from above. After several months of training, the 3 of them have made rapid progress in combat power, and as expected, Fragile Luyu swung the nailed Languilist and in just a few minutes, several people fell down. The people in Building 8 have completely collapsed. How could everyone on the 18th floor be so capable of fighting? In the evening, the 3 of them returned with a full load. When Jiang Ning and Huixin went down to pick them up, because the flood had previously flooded the 7th floor, for the convenience of entry and exit, someone had smashed the walls of the 7th floor corridor. Although it was much easier to enter and exit, the few people were quite resistant because they could always see the bodies thrown down from upstairs, piled up here. Looking at them, they always felt uncomfortable. After moving all the firewood back to the 18th floor, Zhangli announced good news that the official will send out supplies. Survivors can receive 1 pound of relief food per week with their ID card. Young and strong individuals can participate in reconstruction work and receive 5 kilograms of relief grain per month. If they are high-end technical talents, participating in reconstruction work or civilization restoration plans can receive 30 kilograms of relief food per month. The supplies hoarded on the 18th floor are enough for them to eat for 2 years. The few people were not originally planning to collect relief food, but they thought that if they didn't fit in, it would definitely attract unnecessary trouble. In the end, the few people decided to let Zhengli take care of the house, while the rest went to the official designated location to receive relief food. However, they did not participate in the official reconstruction work. One reason is that they have abundant resources and there is no need to accept this kind of criticism. The second reason is that after the official distribution of relief food, all those who struggled also came out, and the increase in the number of people made the outside world more cruel than before. Because the official does not have any extra manpower to maintain order, once they leave the official sphere of influence, the vicious incidents of grabbing food and supplies, clothing and women frequently occur, and even a few families never come back because they went out to collect supplies. After receiving the relief food, a few people walked towards the community. As they were about to reach the community, Wang Kai suddenly rushed in one direction. Jiangning designated that Wang Kai would not engage in such behavior for no reason. He quickly picked up a telescope and looked in the direction that Wang Kai was running towards. Through the telescope, Jiangning saw a familiar face. Then let Huixin and the others go back first, and I will chase towards Wang Kai. Jiangning, with his wealth, quietly infiltrated a dilapidated office building, and the figures of 2 men appeared in the chaotic office. The scene in front of him made Jiang Ning's eyes sharp. While the 2 were busy, Jiang Ning took out a tang knife and quietly approached, piercing one of them in the chest. Upon hearing the commotion, Yang Wei suddenly woke up and turned his head to look at Jiang Ning. His cold eyes were filled with fear. "Xiang Ning, are you crazy? How could you kill someone casually?" Just as he finished speaking, Wang Kai rushed over and bit Yang Wei, leaving him covered in blood. It was only then that Yang Wei understood why Su Yao never came back after leaving, and why Su Yao always reminded him that Jiang Ning was no longer Jiang Ning. At that time, he never understood what Su Yao meant, but now he has completely figured it out. The end of the world has happened, and there is nothing else impossible. After figuring everything out, Yang Wei pointed at Jiang Ning and shouted, "Su Yao must have discovered your secret and was killed by you, right? You are not Jiang Ning at all, You just have taken over Jiang Ning's body. Isn't it right to hear Yang Wei say this? Jiang Ning didn't bother to explain to him, just smiled at him, his eyes incredibly deep, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Yang Wei thought he had caught Jiang Ning's secret and immediately became proud. He also wanted to blackmail Jiang Ning into living on the 18th floor like Su Yao, and wanted to share half of Jiang Ning's supplies. In the end, he, who was delusional, also achieved the same outcome as Su Yao. He lay forever in the ice and snow. When the filter of love lost its effectiveness, Yang Wei was not even worth a chicken leg in Jiang Ning's eyes. Apart from that face, it was simply useless. After finishing all of this, Jiang Ning's mood improved a lot, and this group of people finally died. After searching for their supplies, Jiang Ning returned to the main road of the community with Wang Kai. Unexpectedly, Huoxin and his sister were still waiting for Jiang Ning here. It wasn't until Jiang Ning returned safely that they finally calmed down. After returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning found Zhang Chao and Lu Yu and wanted them to make a sled for Wang Kai. This way, when he went out to chop bamboo and firewood tomorrow, it would be more convenient to pull supplies. After the two of them said it was okay, Jiang Ning returned to his room. The next morning, when Jiang Ning woke up, the sled was already ready. Although it was slightly different from the real one, there were still many things that he didn't have. In order to deal with the black and evil organizations outside, Zhang Li even used 2 warm clothes to make an iron plate bulletproof vest for Jiang Ning to wear when going out, just in case. However, the winner doesn't know the size, so it hasn't been made yet. When going downstairs, Huoxin and Jiang Ning met a father and son from Zhongnan who were also preparing to go to the mountains to chop firewood. With a mentality of having more people and more strength, he decided to go out together. When they arrived at the mountainside, it was still early and there were not many people. In order to keep warm, the survivors had almost cut down all the trees on the mountainside. However, the bamboo on the mountainside had not been noticed yet. Compared to wood, chopping bamboo was much easier. 2 hours later, Jiang Ning, Huoxin, and the father and son of the Zhong family returned with a full load. With the sled pulled by Wang Kai, they preserved Huoxin and Jiang Ning's physical strength to the greatest extent possible. Seeing the envy of the father and son of Zhongnan, they immediately decided to go home and get a sled for themselves. A few kilometers away from Jinqiu community on the mountain, halfway through, Huoxin's sister Daoda slipped and fell to the ground. Huoxin quickly put down his things and went to help, while Jiang Ning helped the sled. At this moment, 3 men with knives suddenly appeared behind and rushed forward. 2 of them rushed towards Huoxin, while the other rushed towards Jiang Ning. Huoxin reacted and kicked one person away, followed by pulling out a short knife to solve the other one. Jiang Ning didn't hesitate, pulled out the Tang sword, turned around, and inserted it into the last person's body. The man who was kicked away by the cargo body saw that the 2 of them were so powerful, and he immediately wanted to run away. There was also a shadow of a woman in the direction of the man's escape, which was obviously a group. Huoxin quickly caught up and threw his short knife at the man. The man was hit in the thigh by the knife and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Jiang Ning caught up with the man and looked coldly at him. The man was so scared by Jiang Ning's gaze that he quickly begged for mercy on the beautiful woman. "We were wrong. We didn't mean to. Please let me go, will you?" Jiang Ning didn't have time to listen to his nonsense and stabbed the man's body with a knife. A woman from afar saw this scene and quickly ran over, cursing at Jiang Ning that "You were just a devil. You are a demon who kills without blinking an eye." She followed closely and cried with the man, tearing her heart and lungs apart. Jiang Ning listened to his words somewhat comically. "You wanted to kill us, but we ended up killing us instead. But now you're saying we're demons instead. What kind of nonsense logic is that? If you say that the whole family needs to be neat, even if he's dead, you can't live anymore." After saying the result, the woman chops firewood and the waves of people passing by are all stunned by Jiang Ning's ruthlessness. Afraid that Jiang Ning might go crazy, he quickly picked up the wood and ran away. The journey was smooth and unobstructed, and a few people rushed back to Jinqiu community. At night, the temperature dropped to -35°C. The next day, several people on the 18th floor sat together and made a large number of bamboo swords out of bamboo. In the cold weather, people wore thick bamboo swords. In order to unleash the power of bamboo swords, they had to shoot towards the eyes. Therefore, their accuracy needs to be further improved through practice. Upon hearing Huoxin's words, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu had a feeling of wanting to cry, and these words were clearly meant to be heard by both of them. At noon, Jiang Ning noticed that Wang Kai was a bit different from before and quickly took him to Huoxin's room. During this time, not only did Wang Kai become heavier, but his physique also grew much larger than before. Looking like a calf, Wang Kai Huoxin couldn't explain it either. In theory, adult dogs cannot continue to grow. The only possibility is that in order to resist the harsh living environment, the animal's body undergoes mutations. Upon hearing Huishan's words, Jiang Ning was suddenly surprised and remembered that he had heard the word in his previous life. He had also heard of mice with large bodies and sharp teeth, as well as cockroaches the size of goose eggs. However, he had only heard of it and had not seen it before. Jiang Ning asked Huishan with some concern whether this mutation would trigger the danger of Wankai, as he had discovered that he had indeed become very irritable lately and wanted to bite and fight. Huishan comforted that dogs have a relatively high IQ and are naturally close to humans. As long as they guide them reasonably during training, there should be no problems. Although Huishan said so, Jiang Ning still had some concerns. Based on the experience of the previous life, the extreme cold lasted for a year, and now it's only 3 months. Wankai has already started to mutate, making it difficult to guarantee what he will become in the future. In the following days, the few of them didn't go out again, but practiced swordsmanship on the balcony every day. Even the weakest Lu Yu was able to hit 100 shots with 100 hits. That morning, Grandma Zhong knocked on the door of the 18th floor again and heard him say that the black and evil organizations outside that collect protective food have entered the community and have been requisitioned to the neighboring Building 8. Zhong Jia is a highly educated and cultured person. It's not enough for those people to resist. However, the food in the tomb chamber is life, and they would rather die than hand it over. Even if they demand 3 pounds of food this time, according to their personality, they will definitely increase the amount of protective food. Therefore, they can only rely their hope on the strong 18th floor. Jiang Ning knew his meaning and did not answer directly. Instead, he asked him that there were not many survivors in the community, and it was impossible for them to gather and deal with them. In classical Chinese, Grandma sighed deeply, not to mention those people. Most of the so-called building chiefs took advantage of those organizations, not only did not resist, but also became accomplices. 2 upright building chiefs wanted to report to the police, but the next day they lay in the snow. The most miserable was the female building chief on the 17th floor, who was tortured to death by those people because of her good looks. The official staff is insufficient and there is no ability to manage this matter. Upon hearing Grandma Zhong say these things, Zhang Li's violent temper immediately came up and angrily shouted, wanting my mother to teach her how to protect her. Dream it, the 18th floor won't cause trouble, but she will not be afraid of anything. Upon hearing what Zhang Li said, Grandma Zhong happily went to contact the other 2 households on the 17th floor. The next day, the well-protected ones arrived as expected. Early in the morning, there was noise coming from downstairs, followed by screams of agony. Strangely enough, he immediately organized the people downstairs to resist, but he was the first to be knocked down. Moreover, several young girls in the building were almost humiliated by that group of scumbags. The group resistance in Building 7 completely angered the black and evil organizations. They arrested Heen in a separate room and put him to death, and increased the protection beam to 6 nearby. But this time, Heen became particularly tough and would rather die than hand over the food. Suddenly, one person in the crowd shouted for us to hand in protective food. You have the ability to ask the 18th floor to hand it in first. This sentence caught the interest of the leader of the group, and soon the protective door on the 17th floor was knocked on. When Jiang Ning and his companions descended to the 17th floor, they only saw Grandma Zhong's family. It was obvious that the other 2 families dared not come out, but Jiang Ning had never expected them. After opening the small door and looking at Jiang Ning's appearance, the leader was somewhat stunned. In the end world, people lived as lowly as insects, but the woman in front of them was beautiful and white, not at all like a survivor in the end world. Even Lu Yu behind Jiang Ning has a feeling of a small white face, indicating that there must be abundant resources on the 18th floor. Thinking of this, the leader was particularly happy. He directly raised his gun and aimed it at Jiang Ming through the small door. Starting today, I took over this community. You guys are on the 17th and 18th floors, and will pay 100 kilograms of grain every month from now on. Upon hearing the leader's words, the people downstairs were overjoyed. They had always been jealous of the comfortable life on the 18th floor, and now someone had finally come to treat them. It was as if they had let out a fierce anger, as if this 100 pounds of protective food was for them. Jiang Ning ignored the leader, but turned his head to look at Huishan behind him. Huishan understood Jiang Ning's meaning and stared deeply at the 5 people across from him, feeling speechless. With 2 guns and 3 baseball bats, the other person subdued the entire community. It should be noted that there were at least a few hundred survivors in this community. At this moment, he ran over in a panic again. As soon as he saw Jiang Ning, he quickly said goodbye and said goodbye. It's easy to say something. Jiang Ning, I know you're good at it, but now the heroes don't suffer losses in front of us. You have so much food, and handing it over doesn't affect anything. Why don't I go and help you cut the price? Jiang Ning looked at Ian jumping up and down, couldn't help but smile. How much commission did they give you to work so hard? Caught in a weak spot, Anton became anxious. Jiang Ning, don't wrongly accuse a good person. I risked my life to lower the price of our protective beam in building one. In classical Chinese, Jiang Ning was fooled by him and laughed. Look at you wearing such thick clothes. How did you get beaten up and covered in blood? Besides, the color of your red ink is not right. Upon hearing this, everyone downstairs was stunned. Their eyes towards Heian were filled with anger. Heian was completely scared and quickly pushed aside, saying that he would no longer be the building leader. However, he was surrounded by people downstairs. The leader quickly picked up his gun and aimed it at Jiang Ning, threatening her to open the door. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning obediently opened the door. Even the people downstairs who are doing Heian are confused. Among the 5 members of the Black and Evil organization, the 2 with guns quickly aimed their guns at Jiang Ning and the others. Kuan told them that having a gun in hand on the 18th floor was difficult to deal with, and they had to take action first to make it stronger. Jiang Ning obediently put down his tang sword and gave a strange smile to the leader. The leader didn't expect the people on the 18th floor to be so obedient. He walked into Jiang Ning with pride, but in the next second, he couldn't laugh anymore. Jiang Ning suddenly pulled out a short knife and quickly stabbed the leader several times in the chest. At the same time, the cargo body threw a dagger and hit another person's chest. The incident happened too quickly, and the others had not yet reacted to the situation. Then, Jiang Ning looked coldly at the remaining 3 people, holding a fake gun and trying to bully the head on the 18th floor. He accompanied you in a play and really took himself seriously. The remaining 3 were already scared silly. It took them a while before they picked up their baseball bats and rushed forward. However, the 3 of them were like little chicks in the hands of the living body, and in a few moments, the living body twisted and broke their necks. The people downstairs were completely dumbfounded, even forgetting what happened to Heian. I don't know who shouted, "The demon on the 18th floor has killed again," and the survivors of the entire building were immediately horrified. Kuan trembled and shouted to Jiang Ning, "Killing someone is illegal. Besides, you killed the harvester. If their organization finds out and sends someone to seek revenge, what should we do?" Jiang Ning sneered and looked at him, asking if you were breaking the law while exchanging food with the girls in the building with lingering affection. Now they are collaborating with the Black organization to trap the entire building and ensure that they do not violate the law. Heian was still arguing, but was stabbed through by Jiang Ning's body with a knife. Following closely, I dragged myself to the window and threw it down from the 16th floor. Upon seeing this scene, Heian's wife roared and shouted wildly at Jiang Ning. As the saying goes, marry the chicken, marry the dog. Since your husband has died, you should go and accompany him. After finishing speaking, Jiang Ning threw him directly downstairs and saw Heian go. After Heian died, no one dared to stay on the 16th floor. With a clever reaction, he quickly rushed towards the 8th floor where Heian was located. The people who followed closely also reacted and rushed into Heian's house, grabbing the supplies Heian had accumulated. Heian had been the head of the building for so long, and he had not squeezed out too much. Even Zhang Chao and Liu Yu followed suit, carrying back dozens of pounds of rice. The survivors who had been squeezed for a long time even took away the clothes on Heian's young and old bodies. There is no need to think about their fate. After returning to the 18th floor, Huoxin reminded several people that this group of people has all died here, and their organization will definitely not stop there. We must be prepared for their revenge. So in the next few days, a few people dared not slack off at all and worked hard to train themselves every day. 3 days later in the morning, the screams of agony echoed downstairs again, and the Avenger had arrived. Jiang Ning had a serious expression on his face. These people really know how to pick a day. Zhang Li and the 3 of them went out to chop firewood before dawn. Zhong Jiaran was recruited by the official and left for work. Now, only he, Huoxin, and a dog can take a taxi on the 18th floor. Wearing bulletproof vests, both Jiang Ning and Huoxin took out their armor. When my pistol reached the 17th floor, Grandma Zhong and a young man with a knife were standing in front of the protective door. Seeing Jiang Ning and his family come over, the man looked embarrassed and quickly explained that he and his family went out to search for supplies last time, so he did not participate in the last resistance. Jiang Ning glanced at him and didn't care if what he said was true or false. Huoxin pulled Jiang Ning behind him and walked towards the protective door. Just as he was about to open the fence, several bullets suddenly hit the nearby wall. It seemed that this time they were not for food, but to completely destroy Jiang Ning. The few of them worked hard. Huoxin had rich combat experience and dodged the bullets continuously. At this moment, Jiang Ning saw through the huge reflective surface which man on the 17th floor was slowly approaching him with a knife. Jiang Ning didn't turn her head back and took out a pistol and shot it backwards from under her armpit, hitting the man's stomach with a loud bang. The man was shot and lay on the ground, screaming incessantly. He followed Grandma in the cup and hit her head with a crutch, completely stopping the screams. At the same time, the black and evil organization downstairs happened to knock on the first door, and Huishin quickly opened the second door, throwing out something the size of a fist. Immediately after, a burst of smoke dispersed among the crowd of black and evil organizations, causing a group of people to cry uncontrollably. Huishin and Jiang Ning seized the opportunity to fire tree guns, and screams kept coming from downstairs. They didn't stop until they emptied the bullets in their guns. After the smoke dissipated, Huishin rushed into the crowd alone and reappeared. The downstairs was completely quiet. At this moment, the three members of Jingli also rushed up from downstairs. Zhang Chao looked at Huishin and Jiang Ning with a look of fear on his face. Fortunately, we had dealt with everything behind us. It turned out that the three had just left the community when they heard gunshots, so they quickly took out their weapons and rushed towards the 18th floor. During the gunfight, members of the Black and Evil organization only knew how to attack. From the 18th floor to death, they never expected that three people with explosive combat power would emerge from behind, and they would be sandwiched up and down. It would be difficult for these people to be annihilated without a group of people. When Zhang Chao and Lu Yu were cleaning the battlefield, they found dozens of bullets and 3 pistols. Lu Yu looked excited, and now all 5 people on the 18th floor have their own pistols. Look at who doesn't have eyes and dares to provoke us. At the same time, Zhang Li saw the body of a man in the hallway and learned that it was an undercover agent bought by a black and evil organization on the 17th floor. Zhang Li kicked open the door of the man's room and threw his wife out of the 17th floor. As for the other household, Zhang Li did not care about him, but everyone unanimously decided not to help the 17th floor resist in the future. As long as there was no crisis, they would not come down again on the 18th floor. In classical Chinese, the grandmother hated these 2 unpopular neighbors to death. After returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning felt a bit tired and took a nap. In the evening, he got up and changed into relatively old clothes, leaving the community. He wanted to inquire about the news of this black and evil organization. According to Jiang Ning's memory in his past life, this organization was called the Tiger Gang, and they would be completely eradicated by the authorities in a few months. However, he did not intend to sit idly by now. When he arrived at the Lihao community where the Tiger Gang was located, it was already completely dark. Jiang Ning took out a telescope and stood in the snow to examine. The security of Lihao community was particularly strict. Not only was there someone guarding the entrance of the community, but there were also codes and tokens that required identity verification for entry and exit. Continuing with the memories of his past life, Jiang Ning remembered the codes, but did not know what the tokens were. It was impossible for Ping Jiangning to destroy the Tiger Gang himself, so Jiang Ning crawled into space and took all the Tiger Gang galaxies he knew of. He wrote it into a document and sent it to the police's alarm mailbox. There's only so much he can do. If the security team could take it seriously, the current Tiger Gang could easily be annihilated with the team's ability before it became a weapon. In the past life, when the security team cleared the Tiger Gang a few months later, they paid the price of dozens of lives. When returning to Jinqiu community, Jiang Ning happened to see the fire god. The two of them smiled at each other and walked towards the 18th floor. When they reached the 16th floor, the survivors were cleaning up the bodies of the morning gunfight. Jiang Ning ignored the people on the 16th floor, but saw the identity verification token of the Tiger Gang on one of the corpses. Jiang Ning was overjoyed and picked it up, putting it in her backpack. After returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning told a few people the information she had learned. Lihao community is the largest community in the city, and the relative number of survivors is also the largest in the city. It is now unknown whether this Tiger Gang was spontaneously organized by the survivors of the community or controlled by external forces. It is only known that this group of people not only collect protective food, but also engage in rape, looting, and looting of homes, committing all kinds of crimes. After listening to Jiang Ning's description, Zhang Li's expression was solemn. He originally thought it was just a small group of dozens of people, but he didn't expect it to be the entire community. If they wanted to retaliate, wouldn't these 5 of us be like eggs hitting stones? Several people turned their eyes to Huishin. After all, he stood tall and had a calm mind. Jiang Ning didn't want to stand up and always pretended to be foolish at such times. Therefore, Huishin became the backbone of the 18th floor. Huishin considered for a while and decided to go to the mining site tomorrow first. After a tiring day, Jiang Ning went to bed very early. The next day, when she woke up, she heard Zhang Li say that the family downstairs had moved out overnight, and Jiang Ning didn't care. Without them stabbing knives in the back, the 18th floor would only be safer. Zhang Li continued to say that in the morning, she was shocked to hear Grandma Zhong say that the family had moved to a shelter. She didn't expect it to be so fast, so the official planned a shelter for cooling down. In fact, this so-called shelter is not as good as imagined because southern cities do not have heating channels at all. Therefore, the heating in the shelter is only the most basic enclosed space, but it is also warm due to the crowded environment. However, there is no space for sitting down in the crowded environment, let alone sleeping or taking a hot shower. Even if you can sleep, when you wake up, you will be empty-handed. And each person's residence time in the shelter is only 1 month. Once it exceeds the time limit, they can only go to the public heating area. The so-called public heating area is relatively warm during the day, but at night, the low temperature can freeze people to death. Therefore, those who go to the shelter cannot guarantee their own safety before transitioning. In the evening, Jiang Ning and Huoshin teamed up again to go to Lihao community. This time, the two did not observe the guards anymore, but climbed to an abandoned building across from them and observed the interior of the community through a telescope. Through the anti-reconnaissance layout in the community, Huoshin guessed that the Tiger Gang was not just a survivor organization, but a group of professionally trained people. Through Chunyu, Huoshin also saw that the leader of the Tiger Gang was going to hold a large-scale birthday party for himself recently. Without more useful information, the two of them returned to the Jinshou community. In the next few days, the Tiger Gang did not send anyone to retaliate, and Huoshin still went out every day to gather information. That night, Zhong Nan, with his self-developed bicycle generator, knocked on the door of the 18th floor. After the first two attacks, he felt that the 17th and 18th floors were not safe enough. He wanted to use his self-developed generator to power the door of the 17th floor, so that the next time someone pried on the door, it would be electrified into roast duck. However, the generator needed to be manually stepped on the bicycle to generate electricity. 3 out of 4 members of their family were working in the reconstruction department, therefore, the power generation work can only be handed over to a few people in Jiangning. According to his calculation, as long as 5 people on the 18th floor step on bicycles for an hour every day, they can ensure 24-hour electricity supply for the protective door. Such a good suggestion, of course, the people of Jiangning have no objection. 1 hour a day is considered as exercise, and Lu Yu and Zhang Chao are responsible for helping Zhongnan. They worked tirelessly until midnight and finally installed it. Everything was out of humanitarianism, and they also posted a sign on the protective door on the 17th floor, reminding them not to pry open the door. They are not responsible for anything. Huoshin is truly a retired soldier. Even if the protective door was electrified, he still felt uneasy. A large number of traps have been installed on each window to prevent anyone from climbing in. Zhang Chao and Lu Yu smiled bitterly and said, "Destroy it. It's been too tiring every day." The next morning, Jiang Ning and Huoshin went out together. According to Huoshin's inquiry, today is the birthday of the leader of the Tiger Gang. They wanted to observe the situation and walked to the Lihao community. Huoshin discovered that there were people staring at all 4 entrances of the Lihao community. Jiang Ning's expression was taken aback. Perhaps the security team received his information and took action to eliminate him. Today is the birthday of the leader of the Tiger Gang and also the day when the official receives relief food. There are many people coming and going in and out of the Emperor's mansion, and it is unclear whether these residents are seeking refuge or forced to stay here. However, regardless, if the security team wants to eliminate the Tiger Gang, today is indeed the best time. After receiving the relief food, the two of them rushed towards the Jinshou community. Halfway through, a woman's voice suddenly came from the front. "It's them. The two of them are from the 18th floor." After hearing the sound, the two of them quickly reacted and ran towards the office building on the side. Behind the woman, more than 10 men raised their guns and kept shooting in the direction of Jiangning and the other two. The tattooed man at the head shouted to the boss, saying, "Who can kill the person on the 18th floor? Give him a gift, and he can be the third in command of our Tiger Gang." Just as he finished shouting, he was hit by the high and low living bodies that occupied his head. After a fierce gunfight, the two of them teamed up to kill 7 or 8 people. At this time, both of them were quite anxious. Since they were ambushed, Zhanli and his family were likely to be attacked, and they had to hurry back as soon as possible. After the two of them hid in an office, Jiang Ning realized that the cargo had been shot. Fortunately, there was a bulletproof vest made by Zhang Li that was not pierced. However, judging from Huoshin's forbearable expression, the pain should be quite severe. At this moment, Huoshin smashed the glass in the office, put down a climbing rope, and asked Jiang Ning to go back to support the 18th floor from the other side. He stayed behind to deal with this group of people. Jiang Ning didn't want to leave, but seeing Huoshin's somewhat serious expression, he didn't show any more affectation. Before leaving, "Tell Huoshin that if you can't come back alive, I'll throw your sister downstairs. Don't expect me to take care of him." Huoshin stared solemnly at Jiang Ning. "Believe me, I must have returned alive," just as they bid farewell to each other. The people downstairs burst into the office and fired a volley of shots. After the volley ended, the members of the Tiger Gang quickly rushed into the office. However, the scene before them stunned them. Jiang Ning and Huoxin in the office disappeared out of nowhere, leaving only the ropes on the glass window. Originally, it was at the moment when the members of the Tiger Gang rushed in that Jiang Ning pulled Huoxin into his own space. At that time, Jiang Ning had not even considered the situation. Although he did not admit it, he subconsciously did not want Huoxin to be killed by the Tiger Gang. Unfortunately, he had been hiding for so long, and the secret of the space was still exposed. In the space at this moment, Jiang Ning was extremely vigilant, holding his mouth and the pistol in his bag. As long as there is a hint of greed in his eyes, even if he has a good impression of him, Jiang Ning will not hesitate to treat him to a bullet. Huoxin looked at Jiang Ning with a shocked expression on his face. He didn't understand what had happened, but only knew a flash in his eyes and came to this room. Jiang Ning explained that this was his own space. Huoxin frowned and remained speechless for a while. He didn't expect this magical thing to actually exist. When he saw the garden outside the room, where various crops, vegetables, and fruits were planted, he was once again shocked. Huoxin was once again shocked to drop his chin. Jiang Ning mischievously asked if he wanted to eat some fruit. Huoxin quickly closed his mouth and awkwardly said, "No, thank you." Fortunately, Jiang Ning saw no hint of greed except for shock in Huoxin's eyes. After the two of them stayed in the space for 10 minutes, the people outside had already left. Jiang Ning walked out first, while Huoxin was thrown out by a huge thrust. Watching Huoxin descend from the ground, he awkwardly explained that the space was occupied and that I was not inside. Anyone who was panting would be kicked out. Upon hearing this, Huoxin stood up and said a faint sentence, which was quite good. The two of them looked out the window and saw 7 or 8 people rushing out of the office building, running in the heavy snow. One of them shouted, "Hurry up, don't let those 2 people run away." Jiang Ning and Huoxin exchanged a glance, their eyes full of intersection. Hurry up, and they headed towards the 18th floor. After learning that the members of the Tiger Gang were rushing towards the 18th floor, Jiang Ning and Huoxin took a shortcut and rushed back to the community before them. The two did not go upstairs, but hid in a hidden area. Not long after, a group of people stormed into the unit building. Jiang Ning and Huoxin followed behind, secretly following them, preparing to cooperate with Zhang Li and the others in the front and back pincer attacks. As soon as he reached the 14th floor, Jiang Ning heard the sound of knocking on the door from the 17th floor, accompanied by 2 mournful screams. Huoxin's guess was correct. After being electrocuted, the remaining 6 people began to climb up the sewer pipe. Seeing this scene, Zhang Chao and Lu Yu standing by the window were overjoyed. He took out a crossbow and shot it towards the artist's head. Although he gradually couldn't cause fatal damage to them, the low temperature of -35 degrees Celsius gave him no chance of surviving the fall. After a while of operation, the leading man suddenly became furious. Before he could see anyone, he had already picked up 3 subordinates and quickly ordered his 2 younger brothers to go downstairs and find a dry wooden stake, trying to break open the door. This made Jiang Ning and Huoxin extremely happy. When the 2 younger brothers rushed to the 14th floor, they were neatly twisted and their necks were broken. Immediately after the 2 of them finished searching for weapons and ammunition, they found 2 vouchers for entering and exiting the established community on their bodies. Then, they took out their pistols and secretly walked upstairs. A few people, armed with guns in hand, were facing a disaster and were leisurely chatting in the hallway. After a burst of gunshots, they were all shot one by the well-trained fire god. Upon hearing the gunshots, Zhang Li knew it was Jiang Ning who had returned. She quickly opened the door with Lu Yu and rushed down. After searching for the supplies on several people's bodies, Jiang Ning and the others returned to the 18th floor. As soon as they sat down, Jiang Ning explained the background to Zhang Li. Upon hearing that these people were going to use their heads to congratulate the leader of the Tiger Gang, Zhang Li immediately became furious and vowed to destroy them if there was a chance. Speaking of opportunities causing harm, his expression became fierce. Today, everyone in Lihao community went out to collect supplies, and coupled with the birthday of the leader of the Tiger Gang, Lihao community was the weakest defensive moment at this time. Jiang Ning is a bit worried. We need to deal with at least a few hundred people. If the 5 of us want to eliminate them, we can only be wise. We only need to eliminate the leader of the Tiger Gang, and his subordinates will fight each other for the position of the leader. This will temporarily lift the crisis on the 18th floor. Do as you please. There are many people with mixed eyes, and everyone cannot go. Moreover, there must be someone left to guard the 18th floor. In the end, Jiang Ning decided to let him and Huoxin sneak into Lihao. Even if they really encounter danger, they can still hide in the space. When rushing to the Lihao community, Jiang Ning encountered survivors who were receiving relief food in the afternoon. They complained that the food delivery in the Lihao community had been halved and the road had broken down. Most of the survivors in the Lihao community were waiting at the official designated location. Therefore, when Jiangning and his companions arrived at the Lihao community, they did not see any lively scenes. Jiangning speculates that it should be the officials' deliberate procrastination in order to eliminate the Tiger Gang, which can minimize the Tiger Gang's resistance to the greatest extent possible. The two members had tightly packed packages and entered the community with entry and exit credentials. After entering the community, they walked straight towards the Lu Wang. Since they were the leader, their living location must be the most prominent Lu Wang. The people who came in and out near the Queen Lu dressed significantly higher than the younger brothers outside. In order to get in, Jiang Ning and Huishan rushed into the space, changed into expensive clothes, answered the code correctly, and walked in. The scene in front of them completely shocked them. They always thought that the 18th floor was already the happiest living in the bedroom, but it was simply incomparable to the scene in front of them. As soon as I entered the door, a heat wave hit me head-on. Surprisingly, the heating supply was still maintained here, and not only that, but also, the men and women inside are all wearing cool swimsuits. The men have 8 abdominal muscles, and the women have a protruding front and a raised back. This is simply a post-apocalyptic version of the Feast of the Sea and Sky. No wonder the handles outside are so relaxed, and no one can bring weapons in with so few clothes. Following the welcoming lady, she changed into a swimsuit and even took out makeup, making the two of them look a bit ugly to avoid attracting attention from others. After leaving the changing room, Jiang Ning and Huishan followed the welcoming girl and took the elevator up to the 28th floor. During this time, the welcoming girl looked at Huishan's figure and almost drooled, causing Huishan to feel embarrassed. After stepping out of the elevator, there was a huge reception hall, crowded with hundreds of people. The scene was even more rotten than the legendary Feast of the Sea and Sky. The survivors of the world outside struggled desperately for a bite of bread, but here was a scene of drinking and eating meat. These people lived even happier than before the end of the world. Walking inside, there is a dedicated duel arena for people to watch. Those who participate in the duel can earn 20 kilograms of rice as long as they win, while those who lose will be thrown downstairs from the window by their opponents. The reception hall not only has guests, but also various little sisters and brothers dressed in role-playing costumes. They are all arranged to specially serve guests. As long as you wave your hand and ask them to do anything, they will not refuse. Looking at them, Jiang Ning felt a little emotional for the first time. If he hadn't been lucky enough to open up space, perhaps the best outcome would have been to become one of them. Suddenly, Jiang Ning's eyes turned black, and all the lights in the room went out. Then, birthday greetings rang out from around. A burly man with tattoos slowly walked out, accompanied by more than a dozen cool and stunning beauties. Taking advantage of the darkness that descended upon him, he took out 2 pistols from the space and handed one to Huishan. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, making it the perfect time to assassinate him. Huishan raised his hand and fired one, directly hitting the boss's forehead. With the sound of gunshots, the characters next to the boss screamed and fled in all directions. Jiang Ning was not idle and quickly cooperated with Huishan to throw a few smoke bombs into the crowd. Then, the two quickly took out bulletproof vests and clothes from the space and put them on their bodies. In the banquet hall, which had just been extravagant, there were constant cries of grief for an instant. The bodyguards around didn't care who it was. They picked up their guns and started shooting at the crowd. Jiang Ning and his companions quickly found cover and fired at the bodyguards. At that moment, the lights lit up and gunshots rang out from different directions, shooting at the bodyguards. It seemed that the official had taken action, and the elevator was already crowded with people fleeing. Huishan quickly pulled Jiang Ning into the stairwell and ran downstairs on foot. As he passed by the 19th floor, he saw a large number of armed personnel. If he rushed down now, he would definitely be mistaken by official law enforcement officers as a member of the Tiger Gang. The two of them quickly rushed into the 19th floor, pulled down the electric switch, and locked the door. The 19th floor is the bedroom of the leader of the Tiger Gang, which should have many good things inside. However, depending on the situation, this place should have been reinforced and renovated. After the footsteps of the law enforcement team passed, the two of them took out crowbars from the space and started working hard. After more than 10 minutes, a luxurious residential area of thousands of square meters entered their sight. The level of luxury was so high that even the tables, chairs, and benches were made of pure gold. Jiang Ning's saliva was almost flowing out, and these gold could at least double his space. Jiang Ning collected all the valuable and worthless things into the space. Seeing Huishan's surprised gaze, Jiang Ning scratched his head with an embarrassed expression and said, "Why don't we each have half of it?" Huishan shook his head. "No need, there are a few safes inside. Just help me put them inside." After searching for the bags, The two of them were about to leave when someone smashed open the door outside. It should be the law enforcement team who came to search. The two quickly sneaked into the space, escaped the disaster, and waited for the time for the law enforcement team to leave. The two of them pried open the safe they had just received in the space. Huoshin pried open 4 of them in a row, only to find that all the safes were empty. Zhang Ning explained awkwardly that space would devour precious things to increase their own space. In classical Chinese, Huosheng didn't say anything and turned his gaze to the 5th safe. Fortunately, this was not empty, and the harvest was quite abundant. A few guns and a few thousand bullets were enough for the two to use for a while. It wasn't until evening that the two of them walked out of the space. The entire building had been taken over by law enforcement teams, with each exit raised as a warning line and guarded by officers and soldiers. The officials couldn't believe the harvest this time, with tens of thousands of bullets, non-stop military machinery, and even hundreds of thousands of pounds of food. No wonder there are so many survivors here, most of whom are responsible for manufacturing weapons for the Tiger Gang. They dodged the scanning lights and avoided the crowd, sneaking down to the 1st floor. During this time, Zhang Ning heard that law enforcement officers were searching for the 2 people who submitted a report letter to them. Zhang Ning was somewhat shocked and looked unconsciously at the fire god in front of him, knowing that he had only submitted 1 letter. No wonder when he went back to explore the tiger, he always encountered the fire god. At that time, he thought he was going out to search for supplies. It seems that the report letter was submitted by him, but how did he know about the specific information of the Tiger Gang? You should know that Zhang Ning only knew about it from a past life. Zhang Ning did not ask Huoshin, but put away her curiosity. After climbing over the wall and setting up the community, the two of them rushed back to Jinshou community in the darkness. In order to celebrate the complete end of this crisis, in the evening, a few people ate hot pot fiercely in a low temperature of -40 degrees Celsius. The survivors downstairs immediately cursed after smelling their stomachs, and the group of villains on the 18th floor were eating hot pot again. In the following days, the authorities took action again and dismantled several notorious evil organizations. Seeing the official action, the scattered villains outside all restrained themselves. For a while, the public security outside was much better than before. Without the evil organizations, no one dared to provoke the 18th floor anymore. Now, even if the door is open, no one dares to enter the 18th floor. That morning, the official announced that the members of the evil organization who were arrested would be publicly executed. The execution scene was crowded with people, and the official planned to use this opportunity to rebuild their credibility. Therefore, they attached great importance to this public execution. This time, more than 800 black and evil members with blood on their hands were executed, and a total of 2,000 least lethal individuals were arranged to work as laborers in the reconstruction area. In order to win the hearts of the people, the authorities distributed hundreds of thousands of kilograms of grain seized this time to the survivors. This operation has reignited hope for the survivors, and we believe that the authorities will never abandon them. After the execution was over, a dignified man walked towards Jiangning and the others. This was the official person in charge, Minister Lin. As Minister Lin approached, he focused his attention on Wang Kai and Huoshin. He saw the momentum of Huoshin and the others. The security team was short of manpower, so he wanted to recruit them into the security team, but was unanimously rejected by Jiangning and Huoshin. Where can I go to the security team? When I lie flat on the 18th floor and go back safely. A few people went to the department store, which is now quite lively and exudes a post-apocalyptic atmosphere of a trading market. Various trading items can be found here. Arriving here, I met a man with sharp whiskers who used to buy food now. He also gave a small umbrella of his phone from the flood era to the monkey for consignment. The monkey was overjoyed, but now it is in short supply and worth a lot of money. After returning to the 18th floor, the spirit of dissent said he had something to do and went back to his room first. After the official accepted his report letter, he had an idea that he wanted to write down his memories from his past life to remind the official. He remembered that in his past life, the official had finally developed drought-resistant food, but the high temperature came. Countless mutated insects and wild animals attacked survivors, and the cruelty was even more severe than extreme cold and floods. If the authorities can adopt his information, they can avoid detours and save many lives. The temperature will continue to decrease in the next few days, and the 18th floor will be completely flat. Apart from the daily training plan, I will hardly leave the room. A month later, the official finally developed drought-resistant potatoes. Zhongnan is a high-tech talent, so he can give priority to bringing back some of them. He handed over the potatoes to a few people on the 18th floor to plant, while Jiangning was worried that the potatoes might not mature yet and the extreme cold would end. He didn't know if these potatoes could grow under high temperatures. Upon hearing this, Zhongnan looked solemn. According to the prediction of meteorological experts, the situation you mentioned in Jiangning may occur. This disaster is unprecedented, with the greatest possibility being the result of human destruction of the Earth's environment. Therefore, in the short term, this disaster will not be able to return. However, researchers have been working hard to develop crops that can withstand high temperatures. It is said that they received the last report from the person named Meng Hubao, who said that after the extreme cold ends, the temperature will be unimaginable. Upon hearing Zhong Nan's words, Jiang Ning was relieved. It seems that the official has really adopted his reminder. Jiang Ning felt at ease, but Zhong Nan's words frightened Zhang Li and the others a lot. They didn't know when these agonizing days would pass. In the end, the three of them didn't want to stay in the house every day, so they joined the official security team together. Although many black and evil organizations outside have been eliminated, now is the end of the world, and the security forces face great danger every day. During this period, Zhang Li and the three of them returned several times wearing a lottery. 3 months later, the first wave of cold-resistant potatoes matured. Coincidentally, Dodo said today was Huoxin's birthday. The 18th floor decided to celebrate Huoxin's birthday together. Of course, the cooking task was still entrusted to Jiang Ning and Huoxin. Before the three of them arrived, Huoxin suddenly looked at Jiang Ning. "If I told you my secret, would you still be so guarded against me?" Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment. Just as he was about to refuse, Huoxin grabbed his hand and pulled him to the bedroom door. While Jiang Ning was still struggling, Huoxin opened the bedroom door. I saw a whole room full of supplies piled up inside the room. Jiang Ning was dumbfounded. "No wonder you kept going in and out of the community when the typhoon came. It turned out that you were hoarding supplies, but how did you know that the end of the world would come?" Thinking of this, Jiang Ning widened his eyes. "Is he?" At this moment, Huoxin pulled Jiang Ning into the pitch-black bedroom. "Jiang Ning, do you believe in rebirth?" Jiang Ning didn't expect Huoxin to be reborn, and he lived longer than Jiang Ning in his previous life. Due to the special nature of his job, he placed his younger sister in foster care with his uncle after his parents died. When returning home from vacation, I encountered the first typhoon disaster of the apocalypse. He joined the official rescue team without hesitation and saved people in the typhoon, salvaging supplies in the flood, invading and suppressing these black and evil organizations of the Tiger Gang in extreme cold. By the time he returned home after enduring countless hardships, the temperature had already dropped to -75 degrees Celsius. He didn't find his sister, he just found the bones of a little girl, which was his most painful time. After burying his sister, he returned to the official rescue team for over a decade. He doesn't remember how many people he saved or how much food he threw out. At first, those people were still grateful to him, but with the cruelty of the end of the world, food became less and less scarce. Those people still despised the lack of food and the lack of warmth in their homes. Until during a rescue operation, he was scratched and his wound infected, causing a high fever. He clearly remembered before closing his eyes. Those people looked at him with greedy eyes, and even a few men had already gripped the short knife in their pockets with their hands. After listening to his confession, Jiang Ning was somewhat shocked. He didn't expect Huoxin's previous life to be even more tragic than his own. No wonder he was so decisive when he killed someone. After telling his own story, Huoxin grabbed Jiang Ning's hands again. "Jiang Ning, rest assured that I am already satisfied with starting over again. I will not take you to see my resources based on your space. I have told you so much, just to make you let go of your guard against me. I cannot control myself and like you. I believe you also like me, otherwise you will not bring me into your space." Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning smiled. "You're not afraid that I'll take all your supplies into my space while you're asleep?" After going through so much, Jiang Ning is no longer that foolish love. He originally only wanted to spend this apocalypse peacefully, but after thinking about it, Huoxin was perfect and impeccable. Accustomed to being wary of Jiang Ning, he decided to examine Huoxin again. In this way, Jiang Ning took Wankai and ate for 3 months at Huoxin's house. During this period, Huoxin loved Jiang Ning as much as he loved Dodo. Even Wankai, the king of big stomachs, loved his house and his dog. In the end, Jiang Ning agreed to Huoxin that the two could try to be together first, and if it didn't fit, they would immediately separate. After confirming their romantic relationship, Huoxin asked Jiang Ning to store all his supplies in the space, which is definitely safer than placing them in the bedroom. He is truly a professional Huoxin, and the accumulated supplies are much more complete than Jiang Ning's. At this time, the temperature had already dropped to -75 degrees Celsius. According to Huoxin's experience, this is the lowest temperature in extreme cold. Not only that, after extreme cold, there are not only high temperatures, but also acid rain and thick fog, extreme day and night, ancient virus crustal collisions, and a series of disasters. Jiang Ning is completely dumbfounded. It's okay to say anything else, but how to get through the acid rain and how can we still pass each level of the apocalypse? After the 12th month of extreme cold, the cold potatoes have already matured in 2 batches. Jiang Ning found the pointed-nosed monkey with 2,000 pounds of potatoes and exchanged them for 10 sets of acid rain-resistant protective clothing, 20 sets of fully enclosed gas masks, oxygen cylinders, and 10 pairs of high-strength acid-resistant rubber shoes. Thinking about these things, they should be enough for themselves and Huoxin. Do Wan was able to weather the acid rain, and as for justice, they can only take one step at a time to see. When he returned, Huoxin had been waiting downstairs for a long time. Looking at Huoxin, Jiang Ning felt warm in her heart. The 2 of them were indeed much better than the one. After the extremely cold 13th month. That morning, Huoxin anxiously knocked on Jiang Ning's door. As soon as he entered, he grabbed Jiang Ning's hand and said that the temperature had risen and high temperatures were coming. According to Huoxin's experience, the extreme cold eventually only maintained at -75 degrees Celsius and did not rise for a long time. Now that the temperature has risen to -68 degrees Celsius, it means that the scorching heat is coming. So in the following days, while recording the temperature, the 2 of them made a large amount of ice cubes for cooling and put them into Jiang Ning's space. Half a month later, the temperature rose to 55 degrees Celsius, and the ice cubes they made were enough to last for 10 years. As for the materials used for electric fans, insecticides, disinfectants, and high temperatures, Jiang Ning and Huoxin had already prepared a lot before the end of the world. Thinking of the mutated mosquitoes, rodents, and ants, the 2 of them used stainless steel mesh to seal all the dead corners of the windows and balconies. Compared to the high temperature, Jiang Ning was most afraid of these mutated insects. After installation, Jiang Ning gave the excess mesh to Zhang Li, pretending that it was prepared by Huoxin. Zhang Li and the others were extremely happy and didn't think much about it. The 3 of them installed the mesh and rushed to the security team. In the afternoon, Jiang Ning handed over the beans and Wankai to the care of the Zhong family. The 2 of them were preparing to go out in exchange for some high-temperature supplies. Coincidentally, today was Zhong Nan's day of rest. After seeing Jiang Ning's 2 terms, he specifically reminded the meteorological station that the temperature had risen and the extreme cold should be over. After the ground temperature was over, the glaciers would definitely melt, and without snow, it would be difficult to find a clean water source. You should stock up some drinking water in advance. After nodding his head and thanking him, Jiang Ning took Huoxin out of the community. After Jiang Ning left, Zhong Nan's father told the Zhong family that according to the weather station's prediction, extreme high temperatures are likely to occur after the end of the extreme cold. The Academy of Agricultural Sciences is already working hard to develop crops that can withstand high temperatures. We also need to stockpile some materials for high temperatures. Once high temperatures hit, the bodies in garbage in the water may cause a large-scale epidemic, Grandma Zhong said anxiously. These days are too difficult, and I still have to endure this kind of pain at an old age. Although it has heated up, it is still -50 degrees outside. As the low temperature fell, the 2 of them shivered and arrived at the department store. They found the sharp-nosed monkey man who had previously traded goods. He exchanged some high-temperature items in exchange for something, such as a fan, mosquito repellent, insecticide, water tower, and car refrigerator. Most importantly, he wanted a small thresher. Jiang Ning didn't want to manually rub the mature grain in the space. Although the pointed-nosed monkey was in a difficult situation, he finally managed to find all these things for Jiang Ning and the transaction was completed. After collecting the materials needed for the high temperature, the 2 of Jiang Ning did not leave the 18th floor again. During this time, Zhong Nan came up once to remind Jiang Ning that the next natural disaster might be high temperature. Although Jiang Ning had long known, he still gave Zhong Nan 2 otters as a thank you. Seeing Jiang Ning purchase otters, the whole building learned to be smart. They all targeted Jiang Ning and hoarded water, making the water tower a bestseller in the trading market for a while. When Zhang Li and the others returned from their shift, the temperature had already risen to -35 degrees Celsius. The 3 of them were shocked to see Jiang Ning buy back more than 10 otters. Zhang Chao was the first to ask, "Do we need to accumulate a large amount of water?" Jiang Ning nodded and waited for you to come back and install it. After learning that the extreme cold would end, the high temperature would come, and the 3 of them were a bit confused. Jiang Ning continued, "The most terrifying thing under high temperature is not just heatstroke. Heatstroke and plague can kill people at any time. As friends, I suggest you quit your job quickly and endure this high-temperature natural disaster first." Seeing the 3 of them feeling a bit embarrassed, Jiang Ning didn't speak anymore and turned back to Huoxin's house for dinner. After all, the 3 of them had already reached the level of squad leader in the security team, and the oil and water they had earned in the past few months were enough for the 3 of them to eat for 2 years. It was understandable that they didn't want to resign from such a good job. Although Jiang Ning thought this way, he still felt a bit uneasy. After all, he was a good teammate who had been together for over a year, and it was impossible to say that he didn't worry at all. Fortunately, after a night of consideration, the three of them decided to believe in Jiang Ning because so far, Jiang Ning had not missed it. If it weren't for him, the three of them would not have survived in the tomb chamber. At noon, a few people worked together to install all 18 water towers and fill them with blood. Each water tower can store 2 tons of water, and about 40 tons of water is enough for a few people to use for half a year. If the high temperature in the interior has not yet passed, we can only think of other ways. In the afternoon, the weather station announced the arrival of high temperatures to all survivors through the radio. An urgent notice was issued. According to the weather station's prediction of temperature changes in recent days, we are most likely to face a high-temperature natural disaster in the future. Survivors are requested to stock up on supplies and water sources as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li was completely convinced. Jiang Ning, you are also too powerful. You were right to say that it was a high-temperature natural disaster. The next day, 3 people rushed to the security team early to prepare for resignation. Before leaving, Jiang Ning asked them to bring a rubber boat. Although the weather station said that the highest temperature would only hit in half a month at the earliest, no one could say for sure. If the glaciers suddenly turned into water, the 3 of them would be in trouble if they wanted to go back to the 18th floor. 2 days after Zhang Li and her companions left, the temperature rose to -10 degrees Celsius, and the entire community became lively again. They finally overcame the floods and the extreme cold, but unexpectedly, they encountered several hot weather conditions. All kinds of electrical appliances had already frozen out during the extreme cold, making storing materials a top priority for everyone. Jiang Ning, who slept in a daze in the middle of the night, kept lifting the blanket. When she woke up in the morning, Jiang Ning was awakened by a dazzling light. The sun, which had disappeared for over a year, unexpectedly appeared in the sky, making the whole world unprecedentedly bright. Yesterday, the temperature was -10 degrees Celsius, but today it suddenly soared to 40 degrees Celsius. Floods frozen in extreme cold began to melt rapidly. A group of yellow-skinned people wearing short sleeves cheered on the ice downstairs, unaware of the terrifying heat. According to the weather station's reminder, try not to go out during the melting of the glacier, and as expected. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, the ice below suddenly cracked open, and the group of cheering people fell in an instant. The current flood was like stagnant water, not flowing. Without anyone to salvage it, these people couldn't even climb ashore and soon disappeared into the water. At this moment, Huoshin knocked on Jiang Ning's door. The high temperature in Jiangning had advanced, and the speed of glacier melting was much faster than the previous life. Jiang Ning opened the door and let Huoshin in. With a solemn expression, he said, "Have you ever felt that the sun in the sky is not very contrasting? It was many times more dazzling before the disaster struck." Seeing Jiang Ning feeling worried, Huoshin touched his head and comforted him not to worry. "We were already well prepared, and even if the high temperature this time was more severe than the previous life, we could still get through it." At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was still scorching and the outdoor temperature had risen to 45 degrees. Jiang Ning took out a telescope and looked at it. The glaciers in the entire city had completely melted, and the world had returned to a state of being submerged by floods. It had been several days, and Zhang Li and the others had not returned yet. Worried that they might have an accident, Jiang Ning took out his assault boat and prepared to pick them up. Huoshin originally wanted to go together, but Jiang Ning forcibly stayed on the 18th floor to watch the house. After leaving the community, Jiang Ning drove his assault boat all the way towards the security team. He hardly encountered anyone else along the way, but corpses and garbage were everywhere. It should be that most of the assault boats and rubber boats were damaged by freezing in extreme cold. Half an hour later, Jiang Ning rushed to the security team and did not see Zhang Li and the 3 of them. Instead, a group of security team members shouted and demanded that Jiang Ning take them home. Without saying a word, Jiang Ning took out a crossbow and aimed it at them. Everyone was furious, but also saw that Jiang Ning was not easy to provoke. They all closed their mouths and stopped talking. After more than 10 minutes, Zhang Li and the 3 finally walked out and returned to the Jinsho community. Jiang Ning asked them why they didn't need a rubber boat to rush back. Speaking of which, Zhang Li got angry. With a helpless expression on his face, Lu Yu said that he had originally agreed to resign and let us leave, but after the high temperature fell, the public security outside suddenly became very poor. The leader begged us to work for another 2 days, but that night someone stole the rubber boat. When you came to pick us up, were we still catching thieves? Jiang Ning was speechless for a moment, and there were thieves in the security forces. It seems that the officially re-established system may collapse again in the high temperature. At night, Zhang Li looked at the high-temperature materials that Jiang Ning had exchanged for him and us, and was deeply moved. For such a long time, all three of them had been working in the security team. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning had prepared so many things for them. During the meal, Jiang Ning suggested using the electricity from the power switch on various cooling appliances. Now that the Zhong family on the 18th and 17th floors are all at home, there is no need to worry about anyone daring to rush up. They all agreed that in the next few days, the temperature will get higher and higher, and the garbage and corpses in the water, combined with recent household waste, will make the whole city stinky. Residents living on the bottom floor will quickly move their families and bodies to the upper floor. The 18th floor living on the rooftop is also unbearable. In hot weather, the top floor is the hottest floor. Lu Yu shouted, "The 18th floor is too hot, should we move to another floor?" However, with so many materials stored in the room, it is impossible. These days, Jiang Ning has made 10 sets of sunscreen clothes with the warmth-resistant fabric she has accumulated and distributed them to a few people. With this clothes, the few people no longer need to suffer from the high temperature for the time being. At night, at some point, Daoda's arm was bitten by a mosquito with a big bump. After several days of high-temperature exposure, many mutated mosquitoes have emerged in the city. These mosquitoes are dozens of times more powerful than before the apocalypse. Once bitten by them, the consequences will be very serious. Even if the authorities continue to carry out disinfection and sterilization measures, the actual significance is not significant. The most serious stage of the high-temperature natural disaster is finally coming. Jiang Ning reminds a few people to change into long clothes and pants when sleeping, and to open mosquito nets and light mosquito coils. If bitten by these mutated mosquitoes now, it can be very serious. In order not to expose the space, although Jiang Ning enters the space every day to take a shower, he never dares to use shower gel. The high temperature intensifies day by day, relying on coffee, milk, tea and other supplies searched during floods. In addition, with the car refrigerator exchanged for potatoes, while others were tormented by the scorching heat, a few people on the 18th floor were still eating sand ice and drinking iced milk tea. Huoxin is responsible for all the household chores alone, and Jiang Ning has never enjoyed such a happy life before. At night, the temperature dropped to 25 degrees Celsius. In the middle of the night, when Jiang Ning was sleeping soundly, he was awakened by a restless sound. Turn on the light and see Wang Kai in the living room, jumping up and down chasing something. Jiang Ning suddenly woke up and picked up a flashlight to shine on her. A red-eyed mouse the size of a rabbit appears behind the sofa. The girl has a natural fear of this kind of creature. Even Jiang Ning, who has lived a lifetime, couldn't help but tremble at the sight of such a big mouse and quickly gave a glance to Wang Kai. Seeing Jiang Ning scared, the head of the household's wealth rushed forward and bit the big mouse to death. Jiang Ning quickly packed the mice in a bag and threw them down from the window. After experiencing this scene, Jiang Ning felt too scared to sleep. He took out rat poison from the space and sprinkled it all over the corners of the room. After finishing all of this, Jiang Ning picked up the walkie-talkie and told Huoxin next door that the big red-eyed mouse had appeared. Huoxin quickly got up and checked all the stainless steel mesh again to ensure there were no leaks. Later, he went to the Jiangning room. Because Zhang Li's walkie-talkie was turned off, they were afraid that 3 people might be bitten by a big mouse while sleeping. The 2 of them quickly knocked on Zhang Li's door. Zhang Li had just opened the door when Wang Kai rushed in with all her thoughts. Jiang Ning quickly turned on the light and saw another big red-eyed mouse appearing in Zhang Li's living room. Zhang Chao was immediately scared and dumbfounded. How could there be such a big mouse? No one paid attention to him, they were all staring at Wang Kai catching the mouse. After jumping up and down for a while, Wang Kai successfully completed his capture task and then urinated in the corner of the room. According to animal rules, this place now belongs to Weinsi's territory, so the big mouse should not appear here again. Actually, even before Jiangning woke up, Wang Kai had already done it once, turning Jiangning's home into his own territory. Although it tasted a bit, it was better than being bitten by a big mouse. A few people praised Wang Kai in a burst of praise. After spending so much time together, the 18th floor temporarily treated the Zhong family downstairs as a teammate. Therefore, Wang Kai also took the initiative to go downstairs and cleaned up 3 big mice, while expanding his territory to the 17th floor. Grandma Zhong sighed repeatedly. On the balcony, the high-temperature sweet potato seedlings that Zhong Nan and his son had received first were bitten off by mice, with most of them being cut off. With Wang Kai as the housekeeper, Jiang Ning slept until dawn. The next morning, Jiang Ning was completely dumbfounded. 3 mice were constantly nibbling on his stainless steel protective net. The most despicable thing was that they had already eaten all the rat poison they had sprinkled before. Jiang Ning instantly became angry and thought he was being bullied. After finishing speaking, he picked up the crossbow and arrow, shot 3 arrows in a row, and all the mice that were shot through fell into the flood downstairs. After sealing the loophole, Jiang Ning sat on the sofa and started reading. Soon, a louder sound came from downstairs, and it seemed that more mice were encountered on the lower floors. Not only that, but there are also 2 finger-sized cockroaches that are no less harmful than flood chickens. A few days later, the official announced that the mutated rats were actually edible, but due to carrying a large amount of bacteria, they had to be processed into canned food by the official before they could be consumed healthily. Survivors can hand over the mice they killed to the official, and 10 mice can be exchanged for 5 canned mice. For a while, the status of survivors and mice was completely overturned, and all survivors began to search everywhere. After killing the mice, they handed them over to the authorities in exchange for canned food. Half a month later, it was difficult to see the figure of the big mouse again in the city. Such a ferocious mutated species was caught by survivors and was on the brink of extinction. A month later, the water level dropped significantly, and under official maintenance, radio communication began to gradually recover. On that day, Jiang Ning turned on the radio and received an official message announcing the official establishment of a temporary rescue base. The entire base is divided into 2 parts, official and military. The construction period is divided into 5 phases, and after completion, it can accommodate 500,000 people. Currently, due to the impact of natural disasters, it took 2 years to finally complete. Official base, established on a mountain 400 kilometers away from the urban area, mainly responsible for the development of agricultural resources. The military base is located by a lake 300 kilometers away from the city center, with a distance of approximately 150 kilometers between the 2 bases. The official also informed survivors that in order to enter the base, they need to pay the corresponding amount of food. The military weighs 100 pounds, while the official weighs 50 pounds. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was somewhat puzzled as to why there was such a significant difference in admission tickets between the 2 bases. Currently, there are very few bottom-level survivors who can provide 50 kilograms of grain, let alone 100 kilograms. Classical Chinese and deep science popularization. The official base is sponsored by local authorities, mainly responsible for establishing and managing new systems. Military bases, also known as spark bases, are directly under the jurisdiction of the military. If there is a crisis of human extinction, they are the last spark of human civilization. Therefore, 100 kilograms of food is just a ticket, and after entering the base, various strict screening will be carried out. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning finally understood that whether it was the survivors at the bottom or the survivors at the top, as long as they had the ability, they could still obtain 100 kilograms of food. Therefore, the military base actually housed high-level talents with ability, quality, and culture. It seems that the authorities have no way to predict the future living environment, so they have made the worst-case plan. Once humanity goes extinct, the 300,000 people in this military base will be the last chance for human civilization. He turned his head to look at Huo Xin and asked if he wanted to enter the base. With Huo Xin's ability, if he wanted to enter the military base, he would definitely be taken in. Huo Xin has his own ideas. Although the starting point of the base is good, the official base is likely to accommodate only upper-level survivors, who are difficult to manage and unify. Over time, there will definitely be problems. Although the military base is very well managed, once they enter the base, they will be assigned very tiring work. Let's not say whether Jiang Ning and Dodo can bear it, even if they do. Once Jiang Ning's space is discovered by the military, it will definitely lead to serious consequences. After careful consideration, he is still prepared to stay on the 18th floor to protect them. Unlike Jiang Ning and Huo Xin, Zhang Li and the others pondered for a long time before finally deciding to enter the base. There was no banquet that would never end, and the 5 of them agreed that once the flood completely receded, it would be the day when the 2 of them would separate. In the following days, after the official release of information about the base, there were a large number of robberies in the city. Everyone wanted to collect enough food to enter the base. Even if someone like Zhang Li had enough food to enter the base, it was hard to say whether they had ordered the food to be taken to the base. At a distance of 400 kilometers, I don't know how many people were looking forward to looting, and I can't think of a way for now. The 3 people competing for profit can only choose to take one step and see another step. At night, the water level had already dropped to the 4th floor. As it fell, I took out the map and prepared to go out with Huo Xin the next day to search for some metal and steel. After the floods completely recede, the most important thing for rebuilding our homes is the construction steel. This city used to have world-class steel processing plants and sales markets. Therefore, the 2 of them quietly left the community at 1 a.m. The steel market was 50 kilometers away from the urban area, and the outside was too chaotic. The 2 of them dared not drive too fast all the way, walking and stopping. It took 2 hours to drive a storm boat to the place. It was only 3:30 a.m. at this time, and it was not yet dawn. the two of them took out their diving suits and oxygen masks from the space and dived into the water. The steel market was thousands of acres in size, and there were all kinds of steel available. The quantity was too large, so the two of Jiangning could only choose what they needed to store in the space. When they were tired, they hid in the space to rest and were busy until noon. They collected hundreds of tons of steel before stopping. Just as the two of them were about to swim back to the water, a white shadow suddenly rushed towards them. Huoxin reacted quickly and pulled up Jiang Ning, dodging to the side. The impact could not have been a shark, right? Jiang Ning was about to take Huoxin into space to dodge when he saw the appearance of the shadow clearly. Surprisingly, it is an endangered white dolphin that seems to have sensed a drop in water level and is rapidly swimming back. The sea descended, and the two watched as the white dolphin swam out of the water. They took out a submachine boat from the space and climbed up. Now, the outdoor temperature had risen to 50 degrees Celsius at noon. As soon as they emerged from the water, they were like entering a sauna, damp and wet. They quickly changed into protective suits and headed towards the metal processing plant. The two people who walked out of the 18th floor for the first time after the high temperature finally realized the cruelty of the high temperature. Even though they wore protective clothing, they were still sweating. When they arrived at the destination, they felt as if they had just been caught in a rainstorm. After entering the factory, Huoxin set his goal on rare metal raw materials, which will be the most scarce resources in the future. If he really wants to enter the base in the future, these raw materials will be the best tickets. In the evening, after collecting materials, the two of them drove their assault boats back to the Jinqiu community. The next day, the two of them went to collect building materials such as tiles, cement, waterproof coatings, etc. During this period, they also collected many precious antiques, gold and jade, which upgraded the space of Jiangning to a larger area. After collecting these, the two of them rushed to the auto repair shop without stopping. Huoxin wanted to find some parts to repair several cars after the flood receded, which could not only be used to exchange supplies but also help Zhengli and the three of them safely go to the base. However, the flood lasted too long and all the parts in the auto repair shop were no longer usable. After leaving the auto repair shop, the two of them found a luxury car modification club, and what caught their eye were all sports cars worth millions of yuan, soaked in water. Walking inside, the two of them saw two sealed containers soaked in water with a luxury car. The container was well sealed and even after 2 years, it had not decayed at all. This must be a good thing. They focused on collecting the two containers into the space, and the two of them followed suit. When Huoxin took out a pry bar to open the container, he almost exclaimed with joy. In the first container, the installation turned out to be 3 heavy-duty bulletproof off-road vehicles that had been modified at a huge cost. The most important thing was that the 3 vehicles were intact and not soaked in water. However, there was a lot of oil and diesel stored in Jiangning's space, and now they can all be used. Huoxin touched Jiangning's head and stabbed him, which increased our capital to survive. Open the second container, which contains a dense collection of car accessories, including tires, engines, belts, seats, and clutches. Huoxin looked at Jiangning with an expectant expression on his face. Those 3 cars belong to you. Can this box belong to me? Jiangning nodded fiercely in classical Chinese. This is simply a gift from heaven. When Jiangning returned to the 18th floor at night, she was completely exhausted. However, considering today's harvest, she couldn't help but go out again tomorrow because once everyone reacted and went to search for these things, she wouldn't be so lucky. In the following days, the two of them traveled to glass factories, door and window factories, and even plumbing and plumbing factories. The materials they collected were probably enough to build a 4-story villa. During this period, the temperature rose faster and the water level dropped faster and faster. After resting for a few days, Jiang Ning and his companions began to plan a safe journey to the base for Zhengli and her 3 companions. Jiang Ning took out many canned meat from the space and gave it to Zhengli as a gift. Huoxin lent his oil pump to them, with Jiang Ning and Huoxin taking care of the house and asking them to go out and find a car they could drive or a single tanker to extract gasoline, because even if they couldn't find a car, as long as they had a large amount of fuel, they could still exchange it for someone else. Jiang Ning doesn't have one. Give them the off-road vehicles that were dismantled from the container. Those 3 are really too ostentatious. If we were to give them one, they might have been robbed before leaving the community. In the following days, the 3 of them returned with a full load every day and soon stocked up on over a ton of gasoline. However, as survivors became more aware, their gains became less and less. On that day, the official suddenly issued a notice to recycle gasoline, with an exchange rate of 10 liters of gasoline and 3 pounds of grain, or 30 liters of water. All the survivors disregarded the high temperature and went out to search for gasoline. However, no matter how enthusiastic they were, they could not resist the cruelty of the high temperature. A large number of survivors suffered from heatstroke, and tetanus after being injured. They finally survived the floods and famines, but died so easily. In the heat disaster, a month later, the water level has dropped to about 1 meter, and many areas of high and low cities have been exposed to the ground. The authorities have also started arranging various equipment vehicles to attempt reconstruction work. During this period, Huoxin used car parts to repair his previous Hummer and also taught Zhang Chao and Lu Yu how to repair 2 cars. Before leaving, Zhang Li and his 3 companions filled up their cars and left all the remaining supplies to Jiangning. Half of the way, Wan was robbed, and when he rode his horse back to the 18th floor, he didn't have nothing to eat. It should be noted that in the past 2 years, they have always maintained this principle of eating songs. Jiangning is not polite either. Since you can trust me, I will temporarily keep it for you. You can come and retrieve it at any time when you need it. After explaining everything, the 3 of them bid farewell to Jiangning and drove to the base in the darkness. Jiangning watched the 3 of them leave upstairs and couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It has been 2 years in a blink of an eye, and I don't know when the next meeting will be. At this point, only Jiangning, Huoxin, Dao Dado, and a dog are left on the 18th floor. Although she has lived for 2 lifetimes and witnessed many life and death separations in the apocalypse, after truly parting ways, Jiangning still feels a bit uncomfortable. Without the commotion of Zhang Chao and Lu Yu, the 18th floor feels a bit lonely and quiet. Jiangning even had insomnia all night and couldn't sleep. The next day, Huoxin told Jiangning that the authorities had begun to take over industrial factories and fields. Glass factories, ceramic tiles factories, steel markets, and cement factories, whether owned or unowned, were all unconditionally requisitioned. I didn't expect the official action to come so quickly. Fortunately, they collected enough for their own use in advance. It seems that the official has already sensed that natural disasters will wave after wave, which is why they are so anxious to establish bases and plant crops. Not only that, the authorities have started to increase their efforts to recruit talents from all walks of life. Seeing the officials' enthusiasm, survivors have all ignited new hope. Even if they braved the high temperature, they actively participated in the official recruitment. Especially in terms of crop cultivation, it can be said that everyone comes without hesitation. Jiangning has a premonition that the officials' active planting of crops should be aimed at hoarding enough grain before the next natural disaster strikes. That is to say, the natural disasters in the past 2 years have exhausted the official grain depot. In the following days, neither Jiangning nor Huoxin went out again. When Zhang Li and the other 3 left, Jiangning no longer had to hide space. He put all the chickens, ducks, and rabbits in the space into Zhang Li's previous house for free-range breeding. At noon, Huoxin suddenly asked Jiangning how many locations were left in the space. Jiangning was a bit puzzled. How could he suddenly ask this question? Huoxin told Jiangning that he wanted to go to the beach. After 2 years of natural disasters, fishermen couldn't go fishing, so now should be the time when seafood is the most abundant. Hearing Huoxin's words, Jiangning suddenly became interested. Seafood has always been his favorite, but when hoarding supplies, he only had 200,000 yuan in savings, so he didn't stock up on expensive seafood. However, the next move in the stock made Jiangning's spine feel cold. The current temperature has risen to 50 degrees. If the temperature continues to rise, it will cause the glaciers to melt. The ancient viruses in the glaciers are likely to contaminate the seawater. Perhaps humans will not be able to eat seafood for 100 years. Therefore, we should now make up the maximum space to store seafood. Once an ancient virus infection event really occurs, the price of seafood will definitely skyrocket. Even if we can't finish it, it's still a good choice to exchange supplies. So what we should do now is to continue expanding your space area. Upgrading Huoxin's words will also give Jiangning a sense of crisis for the first time. If it does come, glaciers will melt, and land plates will collide, these supplies in our own space will be affected. Can we guarantee the survival of a few people? The most precious resource in the high-temperature natural disaster is water. Nowadays, both officials and survivors need to use various means to obtain water, and groundwater is decreasing. Jiangning's space has endless water resources. The two plan to bring water to the market in exchange for antiques for upgrading space. After 2 years of natural disasters, antique calligraphy and painting have long become worthless. Jiangning plans to go to the trading market to find pointed-nosed monkeys and contact their bosses. If anyone can get antique calligraphy and painting now, no one can compare to these secondary dealers. After 2 years, they have become loyal customers to each other. After hearing Jiangning's needs, the pointed-nosed monkey took them to see his boss. Wang Chuan is truly a person who established trading channels in the end of the world. Wang Chuan himself is extremely generous, and he has long heard of Jiangning, a ruthless and decisive young lady. Therefore, he directly agreed to use his own channels to search for antique calligraphy and paintings for Jiangning, and agreed on a trading location. Jiang Ning and Huoxin did not stay any longer, but directly returned to the Jinsho community. In the following days, the temperature became hotter and hotter day by day. Jiang Ning couldn't bear it anymore, so she took out the battery from the space and turned on the air conditioning. Huoxin, who lived next door, also turned on the air conditioning. During this time, he also asked Jiang Ning if he wanted to come and live with him and save some electricity. However, after being sprayed with saliva by Jiang Ning, Xing left. Wang Chuan indeed had great supernatural powers. In the early morning of the third day, Jiang Ning and Huoxin arrived at the trading location fully armed. At this moment, Wang Chuan was already waiting. Upon seeing Jiang Ning's car, he immediately took out a large number of antique vases, calligraphy, paintings, and gold jewelry from the trunk. After the transaction was completed, Huoxin and the two of them drove towards the residential area. At this time, the sky had already started to rain, and the number of pedestrians blocking the way had gradually increased. Since the official launched a large recruitment campaign, this morning has become the time for commuting handover. Returning to the 18th floor, Jiang Ning couldn't wait. All the antiques were collected into the space, and the increase in area was relatively large this time. 3 rooms and a bathroom were added on the 3rd floor, and the garden was also increased by a full 200 square meters. A few days later, Jiang Ning exchanged another batch of antiques from Wang Chuan. This time, the space was finally upgraded to the 4th floor, but it only increased by 2 storage rooms and stopped growing. Fortunately, the area of the garden is still increasing. It seems that Jiang Ning's space is real. It's just a 3.5-story garden villa. A few days later, while strolling through the market in Jiangning, the pointed-nosed monkey found Jiangning and said it was a wealthy second-generation birthday. He wanted to hold a swimming pool party. The pointed-nosed monkey knew that Jiangning had a wide road and wanted to ask if Jiangning could get water, preferably ice cubes. This time, the wealthy second generation was very generous and could they give a cart of jadeite raw stones. This has made Jiang Ning extremely happy. What he doesn't lack the most is water and ice. Before the end of the Qin and Han dynasties, Jiang Ning had enough ice stored for 10 years, but was afraid of arousing suspicion. Jiang Ning didn't agree on the surface. He just said to go back and find a channel. After returning to the 18th floor, the two of them pondered and prepared to complete this transaction before stopping. After all, the temptation of jade raw stones was too great, and in the end, this batch of raw stones, it really increased the garden and Jiang Ning's space by 1,000 square meters. Not only that, but also the floors of the villa in the space were raised. With enough space, the two of them immediately prepared to head to the seaside. Before leaving, Jiang Ning either brought in 2 boxes and handed them over. He collected the space and curiously looked over, only to find 2 boxes of incendiary bombs. With these things, Jiang Ning's confidence was even stronger. After preparing everything, the two of them took a brief rest. At 2 o'clock in the morning, a group of 3 people and a dog officially drove towards the sea. Wan Kai was extremely excited and had never left the house since the high temperature hit. Now he could finally go out and have fun. It was dark and the traffic was slow, and from time to time, he could also encounter other survivors who were wandering at night. However, Jiang Ning and the others were driving, while the survivors were carrying old backpacks and walking numbly towards the future. Some boldly tried to stop the car and asked Jiang Ning to take them for a ride, but Huoxin didn't slow down at all. He slammed his foot on the accelerator and ran fiercely towards them. As he approached the beach, a faint light came from the front. As he approached, Jiang Ning saw that it was actually a toll station. When he arrived, Jiang Ning had been reminded by the pointed-nosed monkey that he thought it was a false message, but he didn't expect to be encountered by them. In the security room next to the toll station, there were several malevolent muscular men with clear rows of big characters written in red paint. 3 people charged 5 pounds of grain for crossing the road, 10 pounds of grain for small cars, and 50 pounds of grain for large cars. No wonder on the way, Jiang Ning saw many hikers crossing mountains and mountains. The toll was even more cruel than robbery. He drove the car to the entrance of the security room and handed over 10 pounds of potatoes. Unexpectedly, the man in charge demanded that Jiang Ning give him 20 pounds with a fierce expression. Just as Jiang Ning was about to get angry, he was stopped by Huoxin. We had something serious to attend to, so there was no need to waste time here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning suppressed his anger and handed over another 10 pounds of potatoes. As a result, only a few ferocious individuals put away their guns and gave Jiang Ning a pass. After passing the toll station, Jiang Ning did not relax his guard and took out his night vision mirror to constantly scan the surroundings. Suddenly, a black figure rushed towards the car. Jiang Ning shouted out to be careful. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's reminder, Huoxin stepped on the gas pedal and directly knocked the black figure out. The next second, dozens of people with machetes rushed out on both sides of the road, chasing after Jiang Ning and the others, constantly swinging and chopping. Huoshin once again slammed on the gas pedal, instantly leaving dozens of people behind. How could 2 legs possibly catch up with 4 legs? In the scene of the collision just now, even if there was a slight softening of their hearts, they were probably already chopped into meat paste. Half an hour later, Dodo first called out, "Brother and sister, I smell the smell of fish." Following closely ahead, a military outpost appeared, indicating that more and more people were coming to the seaside now. Therefore, the military set up checkpoints here. After getting off the car and consulting, Jiang Ning found out that there was no collection of roadside food here, but in the past, they had to apply for an identity registration card. With this card, they could also receive corresponding relief food within a week of entering the seaside. After completing the procedures, Jiang Ning and his companions went through multiple checkpoints and finally saw the sea. Taking out a telescope and looking at the beach, Jiang Ning instantly opened her mouth wide. It's already sunrise, and the beach is covered in dense tents, as well as makeshift wooden houses, broken ships, and discarded containers. Some people even lie on the beach and drive into residential areas. Jiang Ning and his companions were particularly vigilant. When they arrived, the pointed-nosed monkey told them that this place was full of thieves and robbers. In order to save unnecessary trouble, Huoshin drove his car into a villa area. When he arrived, he had already inquired about the house by the seaside, which had already been surrounded and rented by some forces. In addition, dozens of armed security guards were arranged every day to patrol 24 hours a day, responsible for the safety of tenants. As the survivors migrated to the seaside, the cheap residential houses were already fully rented out. Therefore, Huoshin and his wife chose the last few mountaintop villas. When they heard the rent, Jiang Ning took a breath of cold air. It turned out that they needed 300 kilograms of grain a month. No wonder these last few buildings were not rented out. Even ordinary wealthy people couldn't afford this price. When paying the rent, Jiang Ning's heart was bleeding. Luoshan smiled and touched Jiang Ning's head. "I promise to double the price in the future," and it's only then that Jiang Ning feels a little relieved. When Jiang Ning started driving towards the villa on the mountaintop, he realized that 300 pounds of grain and flowers were worth it. Along the way, the mountain was clear and beautiful, with birds singing and flowers fragrant. There were even bikini beauties drinking ice drinks, sunbathing, and children playing football on the grass. There was no sense of apocalypse here. After completing the procedures, Jiang Ning immediately turned on the air conditioning and took out daily necessities, furniture, air conditioning, refrigerators, washing machines, and electricity supply in the villa area. Jiang Ning's big house took out its own solar generator, which may be the biggest benefit of being neighbors with the wealthy. They also have everything you have, so there is no need to avoid anything anymore. When it was just getting dark, Jiang Ning and Huoshin teamed up to surround the villa with a power grid. Although the security measures here were high, the tomb room still needed to be prepared. After finishing all of this, the 3 of them and their dog took advantage of the lower temperature at night and planned to visit the nearby seafood trading market. There are not many people in the trading market, but there are many merchants. There are countless types of dried seafood, and the high temperature makes it impossible to preserve seafood with a short shelf life. Therefore, making dried seafood is the only way to preserve it. The seafood here is not expensive, and most of the prices are for 1 kilogram of grain for 1 kilogram of seafood, or 1 kilogram of seawater salt. Trading with freshwater means exchanging 5 liters of freshwater for 1 kilogram of seawater salt, or 10 liters of freshwater for 1 kilogram of seafood. Jiang Ning also learned that the official has established a seafood department, with specialized salvage boats going out to sea every night to catch fish. Before 8 a.m., one can go to the dock and trade with the official, which is also the most direct way to exchange for fresh seafood. After exchanging several hundred kilograms of dry seafood here, Jiang Ning and his companions returned to the villa and didn't wake up until early the next morning to rush to the seafood dock. However, Jiang Ning did not choose to trade at the official dock. Although the quality was good, the price was too expensive. In the end, he chose a lease seafood company that had been operating seafood before the end of the world. The dock exchanged a full 1,000 kilograms of seafood here before daring to return to the villa. The next day at the seafood market, Jiang Ning unexpectedly met the pointed-nosed monkey and Wang Chuan. Seeing Jiang Ning hoarding seafood, Wang Chuan immediately became interested. It turned out that Wang Chuan was once the life-saving benefactor of Chairman Li's, and he had a good impression of Jiang Ning. He told Jiang Ning that if he wanted to buy seafood, he could get it from Li's at the lowest price. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was overjoyed. After negotiations between the two sides, Jiang Ning finally exchanged 20 tons of fresh water for 500 pounds of seafood, 5,000 pounds of fresh seafood and 2,000 pounds of coarse fat sea salt. In the next few days, Jiang Ning two people are enjoying seafood every day. They eat garlic, oysters, lobsters, crabs, scallops, grilled sea fish, and occasionally mutton shashlik. After eating, they snuggle together and look at the night sky. Jiangning gulps beer and says that time passes quickly. In a blink of an eye, we have been struggling in our bedroom for more than 2 years. 2 hours later, when Jiangning and Huashen are preparing to clean up the garbage, Wang Kai suddenly had a fierce expression and let out a low roar towards the door. Following the pitch-black entrance, the car lights lit up, and a man's voice in the darkness sounded like Jiangning and Huashen. "Your little life is doing well." Jiangning and Huashen were full of doubts. The transaction had already been completed. What did Wang Chuan want to do at this time? Their division of labor was clear. Jiangning quickly collected the ingredients into the space, while Huashen invited Wang Chuan downstairs into the villa. Jiangning handed Wang Chuan a bottle of beer and asked about his purpose. Wang Chuan was also straightforward, and directly stated that there was an opportunity to make a fortune. He asked Jiangning if they were interested. Upon hearing the words "make a fortune," Jiangning's eyes immediately widened. Wang Chuan continued, saying that you should also know that there are not many private forces that can participate in fishing at sea now, among which the Li Group and the Haisheng base have the greatest influence. The two of them have been fighting against each other for not a day or two. Unexpectedly, this time, the Haisheng base kidnapped the members of the Li family and wanted to forcibly acquire the Li Group. However, this son of the Li family, who has also experienced great storms, forcefully found a bodyguard. He snatched back Mr. Li, but during his escape, he injured his hand and was infected with tetanus. The extreme cold and floods had already destroyed the medical system of the pharmaceutical company. Although Mr. Li was wealthy, he did not have a tetanus vaccine. Because the storage conditions for this tetanus vaccine are quite strict, and once left refrigerated, it will spoil. Therefore, Li is issuing a reward to seek the tetanus vaccine. Wang Chuan himself has also used all his connections, but he has never found a good vaccine. Finally, he wanted to come to Jiangning to try his luck. There are quite a few tetanus vaccines in Jiangning space, but they didn't tell Wang Chuan. They just said they found a way to find them and sent Wang Chuan away. After Wang Chuan left, Huashen looked at Jiangning with a smile on his face. "Haven't you thought of exchanging vaccines with the Li Group for something?" Jiangning nodded. "We have already stocked up enough seafood and salt. It's too wasteful to exchange vaccines for these things." At around 5 o'clock in the morning, Wang Chuan arrived again. Jiangning said that he had found the vaccine, but the other side wanted a yacht to exchange for classical Chinese. Wang Chuan was stunned for a moment. He knew that Jiangning would speak up so forcefully, but he didn't expect to bite so hard. Before the apocalypse, a dozen or so dollars worth of vaccines are now being exchanged for yachts worth billions of dollars. Wang Chuan couldn't make the decision, so he quickly drove to the Li Group. 2 hours later, Wang Chuan returned to the villa panting heavily. The eldest son of the Li family surprisingly agreed, and the trading time was set at 10 noon. After breakfast, when Jiangning and Huashen went out, they found themselves being targeted by someone. Huashen analyzed that it was probably because the two of them had been hoarding goods recently, attracting some malicious people who had not taken it to heart for the time being. After meeting with Wang Chuan, the group drove towards the Li family. After the incident where the old man was kidnapped, the security of the Li family was very strict, and strict inspections were required for entering and exiting the estate. After entering the estate, a dignified man in a suit and leather shoes walked over and took the vaccine. Mr. Li explained that he would have to wait for 3 days before giving the yacht to Jiangning. He wanted to make sure that the vaccine was effective. With such a large industry, Jiangning was not worried that he would turn back. After all, for merchants of this level, reputation is more important than life. The transaction was completed, and Jiangning didn't stay any longer. When he returned to the villa, Huashen noticed that there were more people following them and ignored them. He went straight back to the villa. The next morning, Jiangning and his companions went to the market again and exchanged 1,000 pounds of dry sea goods. When they returned, it was not yet dawn, and suddenly they won. A sudden break stopped in place, and the road ahead was blocked by many stones. The next second, dozens of people holding machetes suddenly rushed out on both sides of the road. Upon closer inspection, there were people of all ages and genders in this group, with greedy gazes on their faces, demanding that Jiangning leave the car and food behind. Jiangning got off the car and took out the crossbow and arrow. He looked coldly at this group of people and quickly got out of the way. "I was in a good mood today and didn't want to kill anyone." This group of people obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the situation yet. The sleazy young man picked up his machete and charged towards Jiangning. As soon as he took 2 steps, he was shot in the heart by Jiangning's arrow. This group of people suddenly exploded, waving their weapons and preparing to charge towards Jiangning. Jiangning simply took out the charge from his bag and aimed it at them. Seeing the charge, everyone suddenly lost their pride. They were not professional black and evil forces, but survivors who picked up weapons for food, raising the charge. Jiang Ning ordered them to move all the stones on the road and drive away when they got back in the car. Jiang Ning had no sympathy for these people, and if he fell into their hands, they would not show mercy to him. 3 days later, Mr. Li recovered and Jiang Ning received his first yacht as he wished. Not only that, Wang Chuan also brought Mr. Li's prescription. The old man knew that Jiang Ning had the ability to obtain medicine, so he wanted to stock up more and prepared to exchange the legendary ocean heart with a top-notch raw stone. If someone had heard of Mr. Li's condition, they might not agree, but the ocean star and top-level raw stones were what Jiang Ning needed the most, and the two sides hit it off and completed the transaction. In the evening, the two of them enjoyed a brief romance while driving a yacht. Huoxin hugged them from behind, and Jiang Ning completely relaxed his guard for the first time. Looking at the distant sunset, Jiang Ning felt a bit confused. Can we live until the natural disaster is over? After speaking, he turned around and took the initiative to embrace Huoxin. Feeling Jiang Ning's emotions, Huoxin lowered his head and kissed his forehead. We are still young and will always wait until the end of the apocalypse. After the sunset, Jiang Ning threw the heart of the ocean and top-level raw stones into the space. A few minutes later, the garden in the space increased by about 5,000 square meters. Although the villa in the space did not change, the height of the room increased a lot. Jiang Ning happily hugged the volcano, and now our space is enough for a lifetime. Stepping out of the space, it was already completely dark. Jiang Ning put the yacht into the space and the two of them drove back to the villa along the road. A month later, Wang Chuan came again, and this time he was actually searching for insulin for the Haisheng base. This time, Jiang Ning was even more ruthless. He directly used 100 insulin to exchange for a small cruise ship at the Haisheng base. Although it was small, it could still accommodate 1,000 people. If it weren't for the significant upgrade in space, it might not have been possible to accommodate it. Moreover, Jiang Ning also ordered 40 tons of fresh seafood. The seafood in the space is enough for 3 people to eat until the end of the world. Out of the space, Jiang Ning collapsed on the beach and collected such a large cruise ship into the space, consuming Jiang Ning's mental energy. Huoxin kindly carried Jiang Ning on his back, walked towards the shore, and climbed onto the road. Jiang Ning didn't rush down, but turned his head and kissed Huoxin's cheek. When asked if I was heavy, could I bear it for a lifetime if I wasn't heavy? Huoxin was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect Jiang Ning to be so direct. He quickly nodded fiercely. This month of happy life has almost made Jiang Ning forget that he is in the end of the world. Until that morning, when he met security guard Lao Luo at the entrance of the villa area, Lao Luo told Jiang Ning that the rent for this month would increase by 50 pounds because more and more people were coming to the beach now. A few days ago, a family in the villa area couldn't rent a house, but when they were living in the fishing village, they were robbed in the middle of the night. The 5-year-old child was stabbed more than 10 times, and even the body was taken away by that group of people. Rare goods are precious, so the upper authorities have decided to increase the rent entirely, with 50 kilograms of grain. Jiang Ninggang said he was considering whether to renew the lease, but suddenly he felt the color of the sky, which seemed to darken a lot in an instant. He quickly took a photo of Huoxin. Huoxin looked up and saw that the distant sky was already covered in dark clouds, and it was approaching the city at a speed visible to the naked eye. The temperature was rapidly rising and falling, imitating the 3 Buddhas and -2 Buddhas. He smelled the smell of the sky being burnt, and Huoxin suddenly shouted out that it was not good. He stepped on the gas pedal and rushed towards the villa on the mountaintop. At this time, the dense crowd on the beach did not know what was going to happen. They were still waiting for the dark clouds to bring a rainstorm to disperse the high temperature. After Jiang Lin and Shen rushed into the villa, they quickly turned off the power grid, followed closely, and then collected solar energy and all useful things into the space. Dao stared at him blankly from the side, not knowing why his older brothers and sisters were so panicked. However, after more than 2 years of indifference, this lovely little girl had already learned to be sensible and quickly started helping Jiang Ning pack up her things. Even Wang Kai is desperately dragging things from the terrace into the living room. After collecting everything, Huoxin watched as the dark clouds grew more and more, occasionally accompanied by lightning. The dark clouds kept rolling, and the entire sky was extremely oppressive. Huoxin's expression became even more solemn, as the sky was about to change and a tsunami might occur. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Ning's hair stood up straight, even suffocating his breath. If a tsunami really occurred, wouldn't they also be very dangerous? Suddenly, there was a thunder, which made Jiang Ning a little stunned. He looked up again and looked up. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with countless lightning bolts crashing through the clouds. The sea surface kept following the lightning surge, rising higher and higher. Jiang Ning was completely shocked. Such a big thunderstorm was not just a simple disaster like a storm, but it must be too late to escape now. Jiang Ning quickly took out a huge ball from the space. This was the escape capsule that Jiang Ning found at the Science and Technology Museum when the city was flooded. Looking at the escape capsule, he was somewhat surprised. After more than 10 minutes, the thunderstorm became stronger and the sky was constantly falling down, like a pair of huge black hands pressing towards the earth. Jiang Ning felt something was wrong and quickly picked up a telescope to look into the sky. The scene before him scared Jiang Ning to the point of paralysis on the ground. In the last 2 years of the apocalypse, this was the first time he had been afraid of a natural disaster to this extent. The dark clouds in front of us were not dark clouds at all, but huge waves higher than the sky, rushing towards them. The people on the beach also noticed something was wrong. They were still cheering just now, and their minds were all about to run desperately towards the shore. The dense crowd screamed incessantly, but in the face of the overwhelming tsunami, humans were as small as ants. In just an instant, the dense survivors were swept away by the black waves, and even the sound of struggling for help was not heard. Jiang Ning watched this scene helplessly, which was somewhat ridiculous. Li and Haisheng had been fighting for so long, and the fishing base they had established disappeared in an instant in front of the tsunami. The fishing boat has disappeared, the salt fields have also disappeared, and everything in sight is rapidly disappearing. A deafening roar comes from the sky, and huge waves hit the mountain. Even when it arrived, they lived on the mountaintop, more than 10 kilometers above the ground, and the waves of the tsunami still splashed into the villa. Huoxin shouted loudly, pulling Jiang Ning out of shock, followed closely by picking up Dodo, pulling Jiang Ning up and rushing into the escape capsule. Jiang Ning reacted, and just as he was about to close the door, he heard a commotion as other wealthy individuals with lower living standards rushed into the tallest villa in Jiangning. After seeing Jiangning, someone in the crowd shouted quickly. Seeing that they had an escape pod, whether they were driving or hiking, they all rushed towards Jiangning and their villa desperately, with screams and curses coming one after another. Without hesitation, Jiangning closed the hatch and fastened his seatbelt. After everyone sat down, he got up and held Wang Kai in his arms. There was no place for a dog in the escape pod. The wealthy people rushing into the villa, like zombies, constantly hitting the escape pod. They all know that this small escape pod is their only chance to survive. Please open the door and let me in. I have money, I have a lot of money, and I can give it to you. I only need a place. After the man finished speaking, a woman pounced on him. You bastard, as long as there was a spot, what would my son and I do? In the face of natural disasters, these people showed the darkest side of humanity. As long as they could live, anyone's life could be given up. The escape capsule was tightly sealed, and Jiang Ning and his team couldn't hear the screams outside. Watching them plead and cry, Jiang Ning showed no mercy. Even though there were still 3 positions in the escape capsule, he couldn't open the door. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't open the door, this group of people wanted to push the escape capsule down the mountain and kill Jiang Ning and the others. However, the escape capsule made by a large country is not only sturdy but also particularly heavy, and everyone hasn't pushed the escape capsule yet. The second wave of a larger tsunami hit the mountain, and in an instant, the world was quiet, and the wealthy people in front of us disappeared without a trace. At the moment when the escape capsule was rushed out, Jiang Ning opened up the space. He didn't want Daodu to see all of this, but for the sake of survival, there were other options. After all, he had already confirmed lifelong companionship with Huoxin. However, Huoxin had already thought of everything Jiang Ning was worried about. When he walked out of the space, Daodu was already asleep, and Huoxin fed him enough sleeping pills to sleep for 24 hours. Jiang Ning was a bit worried. Will such a large spine pose some harm to beans? Huoxin grabbed Jiang Ning's hand and comforted him, saying, "Don't worry. Occasionally, it won't have any impact. Besides, Dodo is still very young. As an older brother, I cannot guarantee that he will continue to stick to his original intention after growing up and going through life. This is the best choice for both you and Dodo." I put my hands around Huoxin's neck and whispered, "Huoxin, you are really good." During their tiring time, Wang Kai had already inspected his new territory and marked it all by urinating. He then lay quietly beside Daodu, waiting for him. The tsunami outside will definitely not end for a while. Xiang Ning tidied up a few bedrooms and prepared to live in the space for a while. Huoxin smiled mischievously and asked if our room was there. Jiang Ning rolled his eyes hard. Huoxin looked honest, but he was haunted. He deliberately arranged the rooms of Daodu and Wang Kai to the farthest 2 rooms. After resting for more than 10 hours, it should be evening outside. Huoxin woke up Jiang Ning and picked up Dodo, intending to go out and take a look. After being counted into the escape pod, Jiang Ning's mind moved and she appeared in the villa area. The whole world was dark, without any lights, and it seemed that the tsunami had stopped. But the occasional terrifying roar from the sea seems to indicate that the tsunami is not yet completely over. Stepping out of the escape pod, a few people walked towards the mountaintop villa several tens of meters away. Just then, Wang Kai suddenly became vigilant. Huoshin frowned. There was someone in the villa. He put Daodu back in the escape pod and let Wankai watch over him. Jiang Ning and Huoshin secretly touched the villa. At this moment, there was a slight firelight in the villa. Under the illumination of the firelight, Jiang Ning saw more than 10 men, women, and children sitting around the villa. Among them was a man who seemed to be a soldier. It seemed that the man was almost out of breath. From the complex expressions of these people, Jiang Ning could see what they wanted to do. An older man looked at the little boy next to him and asked if you were hungry. They were really hungry and didn't care. It was the soldiers who saved them from the tsunami. The scene in front of him was exactly the same as the outcome of Huoshin's last life. Luo Shinhong took charge and went in. Jiang Ning followed closely behind, and everyone in the villa was startled when they saw the two of them. Their eyes immediately fell on Jiang Ning, and they couldn't believe that there was such a fair and beautiful girl in the end of the world for so long. Several of the men's eyes were straight, but when they saw the weapons in their hands, they suddenly took a few steps back. Jiang Ning raised his gun and angrily said to them, "You scumbags, he wanted to eat him to save you from getting injured." He randomly shot the arm of the person inside the lying knife. After the man let out a scream, he was helped by a few people to leave the villa. The two of them looked at the soldiers on the ground as if they were still breathing. In order to take care of Huoshin's emotions, Jiang Ning took out antibiotics and tetanus vaccine from the space. If it were someone else, Jiang Ning would definitely not have intervened in the rescue. After all, it was a yacht. After treating the wounds for the soldiers, the two of them decided to rush back to the 18th floor. A tsunami swept away most of the survivors who had migrated to the seaside and swept them into the sea. The only remaining industry in the bedroom was also destroyed in an instant. This place was obviously no longer the best place to hide. Jiang Ning felt extremely heavy, but could only watch helplessly as the natural disasters became more and more cruel. After everything was ready, Jiang Ning took out the off-road vehicle from the space. 3 people, 1 dog, and an unconscious army rushed towards the city. When they arrived at the beach, Jiang Ning and his companions passed through an official checkpoint where they were ready to hand over the soldiers to their comrades. When the off-road vehicle hit the road, the tsunami had already receded. Some survivors were searching for supplies in the ruins and saw Jiang Ning and his companions driving out of the villa area. These people picked up sticks and rushed towards them. Jiang Ning remained calm and took out a charge, aiming at them. Seeing the charge, everyone immediately stopped charging and stood in place, afraid of falling and shooting at them. In the end, they could only reluctantly watch the Hummer car leave. Half an hour later, the two of them drove to the official checkpoint, which had now been transformed into a temporary rescue center, with not only a temporary medical station, but also a temporary medical station. There are also soldiers distributing relief food to survivors, but everyone knows that rescue is only temporary. Looking around, the eyes of hundreds of survivors are full of confusion, the pain of losing their families and the confusion about the future, making them unsure where to go. Huoshin stopped the car and handed the soldiers over to his comrades. Jiang Ning also took out some necessary medicine and 10 kilograms of food, and handed them over to the soldier. Then, with a heavy expression on his face, he said to the soldier, "There's only so much we can do. Whether we can persevere or not depends on him." The soldier saluted Jiang Ning and his comrades with red eyes, "And I thanked you on behalf of my comrades." After finishing speaking, he walked into the nearby medical station with his comrade on his back. Looking at the soldier's back, his deep eyes were slightly swollen and red. For a while, there were already many greedy eyes staring at the Hummer, and Jiang Ning pulled the cargo truck, quickly getting in the car and leaving. On the way back, the two of them encountered many people who had walked back to the past. They dragged their families to the beach and thought they could safely get through the disaster, but now there was only themselves. Jiang Ning, who was a bit absent-minded, sat in the passenger seat. A few minutes later, the two of them arrived again. One of the levels established by the black and evil forces, the toll fee this time was twice as expensive as before. Jiang Ning handed over 20 pounds of seafood dry goods before leaving peacefully. However, after just a few minutes, he encountered another level and had no choice. Jiang Ning took out another 20 pounds of seafood to prepare for the sedan chair. Unexpectedly, this group of people were much more greedy than those just now. They not only wanted food, but also left the fierce carriage and Daodu Wankai behind. Daodu grabbed the man's clothes with a look of grievance and kept pleading, "If it weren't for Jiang Ning's disguise, I'm afraid they will also be asked to stay and offer a toast without any punishment." This is clearly stepping on the bottom line of Jiang Ning and Huoshin. Jiang Ning stared at the man in charge and was about to draw his gun when Huoshin stopped him. After all, these people were holding guns in their hands, and they were really going to fight. He was afraid that Jiang Ning and Dodo would be injured. Huo took a deep breath and forced out a smile. The older brothers held their hands high, but he was still a child. "Can you please give us a way to survive? Unexpectedly, the man in charge directly aimed his gun at Huoshin, and if he didn't leave, I would just smash you. Upon hearing this, Huoshin didn't speak anymore, but instead looked at Dao Snake in the eyes. The next second, the leader closest to Dao lay down straight, and before he died, he widened his eyes, full of unwillingness. I saw Dao holding a short knife in his hand, looking at him innocently. The incident suddenly occurred, and a group of people were also stunned by the scene before them. They never expected that a 6 or 7-year-old girl would be so cruel. In the moment when they were stunned, Wang Kai quickly rushed towards one of them. Before the man could struggle, Wang Kai tore his throat. In the midst of lightning and fire, Wang Kai pounced on another person. Almost at the same time, Shen Jiangning pulled out his gun and quickly killed the remaining 7 people. In just a few seconds, a 10-person level was eliminated by 3 people and a dog. The first time he killed someone, Dao was a bit frightened. Huoshin quickly picked him up and explained for a long time before Dao finally relaxed. Looking at the protective beams collected in the level, Jiang Ning did not take in any space. He is no longer short of these supplies, and there are many survivors walking towards here. These supplies may help them overcome the disaster in front of them. Although Jiang Ning is very generous, he is not a person without emotions. Everything is just for the sake of survival. By the time I arrived in the city, it was already daylight, and the temperature in the city was much higher than by the seaside. The red sun was incredibly hot, and the roads and land were already scorching dry and cracked. After a month, the 18th floor was already empty and they didn't want to wait here to die. Some went to the beach, some went to the base, and some ran to the mountains. After returning to the 18th floor, the 3 of them took a cold shower and had a sumptuous breakfast on the first floor. After Dao Wang Kai fell asleep, he escorted into Jiang Ning's room. There was nothing you hoped for, and the two embraced each other warmly and fell asleep. After the nap, Jiang Ning carried 50 pounds of sea salt and 50 pounds of dried seafood to Grandma Zhong's house to pick up a house of dirt. Before leaving, he gave out a few little rabbits as a thank you for taking care of Big White and Little Gray. Grandma Zhong told Jiang Ning that they were going to move out. The official has prepared a corresponding family building for the families of the researchers. Zhong Nan and the others have already moved in advance. Grandma Zhong insisted on waiting for Jiang Ning to come back and hand over the Big White and Small Gray to him, so she hasn't left yet. Jiang Ning was somewhat moved. He didn't expect Grandma Zhong to be so honest. The next day, Jiang Ning and Huoshin drove to help Grandma Zhong move to the research family home. After Grandma Zhong left, only Jiang Ning and the others were left in the entire community. Jiang Ning lay in Huoshin's arms, feeling a bit down, and didn't know how Zhang Li and the others were doing at the base. In the following days, Huoshin had been training Weinzai's collaborative combat ability. Jiang Ning knew that he was worried that the black and evil forces at the level would retaliate. Although these people were a group of thugs, there were over 200 people in total, and they also had hot weapons. It was almost impossible for Jiang Ning alone to exterminate them. Jiang Ning was a bit tired, and although she only wanted to live quietly in her bedroom, she encountered various troubles. In the afternoon, Huoshin locked the door of the unit building again and opened all the protective doors from the 16th to the 18th floors. Even if that group of people wanted to enter, they would have to lose a few combat forces. In the following days, the two of them began to live a humble life. On this day, while playing with Wang Kai, Jiang Ning always felt something was wrong. The ball would always roll in one direction. At first, Jiang Ning didn't pay attention, but when he realized the seriousness of the situation, he realized that the building was about to collapse. After experiencing floods, typhoons, extreme cold and high temperatures, this building is almost unsustainable. Thinking that Huoshin said there would be an earthquake in the future, the two of them quickly packed their things and prepared to go out and find another house, according to Huoshin's memory. In a past life, there was a newly developed community that was not destroyed by an earthquake. In addition, the owners of the community spontaneously organized to help the authorities with disaster relief and earthquake relief work, and vacated several vacant buildings to help resettle homeless survivors. After recalling the general direction of the community, 3 people and a dog drove over in a car. Half an hour later, more than 10 luxurious high-rise buildings appeared in Jiang Ning's view. The community was called Longyuan, which belonged to a luxury residential project in the city before the natural disaster. Although the community was large, there were not many people living outside. When approaching the community, Jiang Ning found that there were people standing guard at the entrance, and every half an hour, there was a patrol team in the community. It seemed that the residents in the community were very united and spontaneously organized into a security team. Because they didn't have any hot weapons in their hands, only simple sticks could arrive. The community was surrounded by tall walls, and when they saw a car coming, the security personnel immediately became alert. Jiang Ning quickly got off the car and said that she was here to rent a house because the house she had previously lived in had cracks and was not safe, so she wanted to come here to rent a house. When she heard about renting a house, the leading artist's expression softened a lot. She immediately said that there was a house to rent in the community, but not only did she have to pay for food, but she also had to pass an interview. Jiang Ning was a bit busy and had never heard of an interview for renting a house. Immediately, the leading man asked Jiang Ning and the others to wait for a moment. On the other hand, I sprinted all the way into the community. Not long after, a middle-aged man in his 40s walked out. His name was He Ming, the leader of Longyuan community. He told Jiang Ning that the rent for houses in the community was 20 kilograms of grain. After learning that Jiang Ning and Huoshen were former special police officers and students from a school, He Ming was overjoyed and quickly explained that if he had professional skills, the rent could be reduced to 10 pounds. Then, just like checking household registration, he asked about the backgrounds of Jiang Ning and Huoshen, and even guessed that Jiang Ning also kept a pet. Jiang Ning was somewhat cautious. This man had stronger observation and analysis abilities than ordinary people. After seeing Jiang Ning's eyes become sharp, He Ming quickly explained to the girl, "Don't misunderstand, we have no malice. At the beginning of the natural disaster, there were only a few households in the community. With the idea of having more people and greater power, we absorbed more than 100 survivors. However, we also know that in the apocalypse, people's hearts are unpredictable, so we will strictly screen the residents who enter the community to ensure that no one with ulterior motives enters the community." Originally, He Ming was a psychologist before the end of the world. Therefore, with just a simple conversation, he can distinguish the behavior of the people in front of him, thereby blocking potential dangers outside the community. He also said that many residents in the community have pets, but we only recruit people with the ability and skills, and the rent you pay will be concentrated together and distributed uniformly to the people who participate in labor. After listening to He Ming's introduction, Jiang Ning was a bit busy for a while. Isn't this the paradise in the apocalypse? He cheated on his own space to survive in the apocalypse. What level of people can keep pets like him in the apocalypse? And then pretended to be a bit embarrassed, saying that even 10 pounds of food is not small. Upon hearing this, He Ming smiled slightly and said that if you live in the community, you can still receive a bucket of drinking water every day. This welfare really surprised Jiang Ning. Nowadays, there is a shortage of water everywhere in the high temperature. They even dug a well in their own community. You should know, the value of this bucket of water is more than 10 pounds of grain. There is a lack of doctors and people familiar with combat in the community, and He Ming really hopes that Jiang Ning and the two of them can move in. But Jiang Ning did not directly agree. They still have some people to solve, otherwise it may bring disaster to this paradise. Moreover, relying solely on He Ming's one-sided words, Jiang Ning cannot believe it too much. If this is a black shop, wouldn't it be because someone made dumplings when they moved in? When leaving Longyuan and returning to the 18th floor, it was already dark. After dinner, Jiang Ning was once again forcibly carried back to his home country by Huoshen. In the early morning, Wang Kai suddenly rushed into the room and woke up the two of them. Huoshen suddenly woke up and shouted to Jiang Ning that someone was coming. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning suddenly stood up and settled the beans. After instructing them to hide, he turned around to see that Wang Kai had already prepared with Huoshen. When Jiang Ning dressed up and rushed to the stairwell, the people at the light steel base were already dismantling the door. This group of people had just pried open the door when they threw a bomb. Seeing the bomb, Huoshen did not dodge, but quickly charged up and kicked the bomb back with a sudden kick. Then he pulled up Jiang Ning and ran back. Just as the two of them and Wang Kai had just run away, a strong airflow suddenly pushed them away. Jiang Ning's brain was shaken and he felt a bit dizzy. He quickly got up and searched for Huoshen in the thick smoke. Suddenly, after 2 gunshots, Huoshen appeared in front of Jiang Ning. In just a few minutes, all 6 intruders at the light steel base were killed, but the explosives thrown by them were extremely powerful and had already turned the building into a dangerous one. In the afternoon, 3 people and 1 dog brought everything they could and prepared to leave the Jinsho community where they had lived for 2 years. Before leaving, they took a family photo of the 18th floor. Before heading to Longyuan community, Jiang Ning is ready to completely solve the threat posed by Qinggang base. He sent 2 rabbits, Dabai and Xiaohui, to Grandma Zhong's house for temporary foster care. After dressing up in disguise at night, we bypassed the Qinggang level and arrived at the Qinglong level first. They impersonated the Qinggang base and killed all the people at the Qinglong level, leaving only 1 person behind. They replaced him with the leader of the Qinglong base, and this time it was just a small punishment. If they dared to confront the Qinggang base again in the future, they would completely destroy them. After that, the two of them drove Hummers and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Qinggang level again. It is estimated that the insect impersonated the Qinglong base and killed only one person at the Qinggang level. Similarly, let him represent the leader of the Qinggang base. In this way, the conflict between the two bases that were originally not to be dealt with was completely intensified. After completing all of this, Jiang Ning's anger dissipated in half. The two of them went to the dense forest to remove their disguise, dress up neatly, and then rushed to the Qinggang base in the dark. The leader of Qinggang base had previously expressed his desire to find Zhaoan and Hua Xinliang. Therefore, after Jiang Ning and Hua Xinliang revealed their identities, although the people of Qinggang base were somewhat surprised, they did not think much about it. Compared to the two people on the 18th floor, losing a few small losses is nothing to them at all. During the body search, a flower arm walked towards Jiang Ning with a naked and narrow color. Just as he continued to search, he could only reach out his hand to Jiang Ning's body. Jiang Ning kicked fiercely in the middle of the flower arm man, who let out a scream and fell to the ground, constantly rolling. For a moment, the situation became tense. The remaining few little brothers took out their guns and aimed them all at Jiang Ning. Just at this moment, when a man's voice came, "Let's get out of here. I wonder if the person on the 18th floor is the boss's benefactor." The person who came was Chao San, the third leader of the light steel base. In order to please Jiang Ning, Chao San cursed at the gatekeepers before turning to Jiang Ning and Hua Xin and saying to them, "After waiting for a long time, our boss would be very happy to see you coming." Following closely with Jiang Ning and Hua Xin, led by Chao 3, they walked into the base and arrived at a luxurious villa without any obstacles. At the entrance of the villa stood several young men, all carrying charges. Jiang Ning's expression was somewhat solemn. It seemed that the leader of the Qinggang base was not usually cautious, as he had set up so many security measures in his own base. After following Chao San through the security check at the villa gate, a cool breeze rushed towards him. Just as Jiang Ning and Hua Xin were enjoying the luxurious villa decoration, a refined man slowly walked towards the stairs. The man was Feng Peng, the leader of the light steel base. He looked at Hua Xin with a gentle smile and couldn't even tell that he was the leader of the 200-person base. The seemingly friendly scene was actually a secret rupture. Feng Peng had already inquired about the glorious achievements of the 18th floor and knew that Hua Xin and Jiang Ning were both top-notch experts. After a fierce confrontation, Feng Peng smiled heartily and said that he came from a younger brother. "It seems that Feng Peng has a lot of face to come to my light steel base." In classical Chinese, Hua Xin smiled and said that the light steel base was wealthy, and it was our blessing to receive the appreciation of the boss. After instructing Chao Sanwei, 3 people, and 1 dog to arrange their residence, Feng Peng immediately clapped his hands and saw more than a dozen beautiful women with limited fabric appearing one after another, looking at each beautiful woman with 1,000 talents. Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel speechless. This move is everywhere, can't there be some other ways to bribe? Compared to these charming women, Jiang Ning is more like a neighbor girl. Hua Xin looked at these women and smiled disdainfully. Seeing this, Feng Peng knew that this move had no effect at all. He immediately shouted and arranged for the two of them to rest first. After Jiang Ning and Hua Xin left, Chao San told Feng Peng that Jiang Ning and Hua Xin could not stay, so it was better to take this opportunity to kill them. However, Feng Peng had already planned for Jiang Ning and Hua Xin, and he was ready to use them to deal with the Qinglong base. At this moment, a man suddenly rushed into the villa. Judging from the man's expression, it was likely that what Jiang Ning and the others had done had been reported back to the base. As expected, the man panicked and told Feng Peng that our level had been cut off by the people of Qinglong base. "They even released me, telling you not to provoke Qinglong base again, otherwise it would destroy us." In classical Chinese, Feng Peng was completely angry. After such a long time, the two bases rubbed against each other. Duan Laozi can't stand it for a long time. Now they dare to kill so openly. "Our people, I really think I can handle it well, right?" After arriving at the residence of Qinggang base, Jiang Ning and Hua Xin carefully investigated everything in the room. Thinking of the scene that had just happened in the villa, Jiang Ning felt a bit ridiculous, but when he remembered the handwriting of the light steel base before, he was instantly relieved. Jiang Ning and Hua Xin also saw Feng Peng's plan, and the two were ready to discuss the next step of the plan. At noon, Jiang Ning took out something from the space and solved the problem. After lunch, a few people took a break. At 7:11 p.m. Pedestrians were invited to the villa to attend a dinner party. After the security check, it was cold in Jiangning. Most of the people in the tomb did not have enough to eat or even starved to death. This group of villains actually relied on doing evil things. They ate roasted whole lamb here and entered the villa after some courtesy. Feng Peng angrily told Hua Xin about how Qinglong base had slaughtered the light steel level. He kept toasting Hua Xin while speaking, and if he didn't know, he thought Feng Peng really valued Hua Xin. At this moment, there was suddenly a commotion outside. followed closely by a disheveled man who rushed into the banquet hall. The man was Yang Wu, a Wudong family member from the Qinggang base. After entering the villa, Yang Wu quickly rushed to Feng Peng and angrily said, "You must avenge your brother. When we collected the supplies and returned, we were ambushed by the Qing dragon base, and all the supplies were taken away by them." Feng Tongqi in classical Chinese almost spewed out a mouthful of old blood. After calming down his emotions, he discussed countermeasures with everyone. Huoxin didn't expect the retaliation from Qinglong base to come so quickly. He quickly stood up and said he could help completely eliminate them, making Qinggang base the hegemon in this area. Upon hearing this, Feng Peng's eyes flashed with a hint of gold, and he picked up his glass and toasted Huoxin 3 times in a row. After the banquet, Huoxin returned to his residence with Jiangning Daodu and Wang Kai. After some practice, the two of them deployed their next plans. In the following days, life was very ordinary, but the situation at the two major bases of Qinglong and Qinggang became increasingly tense. Feng Peng's subordinates could no longer suppress their anger, and Feng Peng himself secretly made up his mind to completely destroy the Qinglong base. In the evening, Feng Peng came to Huoxin's residence and discussed countermeasures with him. According to their plan, Feng Peng first invited the leader of the other party to negotiate. Huoxin and Jiang Ning were responsible for hiding in the dark and killing the leader of the other party. In order to make Feng Peng feel that they were genuinely loyal to him, Jiang Ning also proposed that after the matter was completed, Feng Peng would provide a villa and supplies for the two at the base, and said that they were prepared to stay there for a long time. Upon hearing this, Feng Peng seemed to agree on the surface, but after leaving their residence in Jiangning, he showed a malicious smile. The next day, after requesting the necessary equipment from the light steel base, Jiangning and Huoxin prepared to ambush at the negotiation site one day in advance. Unexpectedly, Feng Peng's suspicion was particularly heavy. Before leaving, he told Huoxin that Dodo was still young and that he could not participate in such a dangerous situation. He asked him to let go, just leave the beans in the base. Huoxin knew that Feng Peng wanted to leave Dodo as a hostage, so he had to leave Dodo in the room first. No one could open the door. Taking advantage of the darkness, Jiang Ning and Huoxin, along with Wang Kai, drove their Hummer out of the base. When they arrived at the negotiation site, they found a location and hid it. Half an hour later, Jiang Ning saw a car driving towards them in the distance. As he approached, he realized that it was the assassin sent by the Qinglong base to ambush him. Without any surprise, the two of them smeared the truth and effortlessly subdued the man. They also confiscated his equipment and vehicles. When Jiang Ning pointed his gun at the man's head, the man was so scared that he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. In classical Chinese, Jiang Ning told me about your plan, I can guarantee that I won't kill you. The man looked at Jiang Ning with some embarrassment. You must not be from the light steel base. There are no such powerful people in the light steel base. In the end, under the threat of Jiang Ning's pistol, the man told Jiang Ning all the plans for the Qinglong base. In order to prevent the man from escaping, Huoxin stripped off his clothes and tied him up in a hidden cave. Leaving the cave, Jiang Ning put the man's car into the space and, as the man instructed, placed a pile of stones at the intersection, telling the people behind him that there was no ambush. After finishing everything, Jiang Ning opened the backpack he had snatched from the man and found a brand new sniper inside. Huoxin's eyes lit up, and it was a good thing. Until 10 o'clock in the morning, people from Qinggang base appeared. Several off-road vehicles and a truck pulled a total of 60 to 70 people, but because each vehicle had sunshades hanging on it, Jiang Ning couldn't find which car Feng Peng was sitting in. After more than 10 minutes, the talents from Qinglong base arrived slowly. Through the telescope, Jiang Ning saw that there were many more people coming from Qinglong base than from Qingbang base. It seemed that he intended to take advantage of the negotiation opportunity to completely destroy Qingdao base. Worried about the danger of Wang Kai, Jiang Ning took out an incendiary bomb from space and prepared to go on his own, but was stopped by life. Regardless of which aspect, Wang Kai was the most suitable. Moreover, if Jiang Ning personally goes, once discovered, all previous plans will be ruined. Jiang Ning nodded and looked at Wang Kai with red eyes, remembering that no matter when, you must first save your life. 2 minutes later, the two sides finally met, and for a moment, both sides took out weapons and assumed a ready-to-fight posture. Huoxin commanded Wang Kai to quietly place the explosives package under a car from the side, without anyone noticing. A hint of fear flashed in Wang Kai's eyes, but he did not hesitate. In order to prevent Jiang Ning from being bombed again, he must complete the task. In the high temperature of 60 degrees, Wang Kai crawled forward all the way to avoid being detected. After more than 10 minutes, he finally lurked under a car at Qinglong base. After putting down the explosives package, Wang Kai confirmed the location repeatedly before quietly leaving again. After Wang Kai left, the leader of Qinglong base got off the car first. When the leader of the Qinggang base got off the car, Jiang Ning cursed a waste. Feng Peng actually asked Xiao San to replace him in the transaction. Their bodies were completely different, and as soon as they got off the car, the people of the Qinglong base noticed them. The leader of Qinglong base angrily cursed and urged the package. With a big wave of his hand, all his subordinates raised their guns and aimed them at Xiao San, preparing to shoot. At this moment, he had already aimed at the leader of Qinglong base and shot him in the eyebrows. After killing the leader, he quickly fired another shot, accurately hitting the explosive package. With a loud bang, the truck at Qinglong base was blown over, and then the fuel tank exploded again, with sparks everywhere. Those who were close to the truck at Qinglong base were all blown away or entangled in a large fire. Even those who were not affected by the explosion and flames, he also died under the gun at the Qingang base, and a few minutes later, the personnel from the Qinglong base who came to negotiate were completely wiped out. Xiao 3's organizers excitedly shouted, "Charge me, kill them, and we will be able to dominate in the future." Then they led their team straight to the headquarters of Qinglong base. After everyone left, Zhang Ning took out a Hummer from the space and returned to Qingang base with Hua Shangwang. When he returned to Qingang base, the base was already empty, and most of them had gone out to besiege the headquarters of Qinglong base. Even Feng Peng, the coward, had gone. Zhang Ning wanted to take the opportunity to completely destroy Qingang base, but thinking that Feng Peng's coward had a lot of ulterior motives, he had to endure it again, probably secretly. I don't know how many people are watching him and Huashen. Doubta saw Huashen coming back and quickly opened the door and ran out. In the afternoon, Zhang Ning and Huashen took the opportunity to sleep and entered the space, checking all the weapons, explosives, and incendiary bombs. According to Feng Peng's personality, after the Qinglong base is destroyed, he should not allow Zhang Ning and Huashang, who are more powerful than him, to survive. And according to their plan, the Qinglong base has been destroyed, and the next one should be the Qingang base. After leaving the space, Feng Peng, who had a good harvest, came back with a group of his men. This time, he fully harvested dozens of goods and materials, and dozens of young women. Feng Peng got out of the car with a proud face. He gave vent to his evil spirit, and the man who spent his arms completely gave up to Huashen. Thinking of the days when the family would become the most powerful, he was as excited as if he had beaten the blood of a chicken. In the evening, the entire base began to slaughter piglets and yang, and held a grand banquet. Xiao San, representing Feng Peng with an excited expression, invited Zhang Ning and the others to attend the celebration banquet. Before leaving, he quietly handed Huashen a note. Zhang Ning and the other two glanced at each other and rushed into the space. He opened the note, which said that the celebration banquet was dangerous. Upon seeing this, Zhang Ning was puzzled as to why Xiao San was puzzled. Huashen explained that he was the person who had the most contact with Feng Peng and also the person who knew Feng Peng the best. I'm afraid he had already been dissatisfied with Feng Peng. In addition, Feng Peng asked him to negotiate on his behalf today, but when he harvested supplies, he went on his own. Who could this leader wholeheartedly follow him? I'm afraid today's incident has already made Xiao 3 completely rebellious. After dark, the celebration banquet begins, and all participants are not allowed to wear weapons. After seeing the victory, Xiao 3 enthusiastically approached and introduced to everyone one by one. At the Qingang base, except for a few leaders led by Feng Peng, they all arrived. After seeing Huashen and Zhang Ning, this group of people had different expressions, ranging from contempt, jealousy, and appreciative glances. However, most of the people at the base were full of admiration for Huashen. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Feng Peng finally appeared on stage, boasting that under his leadership, Qingang base had completely eradicated Qinglong base, as well as how many supplies and women had been seized. He spent half an hour making a fuss without mentioning any credit to Huashen and Xiao San. Huashen and Zhang Ning were arranged at the main table. As soon as he sat down, Feng Peng raised his glass with a hypocritical expression to thank Huashen for his contribution. Other leaders also hypocritically agreed. After seeing Zhang Ning and Huashen finish their drinks, a hint of a smile flashed in Feng Peng's eyes. He didn't know that the wine in the cup had already been collected by Zhang Ning into the space. The two of them were just pretending to have finished drinking, and such a small gesture could not be detected by the faint light on the field alone. It has to be said that the dishes at the celebration banquet are still very rich, with a wide range of vegetables, seafood, beef, mutton, and pork to choose from. After Doubta was full, he Wonkai bounced and played in the bedroom, looking so innocent and innocent. Under the dim light, I don't know how many people looked at him with jealous eyes, and outside the house, one person and one dog were playing. The servants inside the house, indulging in wine, meat, and women to their heart's content. After taking a few bites, Zhang Ning suddenly felt dizzy and drowsy. Seeing Zhang Ning like this, Feng Peng felt secretly happy in his heart. Xiao San was very anxious when he saw this situation, but he also felt dizzy. At the same time, Doubtu and Wonkai were playing outside, and the distance became farther and farther away. While Wang Kai was lifting his leg and cheering on the diesel generator, a servant's shout came from behind. Doubta turned around and gave him a sweet smile, asking where the restroom was. He was bothering his duty and missed the opportunity to feast and drink. Seeing Doubta's cute and charming appearance, with a sudden thought, he rushed towards Doudu and then tilted his head and fell down. At this moment, Dodo had an extra handgun with a silencer in his hand, and there was a loud bang. The diesel generator cannot resist the rain and due nourishment of Wang Kai. The scene fell into darkness in an instant after finishing the meal. At this moment, Douda shot down the guards guarding the weapons with 2 shots, followed their keys, and then hid behind the weapon cabinet with Wang Kai. As soon as the light went out, the whole room erupted in an uproar. After Feng Peng was stunned, he immediately pulled out his gun and fired in the direction of Huishan and Jiang Ning. And the two of them had already been lying under the table waiting for Feng Peng to hit an empty bomb when the lights went out. Jiang Ning, carrying a night vision device, flashed aside and fired at several leaders. The scene was chaotic, but a large amount of sleeping pills were mixed in with the wine and meat, and everyone present was dizzy. Jiang Ning immediately pulled the goods out and walked to the side of Dodo and Wang Kai behind the weapon cabinet. He casually took the weapon cabinet into the space and each found cover, waiting for the peripheral minions to come and support. But there are very few guards around tonight's celebration banquet. Batch by batch, they rushed to deliver the heads. After tidying up these people, they waited for a while to fully unleash the medicinal power. After the danger was lifted, a few people put on bulletproof suits and walked into the playground with weapons. It was a mess, and everyone turned upside down. A few people tied everyone up, pulled the woman into a house not far from the playground, locked her up, and threw the man directly onto the playground. Although each of Feng Peng's leaders was shot, they still couldn't resist the strong sleeping effect. After everything is tied tightly and securely, Jiang Ning took out the pesticide from the space, pointed the spray gun at the man, and started spraying gasoline. At this moment, he stepped directly on Feng Peng's wound with 1 foot. Feng Peng was awakened by the pain. Jiang Ning pulled up a chair and sat in front of Feng Peng. Feng Peng stood up all over and asked Jiang Ning what he was doing. Without saying a word, Jiang Ning handed Feng Peng a pack of explosives. Feng Peng's face turned pale from fear, and Jiang Ning gave him a cold smile, telling him about the attack they encountered on the 18th floor and Feng Peng's heinous act of taking in obstacles and looting. After hearing this, Feng Peng was scared to pee. Jiang Ning looked at the once towering leader of Qinggang, showing a contemptuous look. Feng Peng was still kneeling and begging for mercy, and Jiang Ning felt that the noise was profound, which directly blocked Feng Peng's mouth to death. Jiang Ning took Wang Kai and walked towards the depths of the base. In the luxurious villa, the first floor is filled with a dazzling array of red wine, as well as various high-end tea and cigarettes, all of which have been swept away. Unexpectedly, Feng Peng still looks like a dog, collecting all kinds of books, calligraphy and painting, and storing all the bathroom safes in the space. I also found a private arsenal in the room and saw various weapons and ammunition. Jiang Ning was overjoyed and searched again. Before leaving, Jiang Ning discovered several large boxes full of dust. After opening them, Jiang Ning was blinded, with tens of thousands of deadly umbrellas. With a wave of his hand, all of them were taken into the space by Jiang Ning. After leaving the luxury villa, Jiang Ning rushed directly to the frozen warehouse. Several cows and dozens of sheep that had just been slaughtered were all very fresh, and before leaving, he even dismantled the diesel generator by hand. After walking 2 steps to the nearby warehouse, I saw a dense network of oil drums. After calculation, it was estimated to be 300 tons, connected to dozens of cars of different sizes next to it. There are also dried seafood or sweet potatoes, which contain tens of thousands of pounds of grain. While Jiang Ning is busy collecting space, the dog next to him issued a warning, and Jiang Ning quickly came out to check the situation upon hearing the sound. I only saw a raging fire burning on the playground, throwing away the unfinished supplies and running towards the playground. Halfway through, I ran into Huishin and Dodo. After asking, I found out that it was my neighbor who brought someone here. After discussing with them, I didn't want to run into them head-on. I decisively gave up the tens of thousands of pounds of supplies in the large warehouse and the residences of several other leaders, avoiding neighbors and leaving through the back door. After leaving the Qinggang base, the group didn't know where to go. But after this night, everyone was exhausted both physically and mentally. Jiang Ning asked Huishin to drive the car to a place where there were no people around. Stopped and took out the luxury RV, but unfortunately, among the several keys and remote controls found, there was no key to the RV engine. But a few people were also satisfied and closed the blackout curtains. Jiang Ning has prepared hot meals for everyone to come out and eat. It reminds us that 2 bases were wiped out in a day, and in the future, we should be able to have a lot of peace. After dinner, Jiang Ning took a comfortable hot shower. Then sitting on the sofa eating fruit, Jiang Ning asked Huishin if the women who were locked up in the house would betray them. After all, the three of them and their dog were still very eye-catching. After a little contemplation, Huishin decided to avoid some neighbors in the future. After all, the city is so big. It is not an easy task to encounter materials that are sufficient and do not run around randomly. Then we discussed the next step of going to Longyuan and see if we can settle down there. The two of them reviewed today's gains again, and it was already early morning after discussing them. After a series of ups and downs, the two hugged each other and slept until dawn. The next morning, Jiang Ning put the RV into the space. Transferring to a Hummer, the group stopped at the bottom of the research institute in the city. Grandma Jean looked at the familiar car with a smile on her face. Although I know that the two young people have extraordinary skills, I can't help but worry about them. After all, in this post-apocalyptic world, it is not easy to meet two young people who can communicate with each other. Jiang Ning and Shin saw that Grandma Jean was also very friendly. They went upstairs to get the rabbit, said goodbye to Grandma Jean, and left. Before leaving, I didn't forget to secretly leave 2 jean of bacon for Grandma Jean. It has been almost a month since Lon Yuan's interview. He Ming thought the two would not come again and felt very regretful. But the two actually arrived. He Ming warmly welcomed them and then took them to see the house. The first phase is for Building 1 and Building 2, both of which were delivered with fine decoration. For safety reasons, each floor is only occupied by one household, so all the lower floors are fully occupied. The second phase is for Building 3, which was decorated by He Ming himself. Compared to the first phase, the conditions are not as good, but there is still room for the lower floors. Building 4 and Building 5 are rough houses with poor conditions. While watching, He Ming received a phone call with a tense expression, vaguely hearing that someone had come to snatch the water source again. After hanging up the phone, I hurriedly greeted Jiang Ning and Huishin, and then hurriedly left. Building 4 and Building 5 were not locked, so they had to go and see for themselves. After the general's cargo was torn apart, he decided to follow He Ming to take a look. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the community, they saw that both sides were facing each other because the water well in Longyuan was the only nearby water source. The villagers who failed to seize the water source last time joined forces with more people and made a comeback. Both sides were holding various agricultural tools for work, and many elderly and children were also coming, pushing and shoving. A person in the crowd suddenly exerted his strength and plunged into He Min's left chest, hoping to capture the thief and the king first. However, when He Min saw his gaze, he made a prediction in advance to avoid him. Jiang Ning, who didn't want to get involved in the chaos, suddenly changed her mind when she saw this scene. She dodged and took out a crossbow from the space, shooting it towards the man's arm. After the man's arm stabbed, the knife fell to the ground. When everyone around saw this situation, they became restless and only heard a bang. The surroundings quieted down. Huishin fired a shot into the sky and aimed at the person led by the other person. The person saw that Huishin had a gun in his hand and didn't dare to make a mistake. After saying 2 harsh words, he gave Jiang Ning and Huishin a deep glance and then withdrew with his group of people. After the group of people in Longyuan who were fighting for the water source left, the residents of Longyuan expressed their gratitude to Jiang Ning and Huishin one after another. They reconciled with the facts and dispersed the crowd, then invited Jiang Ning and Huishin into the security room to express their gratitude. They explained to them that today's scene was also due to the recent shortage of water sources, but that group of people did not want to dig wells themselves, which was why it happened. After this incident, Jiang Ning and Huishin also saw He Ming's character and felt that he was a trustworthy person. They immediately decided to live in Building 5 and, after consultation, decided to rent 20 kilograms of coarse grain per month for a separate residence. He Ming also made a request for the residents of Huishan Reef Dragon Park to have self-defense skills, and after some discussion, everyone reached an agreement. After arriving at Unit 5, what caught the eye was devastation, with sand, stones, and cement blocks everywhere. However, the building was solid, and after browsing through it all, a few people made a plan and decided to live on the 4th floor. Do whatever you say, do it immediately. The unit door was converted from a wooden door to a fire door, and the corridors on the 5th and 3rd floors were also replaced with stainless steel electrical doors. All the garbage on the 4th floor was cleaned up, and by the time it was cleaned up, it was almost evening. The group went out to an uninhabited place again, took out all the necessary items from the space, and then took out a large truck to load them all onto the car. They drove the truck back to Longyuan, watching the scene of Jiang Ning and Huishin moving in the truck. The people of Longyuan also had some hope in their hearts. After completing the task, it was already completely dark. Huishin and Jiang Ning went out again to exchange for a Hummer, but when they got home, they were so hot that they couldn't sleep. After installing the glass and air conditioning overnight, the two of them took a comfortable hot shower. After finishing, they were so tired that they fell asleep. After waking up, it was already noon the next day. After finishing their meal, the three of them and their dog continued to tidy up. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening. The municipal government reported the news that Qinggang and Qinglong had both died in the fire, and rescued dozens of women and children. The few people who were eating looked at each other and smiled. Their thoughts were well understood. After dinner, Huoshin taught Dodo how to study and fell asleep, forgetting about wealth while reading. The monotonous and warm time was very rare in the post-disaster era, as he woke up late during the day and couldn't sleep at night. Jiang Ning pulled the cargo into the space and took out the safe they found from Fengpang. The two of them worked tirelessly to open it. When they saw what was inside, Jiang Ning couldn't laugh anymore. There were 3 gold jewelry boxes in the safe. After Huoshin confirmed again that it was real gold jewelry, Jiang Ning's premonition came true. The space no longer engulfed and grew, but they still waved their small hands and collected it. Who would think too much of this? The space was already very large. The black soil garden covers nearly 30 acres, but during this period, there have been piles of supplies everywhere. It's time to tidy up properly. In the scorching morning, it was dried very early. Huoshin agreed to teach the residents self-defense techniques, so he woke up early. Jiang Ning and Dodo also got up one after another. Dodo wanted to learn self-defense techniques with Huoshin, and Wang Kai, who wanted to go with him, was pitiful. He stayed at home with Jiang Ning and read for over an hour, stretching lazily on the balcony. Following behind him, Wang Kai started barking softly, but the next scene surprised Jiang Ning's expectations. He Ming actually kept a teddy dog in the community. At this time, 60% of the global population has died, and it can be imagined how much it costs to feed a dog in this situation. Moreover, in the evening, many people in the community come out for a walk with their own pets. This scene reassured Jiang Ning a lot. At least in the community, there was no need to worry about Wang Kai being coveted. At night, Jiang Ning drove to the trading market by himself. At this time, the biggest demand in the market was still water and grain. 1 pound of fresh water can be exchanged for 1 pound of grain, but now no one dares to sell it. If one is not careful, they will be targeted by others, and they may not even be able to leave a bone residue. Not long after entering the trading market, Jiang Ning found herself being tracked. She simply bypassed a few streets and put a knife on the tracker's neck. To Jiang Ning's surprise, it was the pointed-nosed monkey who was tracking him. This guy was really everywhere. The pointed-nosed monkey looked at Jiang Ning and was overjoyed. "Sister, you're still alive. My boss and I thought you died in the tsunami." Jiang Ning was a bit surprised when we heard that Wang Chuan should have been by the seaside when the tsunami occurred. I didn't expect him to have survived. After a brief conversation, the pointed-nosed monkey asked Jiang Ning what he needed for this trip. As they were all acquaintances, Jiang Ning didn't hesitate to take out a piece of white paper and handed it to the pointed-nosed monkey. The glass rubber sunshade had a sliding iron door, wooden floor, an otter, and most importantly, it was radiation resistant. Playing with the pointed-nosed monkey meant no problem, but it needed mixing water as an exchange. Jiang Ning nodded. After all, there was plenty of fresh water in the space. When they returned in the evening, Jiang Ning and Huoshin expressed their concerns that if there were a major collision between the continental plates, industrial pollution and radiation would erupt in the whole world. Today, the scripture that the pointed-nosed monkey was looking for was used to resist radiation. Jiang Ning didn't expect Huoshin to be ready long ago, but he didn't notice that he had piled it all up in space. Huoshin originally wanted to stock up on a few sets of anti-radiation suits, but these were strategic supplies that the 4 of them could not purchase at all. Since absorbing Fengpang's gold, Jiang Ning's space has stopped growing. Jiang Ning is worried that if the growth stops, water and electricity will also stop supplying, so she plans to use a water tower to store some fresh water in the space. At noon the next day, the official again issued a notice. In order to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, the official held a welfare activity. Each survivor can get half a gene of rock bottle fresh water and 2 gene of grain with his ID card. The survivors who received the notification had not even had time to exchange the goods, and the second message completely shattered their hopes. According to the Meteorological Bureau's detection, there will be a massive earthquake in the next few months. Survivors are advised to prepare in advance and seek refuge in areas with broad vision as soon as possible. The official information on this matter seems so helpless, as there is a shortage of water and food and emergency kits. If an earthquake really occurs, the basic survivors will not be able to protect themselves. Publishing the news now will undoubtedly completely erase their hope. At night, Wang Chuan and the pointed-nosed monkey brought over the supplies needed by Jiang Ning. Except for ordering them all, they found everything else. No one knows when the earthquake will start. In the next few days, Huoshin and Jiang Ning will be training Dodo's skills to avoid earthquakes every day. The night before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Huoxin told Jiangning that he would go to the neighborhood committee to register information tomorrow. He Ming was worried that other residents would be robbed on the way when they received relief food. He wanted Huoxin to have a photo with him, but Jiangning had no objection. So far, the survivor of Longyuan community is the most upright group Jiangning has ever seen. Now living here, they have no reason to refuse. The distribution of relief benefits takes place at 5 a.m. and 7 p.m., each lasting for 3 hours. Jiang Ning and Huoxin set off with Dodo and the team at 3 p.m. With their colleagues, all the residents in the community have felt more at ease. By the time we arrived at the relief grain distribution site around 4 o'clock, there were already a sea of people. There was a security team with guns at the scene responsible for maintaining order. Everyone was a bit anxious and wanted to go back before dawn. The current high temperature of over 60 degrees Celsius can leave you on the road forever if you are not careful. Once exposed to the sun for a long time, even if you can survive and return, it will be particularly painful. Your skin will not only be sunburned, but also become red and itchy, and in severe cases, you may even be infected with long blisters. Jiang Ning stood in line, watching the slowly rising sun. It was a bit strange. At this time, the sun was already very dazzling, but now it was not only a bit dark, but also filled with a damp feeling in the air. Just as Jiang Ning was about to remind Huoxin, she heard a scream. Before she could turn back, suddenly a huge pain came from her shoulder. Huoxin reacted quickly, picked up Jiang Ning and picked up Dodo to quickly search for cover. I saw countless egg-sized hailstones falling from the sky. In an instant of slow response, they were hit all over by the hailstones, causing injuries. Some people even fell directly to the ground and never stood up again. For a moment, there was a chill, and there were constant screams and screams at the scene. Even more serious, someone was taking advantage of the situation to snatch food and water from other survivors. There were too many people, and the cooling room couldn't squeeze everyone in. Huoxin pulled Jiang Ning and rushed into the innermost bathroom with Dodo all the way. Before closing the door and checking his shoulders, Jiang Ning noticed that Dodo's forehead was covered in red. Jiang Ning quickly took out a medical bag from the space, disinfected and bandaged Dodo. Seeing Huoxin's nervous expression, Jiang Ning comforted him that perhaps it was just a concussion, not a big problem. Moreover, we had medicine in hand, and Jiang Ning didn't dare to say the worst-case scenario. If it was cerebral hemorrhage and hydrocephalus, he was afraid that Huoxin wouldn't be able to bear it. It wasn't long before the natural disaster began. The hospital was completely closed. If it were the most serious situation, it would be difficult to treat without instruments. When speaking, Huoxin noticed that Jiang Ning's face was not right, and then he realized that Jiang Ning was also injured. He stepped forward and helped Jiang Ning sit down. Just then, the door of the bathroom was suddenly smashed by someone. The people inside quickly opened the door. I smelled that you had medicine, and I was also injured. Give me some medicine, and Huoxin used his body to hold the door tightly, shouting to the outside, "You made a mistake. We don't have any medicine at all." The man kept smashing the door outside, shouting incessantly. When Huoxin ignored him, the man turned around and shouted loudly at the people outside. "There's someone in the bathroom, there's medicine, and they don't want to take it out to save us." Dodo lay in Huoxin's arms, eagerly looking at Huoxin. "Brother, I'm afraid, I think I've seen my parents." Upon hearing this, Huoxin Meng was taken aback. Don't think that his parents are already dead, but his brother won't let you die. Jiang Ning stood up, took out a piece of sugar and stuffed it into Dodo's mouth, telling him to hold on. "Wang Kai is still waiting for you at home to go back." More and more people are smashing doors outside, and even if Huoxin uses his body to resist, he won't be able to hold on for long. Jiang Ning looked through the window of the bathroom and saw that the hail outside had gradually decreased. Generally speaking, the duration of hail was about half an hour at most. It had been almost 20 minutes since it suddenly fell, and it seemed that it would stop soon. He took out a few medicines and put them into a black bag. Then he quickly opened the door. The person outside the door was kicking the culprit, but suddenly found that the door had been opened. Just as I was about to rush in, I saw a pitch-black gun aimed at me. Huoxin pushed the wall against the man's head and said fiercely, "Try kicking again." The man was so scared by Huoxin that he stood there motionless. The injured people around him also started shouting, "Little brother, young lady, could you please be kind? We are all injured, please give us some medicine." I had anticipated this for a long time. Jiang Ning took out a black bag and handed it to the man. There was only so much medicine left. "If you wanted it, you could find him." After saying that, with 3 people holding guns, you left. Strictly speaking, medicine is more precious than food in the end of the world. Before the man could have had a chance to be happy with the medicine, he was rushed by a group of people. In an instant, the man's screams drowned out in the crowd. When they squeezed out of the crowd, the hail had already stopped. The first survivor to react picked up a bucket and rushed out to pick up the hail. It was ready-made fresh water, and under the high temperature, the hail melted quickly. As they picked it up, everyone excitedly shouted for water. Some cheered, while others howled and became cold. The figure lying on the square doesn't know whose family it is. I thought that after happily receiving relief food, I could have a full meal with my family on Mid-Autumn Festival. But I didn't expect to lie here forever in just a moment. At this moment, Yang Ming, the deputy captain of Lan Yuan, saw that Huishin was fine and ran over. At this point, Daodu was already unconscious. Huishin asked him to take the team back first and take Daodu to see a doctor himself. After everyone left, Huishin blushed and asked Jiang Ning what to do. Jiang Ning knew that the greatest significance of Huishin's rebirth was to protect Dodo. Watching Dodo unconscious, he couldn't calm down anymore. Jiang Ning quickly comforted him that Dodo would be okay. After finishing, he took advantage of the situation and took Huishin into the space, placing Dodo on the bed. Jiang Ning was also at a loss for a moment. He was originally just a student in a medical school. The head injury was beyond his ability. Huishin sat silently beside Dodo, his eyes filled with helplessness and despair. Jiang Ning was particularly distressed, but he didn't know what to do. He knew that Huishin had done enough, but there was no hail in his previous life. There were too many accidents and natural disasters. Fortunately, in the afternoon, Daodu woke up briefly. Based on Daodu's reaction, Jiang Ning can roughly determine that it is a relatively serious concussion. As long as you rest well, there should be no major problems. Upon hearing that Dodo was okay, his expression softened slightly. After gently wiping Jiang Ning's medicinal wine, he returned to his room to rest. It wasn't until evening that Jiang Ning took out an off-road vehicle from the space and returned to Lan Yuan. Wang Kai, who was staying at home, saw Dodo injured and was so anxious that he jumped up and down. He had to sleep with Dodo even at night. Fortunately, Daodu woke up the next day and had no serious symptoms except for dizziness and vomiting. At noon, the scorching sun was shining outside, and there was no sign of hail from yesterday's day. Under the leadership of He Ming, people in Lan Yuan community began to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. It has been over 2 years since there was a holiday. If it weren't for staying in Lan Yuan, the two of them would probably have forgotten about the existence of the holiday. Compared to the doomsday scene outside, Lan Yuan is simply a paradise. A week later, the well water in the community became less and less. Even if the teacher and staff who dug the well led people down every day, the well water remained scarce. If the high temperature continued, even the official developed high-temperature sweet potatoes would have been sunburned to death, not to mention the water we drank. Jiang Ning saw their helplessness and his heart became heavy. If he couldn't catch them here, where should he and Huishin Yu go? Without getting any water, Jiang Ning prepared to return to Building 5 with a bucket in his hand. He had just taken a few steps when suddenly something fell on his face and looked up at the sky. He couldn't believe it, but the master who dug the well cheered excitedly. However, after a while, he couldn't laugh anymore. The rain was different from usual, it was hot, and the temperature could even be used to take a bath. In a moment of confusion, a heavy rain poured down and the whole world became blurry. The master who dug the well quickly used a rope to pull out the workers underground. If rainwater poured back into the well, several people underground would be in danger, but Ning Ning couldn't use his strength on rainy days. Jiang Ning saw the situation, put down the bucket, and quickly rushed up to help. The rain was getting hotter and hotter, making several people unable to open their eyes. Later, with the help of the community patrol team, the few people at the bottom of the well were finally pulled up. After rescuing the person, Jiang Ning ran towards Building 5 with a bucket in his hand. Suddenly, someone grabbed his wrist and looked up to see Huishin holding an umbrella with an extremely serious expression. "Hurry up, the temperature of the rain is getting higher and higher." Looking at Huishin, Jiang Ning felt a bit touched. It's really nice to have a boyfriend. After returning to the room, Huishin quickly took out his clothes and handed them to Jiang Ning, then stood in the room staring at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning gave him a white glance, kicked him out, changed his clothes, and Huishin had already cooked ginger tea. He took the ginger tea and Jiang Ning and Huishin discussed reinforcing the house. Having seen too many people believe it, Jiang Ning has always been somewhat wary of He Ming, a psychologist. What just happened in the well, if it were the survivors outside who had already run away, that would be the true human nature under indifference. However, on the other hand, although the people here are afraid, they still work together to rescue the people in the well before fleeing. Jiang Ning always feels that He Ming seems to have a kind of magic, the tempering of manipulating people's hearts. The hot rainstorm outside the window is getting bigger and bigger, and the dry city is finally getting a bit wet. Looking at the rainstorm outside the window, the mood is getting heavier and heavier. If anything goes wrong, there must be demons. The sun is still bright in such a big rainstorm. The rain is getting hotter and hotter after the sun's exposure. Jiangning has never seen the hot water falling 50 degrees in the sky. This is against the common sense. Jiangning can't help but feel a little creepy. When you think about it, the end of the world has happened. What else is impossible? Huixin put on his raincoat, took out all the buckets to collect rainwater, and buckets of rainwater kept pouring into the space. The otter, Jiangning, took out his phone and recorded this eerie scene. Perhaps one day after the end of the apocalypse, this is the most authentic video material. Half an hour later, the rain was no longer hot, but the long time of high temperature had already baked the ground with hot air. After the rainstorm irrigation, the temperature did not decrease, but the air was full of hot air, which was really unbearable. Jiangning went back to his room and turned on the air conditioner to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the rainstorm had stopped, and a rainbow appeared in the distant sky. After lunch, Huixin prepared to decorate the house according to Jiangning's ideas. Jiangning wanted to help, but Huixin refused. There were all kinds of materials in the space, and after half a month, Huixin finally finished decorating the house. On the last day, the two of them did not forget to hold a relocation ceremony. Taking advantage of the long intention, Jiangning completely handed himself over to Huixin. When he woke up at 10 o'clock the next day, Huixin had already gone to the patrol team for class and stretched lazily. Jiangning exclaimed that the male dog waste truly deserved its reputation. Not long after Jiangning woke up, Ming came over gasping for breath. It turned out that Yang Ming, the deputy captain of the patrol team, was sick, and there was only Jiangning, a half-dead doctor, in the community. When following Ming to Yang Ming's house, Yang Ming lay in bed constantly covering his stomach, clearly showing signs of food poisoning. In the story, many rice, flour, and oil expired and became moldy, and eating bad stomachs was a common problem. But Yang Ming's meal was made by his son Yang Jia. With Yang Ming being so serious, his son Yang Jia actually had nothing to do. Jiangning looked at Yang Jia and asked if you two ate the same food. Yang Jia thought for a moment and replied that everything else was the same. But today was my father's birthday. Even if it's a squid, it's impossible for it to fall into the hands of bottom-level survivors. Yang Jia explained in classical Chinese that he also saw dried squid weighing over 2 pounds descending. His expression became increasingly heavy. He remembered Huixin saying that high temperatures would melt polar glaciers, so ancient viruses that were frozen in glaciers would infect marine life in the first place. Thinking of this, Jiangning quickly asked Yang Jia to take out the remaining dried squid. This squid is 5 or 6 times larger than what Jiangning had hoarded by the seaside before, and it is even more abundant. There are some inconspicuous lines on the purple outer membrane, which is obvious that the ancient virus has mutated and cannot be consumed anymore. Jiangning quickly asked Ming to keep pouring water into Yang Ning's stomach until she vomited out everything in her stomach, and Yang Ning finally recovered a bit. Yang Jia, who was 17 or 18 years old, was so scared that he couldn't stop squatting on the ground crying. He only wanted his father to eat meat once, but he almost killed him. Jiangning did not conceal anything and told he all about the ancient virus. Upon hearing this, Ming looked heavy. Even before the end of the world, when global temperatures were rising, Ming had heard reports about glaciers and ancient viruses. Unexpectedly, the threat that he thought was unattainable actually came. When he thought about it, Ming was scared and sweated profusely. Even now, natural disasters have affected the food and supplies of inland cities. It's simply not enough to support the consumption of survivors. Most of the supplies now are seafood and salt that have been salvaged from the ocean and dried in the sun. If the truth is true, the ancient virus mentioned by Jiangning has already infected the sea, which is a disaster even more serious than the extreme cold of floods. Ming looked at Jiangning, trembling uncontrollably. Perhaps if it were true, the hope of human survival would really be gone. At night, Jiangning lay in Huixin's arms, frowning. He didn't know whether to report such a serious matter to the authorities, but once it was reported, it would attract official attention and even offend people who buy and sell seafood. Jiangning really didn't want to cause trouble. Looking at Jiangning, his brows furrowed, or he comforted himself by saying that we had already done everything we needed to do. The rest would be arranged by heaven. In classical Chinese, Jiangning looked up at him and told the authorities about all the disasters that would happen in the future, right? On the other side of the security bureau, Lin was sitting in the office listening to his assistant's report. Mr. Lin, someone brought a large squid to the police station today, claiming that it was a person who consumed squid and a serious food poisoning incident occurred. The prophecy about the ancient virus really happened. Upon hearing this, Ling Lao's expression was extremely heavy and he quickly instructed his assistant. Once he received a report letter about the prophecy, he immediately notified himself. Since receiving the first report and eliminating the Tiger Gang, the higher-ups have attached great importance to the letter we submitted for the second time. The scientific research department has been working hard to study it, and I believe it will be released in a few days. The result is over. Old Lin thought alone. Who were the two informants? Not only did they submit the letters at the same time, but the content of the prophecy was the same. But why did one of them only predict the earthquake and then disappear, while the other one predicted the disaster 10 years later, and neither of them predicted the high-temperature rain and hail? The next day at noon, the official released an emergency message. Due to the melting of glaciers, ancient viruses were infected, and marine organisms and the use of mutated seafood could lead to various virus infections in humans. Therefore, the official advised all survivors to stop using all harmful products and wait for the official test results. The official announcement caused a great sensation among survivors and cut off the lives of survivors in coastal areas. The days ahead will only become increasingly difficult, and the cargo body has a strong sense of vigilance. Once there is time, they will drive out and wander aimlessly, hoping to find a safe and hidden area before the earthquake arrives. There are too many people in the community, and it is easy to be discovered when entering and exiting the space here during an earthquake. After half a month of wandering, they finally found a factory in ruins. The factory is located in the suburbs, surrounded by large open spaces, and is also very close to the mountains and forests. After repeatedly confirming that there was no one around, or only then did the body consider this place as a way out. 1 month later, the high temperature continued to rise, and the outdoor temperature had already reached 60 degrees Celsius. In the morning, Jiang Ning frowned as he looked at Huishan carrying the water he was fetching from the well. He said it was more like mud than water. At this moment, Dodo also ran to say that the mice raised by his classmate these past few days were also constantly chirping and screaming. It was then that Jiang Ning remembered that sometimes Wang Kai was also very irritable, sometimes constantly biting the sofa. Originally, Jiang Ning didn't take it too seriously, but now he thinks that Wang Kai is restless, the well water is murky, and the mice are irritable. Isn't this the warning before the earthquake arrived? After it was confirmed, the two quickly divided their work and cooperated. Jiang Ning collected everything in the room into the space. Huishan took out his walkie-talkie and told Yiming about the earthquake warning. Yiming quickly notified everyone in the community to bring their supplies to the outside and arranged for Yang Jie to come and remind the authorities that the earthquake was coming. Seeing that Yiming was well organized, Huishan came forward and said that his relatives had elderly people. I need to drive myself to pick it up. After speaking, I took Jiangning Dao to Wang Kai and drove to the abandoned factory I found in advance. After entering the factory, Jiang Ning took out the escape capsule used in the last tsunami from the space. Like last time, Wang Kai, who had no seats, was held in Huishan's arms. Jiang Ning helped Dodo fasten his seatbelt and comforted him not to be afraid. Unexpectedly, Dodo looked at Jiang Ning seriously and said, "I'm not afraid, sister-in-law." This made Jiang Ning blush. After closing the cabin door, a few people looked through the glass window at everything outside. Not long after, the scene in front of me began to shake non-stop. The factory collapsed and the mountains and forests shook. A powerful force kept surging underground, and everything in front of us instantly collapsed and shattered. 3 people and 1 dog were frightened and closed their eyes, tightly grasping their seatbelts. The ground was torn apart, and half of the escape hatch line was suspended in the crack. After more than 10 minutes, Jiang Ning just opened his eyes and asked if the earthquake had ended. Suddenly, there was a greater vibration, and the escape capsule fell completely into the crack. Fortunately, it was blocked by a huge rock and did not fall very deep. If it weren't for the center of gravity device in the escape capsule, several people might have already turned their heads down. After more than 3 hours, the earthquake temporarily stopped. Huishan knew that this was just his rest time, and the strong aftershocks would start the next day. Going out now still poses a danger. In the next few days, the two of them will take turns resting because they don't know when the earthquake will completely end, so one of them needs to stay awake at all times. Finally, when there were no aftershocks, Jiangning took out climbing equipment from the space, opened the cabin door or climbed up first, followed closely by fixing the ropes, and pulled up Jiangning Daodu and Wang Kai. After climbing up, Jiangning looked around and everything was in ruins. Factories collapsed, the ground cracked, landslides occurred, and the whole world was in ruins. The original world was unrecognizable, and the destructive power of the earthquake on the city was beyond recognition, far more severe than floods and tsunamis. The industrial civilization of humanity for hundreds of years has been almost completely destroyed in just a few days. At night, afraid of aftershocks, Jiang Ning and a few others chose to camp in the wilderness. Huishan looked at the ruins in the distance and waited for a long time before speaking. The official has already warned in advance that this time it should not be as tragic as his previous life. There should be many survivors who can survive. The next day, before dawn, Jiang Ning woke up. They didn't choose to drive, but walked back on foot. Before leaving, Jiang Ning made a lot of mud and torn clothes, dressed up the three of them and their dog. All along the way were the ruins of collapsed houses, the cries of children, the sobs of women, and people constantly searching for something in the ruins. They were even stopped several times, wanting to rob some food and supplies. When they saw the gun in Huishin's hand, they were frightened and quickly ran away. Along the way, with the rise of the sun, the buildings that persisted in the earthquake began to appear, but the scene was too shocking. Almost 100 steps to get dressed. Even buildings that have not collapsed are in danger, but at least for now, he can provide support for most of the living survivors, to shield from wind and rain. The official warning started 2 months ago, but even so, the number of people taken away by the earthquake is still huge. Fortunately, the survivors can no longer remember how many times they have lost their loved ones. The continuous disasters have made them numb and lifeless. At around 9 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Ning finally saw Long Yuan. He really survived the earthquake like in the previous life. When the three of them walked around the ruins and returned to Long Yuan, He Ming was organizing people to repair the wall. Yang Ming saw Huishin and Jiang Ming returning, hurriedly welcomed him up. Yang Ming was also injured, and the open area where they gathered was also within the scope of the earthquake. 80% of the people in the community were injured, and even 5 people fell into cracks and were buried alive. When they were dug out, they were already out of breath. Due to the earthquake, many people in the city did not die, but were buried in ruins. Therefore, He Ming wanted to organize a rescue team in the community to help the authorities search for survivors around him. Jiang Ning was not surprised. Long before coming to Long Yuan, Huishin had already told him about the rescue team organized by Long Yuan in the previous life. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and asked He Ming, "It's currently a high temperature of 65 degrees outside. Even if a normal person wears protective measures, they cannot persist in the sunlight for 2 hours. This not only makes it difficult to effectively organize rescue efforts, but even their own people will collapse in the high temperature." However, He Ming had a plan early on. The rescue team voluntarily participated and must protect themselves while saving people. Therefore, it is necessary to always bring a sunshade for the rescue team to rest and avoid the heat. Once survivors are rescued, they should be sent to the official temporary shelter as soon as possible. After listening to He Ming's plan, Jiang Ning's influence on him improved a lot. It turned out that there were really people in the apocalypse who could maintain their original nature, but Jiang Ning did not directly agree and joined He Ming's search and rescue team, taking Huishin back to Building 5 under the pretext of consideration. After returning to the room, Jiang Ning looked at Hua with a serious expression. "I don't object to you joining the search and rescue team, but while you are saving people, you should consider that Dodo is waiting for you at home." In classical Chinese, Huishin comforted Jiang Ning and said, "Jiang Ning, don't worry. No matter when, you and Dodo are the most important to me." Because dogs have a keen sense of smell, Jiang Ning asked Wang Kai to join the search and rescue team with Huishin. In the evening, the search and rescue team, led by Huishin, walked out of the community and didn't return until 5 a.m. covered in mud. Thanks to the help of Wang Kai, they produced more than 10 survivors in one night. After taking a bath, Jiang Ning stewed a pot of chicken soup to reward the 2 warriors. The search and rescue continued until the 3rd day when it was suddenly stopped by Hemming. Because on the 3rd day, the search and rescue team couldn't find any survivors. The high temperature of over 60 degrees Celsius makes it the limit for a normal person to live for 3 days after being trapped. If we continue to persist, not only will we not be able to find survivors, but even our own people and search and rescue team members will face danger. On the morning of the 5th day after the earthquake, the loudspeaker in the community suddenly called out. A group of men came to find Jiang Ning outside the community. Jiang Ning was a bit puzzled. It was already 3 years since the end of the world, and who would come to find him, let alone a group of men? After rejecting Huishin's companionship, Jiang Ning loaded the bullet and walked towards the entrance of the community. When he saw the person coming clearly, Jiang Ning's mouth twitched a few times. Surprisingly, the visitors are the pointed-nosed monkey and the forgetful river. Sometimes Jiang Ning really doubts whether these 2 people are NPC characters from the apocalypse, and how can they be encountered everywhere? Seeing Jiang Ning coming over, the sharp-nosed monkey's eyes lit up. Wang Chuan was not polite and directly said to Jiang Ning that he needed a batch of medicine and fresh water. Jiang Ning originally intended to refuse, but hesitated when she heard Wang Chuan's next words. It turned out that Wang Chuan's son was trapped in the ruins during the earthquake, and it was the official rescue team who risked their lives to rescue him. Wang Chuan is a person of loyalty and gratitude. When he learned that a large number of members of the official rescue team were injured and dying during the search and rescue process, Wang Chuan could no longer sit still. After much thought, he could only rely on Jiang Ning for hope. Upon hearing Wang Chuan's words, Jiang Ning felt a bit heavy. Even if all the drugs he and Huoshin had hoarded were taken out, they might not be enough for the rescue team to use. Moreover, no one knew when the end of the apocalypse would come. He couldn't have considered himself for the next few decades. In the end, Jiang Ning told Wang Chuan that his drug supply chain was also cut off, but he could donate a truckload of fresh water, but the request cannot be said to be that he donated it. Wang Chuan in classical Chinese couldn't believe it. After the earthquake, most of the well water had collapsed, and fresh water is the most precious resource now. A truckload of water is worth 20 tons, which can save many people. Surprisingly, Jiang Ning is willing to donate it for free. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chuan gave Jiang Ning an internal message. The official had known for a long time that an earthquake would occur, and when all the floods receded, they had already begun to collect reconstruction materials. They made a promise to the wife who was willing to donate reconstruction materials, that all donated and confiscated materials would be exchanged for points. After the official reconstruction was completed, those who had points could obtain priority rights to many resources. Although the official has not yet announced the reconstruction plan, those who voluntarily donate or rescue people during disasters will be counted as points by the official. Jiang Ning knew what Wang Chuan meant, but he didn't need these, so he insisted on giving the name of the donation to Wang Chuan. After returning to the room, Jiang Ning told Huoshin about donating water. Huoshin thought for a moment and realized that almost all the wells in the city were unusable. If clean fresh water were donated now, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Therefore, the two decided to donate all the rainwater they had previously accumulated, although it was a bit murky, as long as it was slightly filtered. In the evening, Hemin came over and found out that it was the official people in the afternoon who had found him and wanted him to free up a few buildings to store survivors. Hemin was a bit embarrassed, as the conduct of these people may not be reliable. Besides, with so many people, how can we solve the problem of eating, drinking, and urinating? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning solemnly said, "It is easy to invite gods but difficult to send them away. Once these people come in, they cannot go out again." The number of survivors is dozens of times more than the current residents of Longyuan. It is difficult to say whether Himing can still become a leader in the family at that time. Himing understood Jiang Ning's meaning in his heart, but if he refused the official position, he would definitely be forcibly expropriated. Therefore, he could only use the excuse of having a meeting with residents to discuss and delay time. Jiang Ning and Huoshin had no better way to deal with this matter. Their positions were different, and their views on this matter were also different. If they stood from the official perspective, they would definitely not give up on any survivors. After 2 hours of discussion, Huoshin finally came up with a solution. They were preparing to vacate the 678 three buildings at the edge of the community for survivors, but they needed to build a high wall between the survivors and the original residents, isolate them, and request the official to send someone to manage the survivors who came in to prevent them from causing trouble. After Himing left, Jiang Ning turned his head to look at Huoshin, feeling a bit low. He thought Dragon Garden was a paradise in the end of the world, but unfortunately, he couldn't avoid the crisis. Perhaps there was no area in this world where he could live independently. The next day, the two of them reinforced all the doors and windows again, and all of them were powered on. At night, Jiang Ning arrived early at the place where he was trading with Forget River and took out a water cart filled with water from the space. When Wang Chuan arrived, Jiang Ning told him that he wanted a spraying device. Just a few hours after using Wang Chuan's water wheel to leave, he sent the sprinkler system to Jiang Ning. After the isolation wall in the community was built, the official sent a large number of survivors in and arranged for 5 staff members, 2 Uncle Hats, and 10 security personnel to manage it. The official also promised to arrange a part of the army to be stationed in Longyuan for a long time. Due to the proximity of Building 5 to Building 678 in Jiangning, Huoshin was responsible for monitoring the wall. The survivors stayed in the Rongyuan garden for 3 days, and the 3 buildings were packed to the brim, with a total of 4,000 people, including the elderly, children, and women, all dressed in tattered clothes, with yellow faces and thin muscles. They were even more wary of each other for fear of being attacked. The official will send people to distribute food on time every day. Each person has a grain mantu and half a bowl of water. Although they can't eat enough, they can't starve to death. So far, nothing special has happened. Until one night, several survivors fell down from upstairs and died. Huoshin speculates that someone deliberately created chaos to pressure the authorities, as there are still many vacant houses in the Dragon Garden. Why did they insist on squeezing them all into these 3 undecorated buildings? The army has not been relocated, and relying solely on a few Uncle Hats cannot fully manage these thousands of people. In the evening, security personnel and Uncle Hat were suddenly picked up halfway by a car. Huoshin suddenly had a bad premonition that there were not many security personnel here, but now he suddenly picked up half of them. It must be because the police force in other places is not enough, and there may be something big happening tonight. Jiangning also has the same premonition that reducing the number of security personnel by half is a good opportunity for these selfish people to occupy the Dragon Garden. If they launch a riot, Jiangning and the more than 100 indigenous people in the Dragon Garden will definitely not have a good fate, and they have a few thousand people. Once they take Longyuan, they will definitely establish a private base to confront the authorities. If they really reach that point, they will become so far the largest black and evil organization. With such a large population base, even the military cannot launch a strong attack on Jiangning. The two of them guessed right. As soon as 9 p.m., Wang Kai suddenly became wary, and then a faint scream came from outside. Jiangning took out her night vision device and looked across from the wall. Several dark figures walked out of the management room with knives. Jiangning was shocked, as it seemed that the remaining staff and security personnel had already been harmed by them. Immediately after, people climbed over the wall and entered the community, and soon a large group of people from Woyan gathered. Huoshan took out his walkie-talkie and called out that they were coming. He walked towards the door. Building 5, where they were located, was the closest floor to the survivors. Therefore, the group of people first rushed to Building 5. After being electrocuted by the power, several people were killed. The remaining people, like hungry wolves, began to climb over the wall and windows. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and countless fireworks flew into the sky on the rooftop of Building 1. This was an agreement between Harmony and the official. Once the fireworks were found, the Bisher Long Garden would be attacked by survivors and require emergency rescue from the official. After seeing the fireworks, this group of survivors accelerated their actions. They knew that they had to take over the entire community before the army arrived in order to negotiate with the authorities. Watching these people who were willing to repay their kindness and attack Building 5 like wolves, Himing was extremely anxious on the rooftop, but he never received a reply from the authorities on the walkie-talkie. As the crowd gathered, Jiangning stood on the balcony on the 4th floor, took out a sprayer, and turned on the switch towards the crowd. 500 liters of gasoline. Jiangning's heart is dripping. Blood. At first, those people thought it was raining, but by the time they realized it, it was already too late. They never expected gasoline to come down from the sky. After spraying gasoline, Jiangning took out a torch and shouted to the hundreds of people downstairs, "If you're not afraid of death, just keep hitting. With so many people, neither door can be opened." What a waste! Some people in the crowd were not convinced and cursed at Jiangning. Unexpectedly, just as they shouted a few words, they were shot in the heart by Huoshan's sword. This group of people felt extremely frustrated and planned for several days. They managed to take down the official attack launched by the authorities. However, before they even started, they were drenched in gasoline by the two people in front of them. The leader's reaction was relatively fast, so without hesitation, he turned around and led the person towards other buildings. Himing didn't expect Jiangning to have so much gasoline. He picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted to the people on other floors to hurry up and throw the torch at them as long as they dared to hit the door. There aren't many people in this group who have bad intentions. Most of them just go with the flow, thinking that following them to riot can provide more food to eat. Just then, a strong alarm broke the calm. In the darkness, more than 10 military vehicles and trucks rushed towards Longyuan at lightning speed. For a moment, all the survivors panicked, and most of the survivors who made up the numbers ran back to the resettlement building, pretending that nothing had happened. Those who planned to kill the staff alive and killed them all ran outside, afraid that the authorities would settle accounts with them. Huoshan picked up the walkie-talkie and told Himing that they didn't want to be high profile and hoped that they wouldn't be mentioned about their evening affairs. Himing is a smart person, and of course he knows Huoshan's concerns. He will handle the rest of the matter himself with the authorities. The gunshots continued to ring until early morning, and the authorities showed no mercy to those real villains. They cleared them one by one, sending peanuts to the scattered ones. All those who participated were dragged to the reconstruction base to sell laborers. By dawn in the morning, all traces had already been cleared by the authorities. Although there was a riot, the authorities could not ignore the remaining survivors. After all, the real culprits were only the group led by them. In the end, the authorities left behind a platoon of troops stationed in Longyuan, all of whom fought with real guns to ensure that survivors did not dare to launch another riot. In the later days, people in the community were grateful when they saw Jiangning. They knew that if it weren't for Jiangning, they would have been killed by survivors long ago. The earthquake caused a diversion of groundwater, and almost all the wells in the city were abandoned. Many people had already started to die of thirst. In the end, the official paid a great price by organizing a team to borrow water from cities with abundant water resources, which eased the number of people killed in the battle. At noon that day, while Jiangning was cooking, he suddenly heard a scream from Dodo. Jiang Ning quickly rushed to the balcony, holding Do in her arms. Suddenly, a sharp pain hit her and hot rain poured down on her body. The rain was almost reaching 100 degrees, so I rushed into the room holding Huoxin and happened to bump into Huoxin, who had returned. After Huoxin helped Jiang Ning and Do apply burn ointment, the boiling rain outside has turned into a torrential rain, followed by lightning and thunder. The sky suddenly became extremely dark. Half an hour later, the sky was bright again. The rain temperature also dropped a lot. Everyone took out pots and pans to store the rain. The rainstorm made the groundwater level rise a lot. The deep wells in the city also revitalized, poured out a continuous stream of well water, which can be regarded as a temporary solution to the freshwater problem in the city. The next day, the sun was still hot, but Jiang Lin noticed that the temperature on the thermometer had dropped, and the temperature had been decreasing every day since then. As the living environment gradually improved, the government also restarted the urban reconstruction plan, and everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. Jiang Ning, however, was worried and looked at Huoxin with a heavy heart, asking what the newspaper was going to do next. 2 years is daylight, and the 4 seasons change throughout the day. The high temperature during the day is 40 degrees Celsius, and the low temperature at night is -10s of degrees Celsius. Jiang Ning was completely dumbfounded. It's too late to change clothes. The prophecy of victory was correct. Half a month later, the high temperature began to gradually decrease. When the high temperature dropped to 40 degrees, the survivors of Building 678 were taken away by the authorities and began the urban reconstruction plan. After the survivors left, their faces also regained their long-lost calmness. With a comfortable temperature of 40 degrees, everyone rushed to plant high-temperature sweet potatoes, fearing that there would be no food when the next natural disaster struck. Later, through official efforts, the new urban reconstruction plan was finally launched. However, due to the large number of survivors, houses in Moshi are still exorbitantly expensive, requiring 5,000 points to exchange for a small house. Ordinary survivors have no chance to earn points, so if they want to move into the new urban area, they can either exchange 500 kilograms of grain for 5,000 points, or dig sand, chop wood, and cut steel to exchange for accumulated points. Although it is possible to live in front of the Longyuan tomb, after the official withdrawal, some people have long been eyeing this place. For safety reasons, everyone wants to live in the area established by the official. Therefore, many people choose to provide a little food for each household and group together to buy a house. Jiang Ning and Huoxin also planned to live in the official building, but for safety reasons, they needed to buy independent villas for the wealthy. Jiang Ning donated half of the cement and steel accumulated during the flood period, and the two of them went into the mountains to chop wood for a month, finally exchanging 60,000 points. After donating a large amount of supplies, Jiang Ning's space cleared up a lot of space to plant crops. Then, the two found the sharp mouth. After exchanging 3 tons of steel bars for 3-wheeled bicycles, seeders, harvesters, and other equipment, Huoxin finally got rid of the hard work of manual grain harvesting. A month later, as the temperature became colder and colder, he brought out 500 pounds of cold-resistant potatoes to Yimin and asked him to lead the residents of Longyuan to plant them together. He also had to be prepared for outsiders to come and grab them at any time. Shortly after, the official announcement was issued, stating that day had already come and night was coming less and less. At 1 p.m., the sun gradually sets, and at 5 a.m., it brightens up again. The temperature during the day is 25 degrees Celsius, and even drops to 0 degrees Celsius at night. Therefore, survivors have to change their clothes every 2 hours. As the temperature difference increases, a small cold can potentially kill people. Curses are not without benefits, and as the day progresses, the crime rate in the tomb chamber also gradually decreases. However, these situations have not yet affected Jiang Ning and the others. Waiting for the completion of the new urban area, Jiang Ning has cut down a lot of wood and hired the carpenters from Longyuan to build 10 wooden boats. After finishing the wooden boat, Jiang Ning and Huoxin took advantage of the long daylight hours and drove their Hummer carts nonstop, searching the surrounding mountains hundreds of kilometers, hoping to pick Chinese herbs that could cope with natural disasters caused by smog. Once eternal night fell, it was difficult to find these herbs again. After the end of eternal night, toxic smog followed closely, and most people infected by smog were thirsty to death. When the two entered a deep mountain, they encountered a person from the Chinese Academy of Sciences pharmaceutical group who was trapped in the mountain. In order to thank Jiang Ning and his savior, Man Yan, the leader of the clan, gave Jiang Ning many traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions. Huoxin also hinted at many herbs that can suppress haze, and gave them names. After leaving the deep mountains, this place was very close to the military base where Zhang Li and her team were located, and Jiang Ning decided to stop by to see them. The Hummer was 5 kilometers away from the base and was intercepted by the military's checkpoint. Upon learning that Jiang Ning was looking for someone, the military led them to the nearby inquiry room. To Jiang Ning's surprise, the staff did not find any information about Zhang Li and the three of them. Jiang Ning immediately panicked and didn't understand what had happened. Did something happen when Zhang Li and the three of them arrived? Unable to find anyone, the two of them had to drive back to Longyuan. During this time, the darkness had completely disappeared, making it difficult to distinguish between day and night. Survivors could only rely on their biological clocks to distinguish the weather, and as Huoshan said, they experienced seasonal changes throughout the day. A few months later, when the cold-resistant potatoes were about to ripen, the Longyuan patrol team discovered that many people had been wandering around recently. It seemed that some forces had learned that Longyuan had food and wanted to occupy it. The river people called back all the people who went out to collect and chop wood. Now protecting food is the most important thing. Jiang Ning sighed, it is not easy to live peacefully. A week later, in the morning, Jiang Ning saw from the balcony, a large group of people approached Longyuan in a grand manner, not dressed like professional black and evil forces, but rather the survivors around them. With so many survivors gathered together, there must be someone behind them who was in charge. They probably knew that Longyuan was useful, so they just surrounded it from a distance, waiting for them to fall into the trap. This scene made Jiang Ning very angry. Huoshan directly took out his sniper rifle, found the mastermind behind the scenes, and shot him in the head. Immediately after, Huoshan handed over the sniper to Jiang Ning and told him how to find the leader in the crowd. Jiang Ning took over the sniper and shot and killed more than 10 people in a row, all of whom were the team leaders of this group. Seeing these people fall to the ground one after another, he was overjoyed and couldn't believe that this time it was Jiang Ning and his team who saved Longyuan. To Jiang Ning's surprise, this group of people came again the next day and had a new leader. They explored step by step and approached the source of the dragon. Jiang Ning's skilled shooting skills caused a group of people to fall down. For several days in a row, Jiang Ning played a zombie shooting game until the people of Longyuan could no longer bear it and rushed out to kill half of them, finally solving it completely. A week later, the grains in Longyuan are finally ripe. Although the seasons are changing one day, the good news is that there is enough light. The yield of corn, potatoes and soybeans is not low, but even if there is a daifengshu, salad of assorted fresh vegetables, it is not enough to exchange points to buy a house. In the end, each household took out 30 kilograms of dried vegetables and finally managed to make ends meet. Although the family could only live in one room in the future, with official protection, there was no need to worry about life safety anymore. When Yiming returned from redeeming points, he told Jiang Ning that the wealthy were secretly selecting villas. There were only 50 villas in the first phase, and the authorities had collected the richest factories and supplies, so they would be given some privileges. In order to distinguish themselves from ordinary survivors, the opening price of the villa area was set at 50,000 points per set. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning hurriedly rushed to the official housing sales area. In the end, under the temptation of 2 bottles of Maotai and Jiangning, he finally bought a villa on the edge, a 3-bedroom and 1 living room villa. He also bought 2 commercial properties across from the police station. When he arrived at the villa area, Jiangning found out that his wife was also divided into 3, 6, and 9 levels. The villa with 500,000 points in the middle of the villa area covers an area of over 1,000 square meters. It not only has a garden swimming pool, but also a professional security system. Expanding from this luxurious villa to the surrounding areas, its status are arranged in sequence, and the lower it is on the edge, the lower its status becomes. The villa purchased by Jiangning is at the very edge, adjacent to the wall. It is said to be a villa, but it is actually a simple 2-story small building. In order to prevent riots after the night falls, Jiangning made a decisive decision and planned to use the building materials in the space to build a wall, turning the small building into a fortress. The front yard is planted with vegetables, and the backyard is raised with rabbits, chickens, ducks, and geese. When the two of them were halfway through, a large truck pulled over a dozen men to the door, and the crowd was filled with anger, with weapons in their hands. Jiang Ning was about to draw his sword, but when he saw the leader clearly, he was speechless for a moment. Unexpectedly, the small building next door was bought by Wang Chuan, and even the pointed-nosed monkey bought a house across from the police station. Jiang Ning is completely speechless. If we go to live in the house across from the police station, we can't get rid of the sharp-nosed monkey. Seeing that Jiang Ning and his wife had built the house so safely, Wang Chuan asked without hesitation, "Are you building a fortress?" "We are all acquaintances now," and Jiang Ning does not hide it. "Since there is first aid, there will be eternal night without light. Various criminal riots will definitely erupt on a large scale. It is more reassuring to make the house safe." In the end, with the help of Wang Chuan and his group, it only took half a month to build the wall. Jiang Ning also had Wang Chuan trade a large amount of power grids, filling the entire wall with electricity. After decorating the villa, Jiang Ning and his wife went to the commercial building. The villa was for living, while the commercial building was for backup. Although there was no need for decoration, at least the doors and windows needed to be reinforced. When the installation was completed and they were about to leave, a sudden sound of high heels came from upstairs. Following a beautiful woman with heavy makeup and a dress, she walked downstairs. There were not many women who could live such a delicate life in the end of the world. Jiang Ning guessed at a glance whose wife the woman was. Apart from the pointed-nosed monkey, who else could still keep his wife like this in the end of the world? A week later, Wang Chuan's villa was also decorated, and he called all his little brothers to his home for a meal. Jiang Ning and Shen also brought Daodu. During the renovation period, Daodu has become good friends with Wang Chuan's son, Wang Mu. During their gathering, the most expensive villa also held a party. The owner of this villa was the wealthiest and most prosperous family in the country before the apocalypse, and only they could hold such a big party in the apocalypse. There were countless luxury cars and beautiful women, and the decoration style was even more magnificent, just like a palace. With the development of time, the new urban area is becoming more and more perfect, and transactions must be secure. There is everything in the trading market, but the main trading method is still barter. Since more and more wealthy people have settled in the villa area, they have increasingly excluded the residents on the outskirts, feeling that Jiangning and these peripheral households have polluted the air in the villa area. On that day, when Jiangning and his companions returned home, they were unexpectedly stopped by the security guard, citing that it was impossible to prove that Jiangning and his companions were the owners of the villa area, so they could not rest assured. Jiangning knew that it was the group of women in the central region who deliberately excluded them, so the two of them acted mercilessly and effortlessly, causing serious injuries to more than 10 security guards. Even 7-year-old Daodu was seriously injured. For a while, everyone in the villa area knew that there was a group of people with explosive combat power living on the 50th. Not long after returning to the villa, Wang Chuan ran over. The news of Jiangning and their security measures had already spread throughout the villa area. Wang Chuan was worried that those women would not give up easily. Unexpectedly, it has been 3 years since the end of the world, and these women are still watching people through the cracks of the door. Strangely enough, the homeowners committee did not come to seek revenge the next day, but instead waived Jiangning and his team's 3-month property fees. Even the security has been changed, and one of them is still a member of the patrol team in Longyuan. Yang Jia and the others, Jiang Ning's side, still have a hard fist and are good at speaking. Building 50 became famous in World War I and encountered a brief bottleneck. A few days later in the afternoon, Jiang Ning was walking in the villa with Wang Kai when a camel suddenly rushed out and spat at Jiang Ning's face. Upon seeing this, Wang Kai quickly rushed forward and knocked down the alpaca. Immediately after, a woman angrily cursed at Jiang Ning, a lowly person. "Are you blind? She even watched your vicious dog bite my beautiful house." After saying that, she wanted to raise her hand and draw at Jiang Ning. Huo Xin was just about to stop the woman when he was slapped to the ground by Jiang Ning. It has been 3 years since the end of the world, and Jiang Ning has not been slapped by anyone. Such a weak woman is like slapping him in the face. A group of wealthy second-generation people ran over and helped the woman up, listening to them calling the girl Chen Fei.